Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the opening round of the 2024 FARA Championship Series, and it is day two, the final day of racing here. We have our Formula FARA machines out on track. They are a beautiful Ligier F4 chassis with a Honda 1.6-liter engine. It is a spectacular training ground, and the field is out on their pace lap for the first race. Gaston Arazu is on the pole, the number 27, joined by Mate Casieres, the number 12. The two of them were really quick all day, but Beckham Yassir in the number 8 put in a great lap late in the second qualifying to move up to third. Teddy Masella in the 25 starts fourth. Pablo Benitez in the 44 starts fifth. Michael Succo in the 7 will start sixth. Starting seventh, the number 2 of Roman Felber. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 11 of Cash Felber. Starting 9th, the number 22 of Jack Pollock. Starting 10th will be the 14 of J.T. Hoskins, and the 09 of Alex Bobadilla will start. Here is a look at Homestead-Miami Speedway, and you can see 12 turns, 2.3 miles. The yellow stripe there, that indicates where the front straight is, and that is where the start-finish line is. And we are using the infield track for mostly everything today, with the exception of Spec Miata, which will be the next race coming up. Their qualifying race yesterday was off the hook. You're going to love it. But this track, very technical. This inside Roval layout, it's got a couple of really fast runs into heavy braking zones, into turn 6 and into turn 8 for overtaking, but they're both critical to get the exit right, because each one leads into another very long, fast piece of racetrack, and they are sort of tied together by some very technical sections. It's a great mix here. Here you can see the field. This is that turn 6 I was talking about. You can see that's a fairly long run out of turn 5, great overtaking area, but if you overshoot this corner, it's easy to lose all your momentum, especially in on these cars with these smaller engines that teach you momentum racing. And if you lose that momentum, you're going to carry that deficit all the way to the next braking zone, which is this one that you're looking at, turn number 8. And this one is hugely critical. It is a very tight turn in, really late apex, and then get on the power, because you go up, exit up onto the actual speedway, the run between what would be Speedway 2 and 3. And it's easy to overshoot this corner. You come in hot, you're trying to make a move, and especially if you defend, where you move over more middle of the track, and then you can't get it to turn at the exit, and somebody can do an over-under on you very easily. So it's a really tricky corner. And then you head down the backstretch, and then there's a turn 10. It really isn't much of a turn. It's just kind of where you start to turn off the banking. Then you get into a very tricky, tight turn 11 that often you can overrun that easily, because it's wicked fast through there. And then you come into this sequence. The corner you see in the background, not the speedway, but this corner is turn 12. It's very tight, and there they come, and you've got to negotiate these 3 really tight corners and get your car placed. When you come out of what will be 13, where the pace car is here, when you come out of 13, you don't want to be wide coming out of there. You want to stay pinned to the right so you can get a turn, because you're just accelerating up onto the oval. And it is time to go racing here as Gaston Arazu here at the Miami 500. We're green. We are racing, folks. Arazu getting a nice start, but Beckham Yassir doing a beautiful job. I think he may have jumped into second, takes a look for the lead, and oh, he's got company around the outside. Beautiful counter move by Mate Casieres, who actually pinned him down to the inside, and that caused Beckham to lose momentum. He's actually going to lose another spot, and I think that could be 25. Teddy Masala has scooted around him as well. So we're off to a blazing start already here, as the field is heading down into that very tricky turn 6. And here you see them at this stage. Up and out of that crucial turn 8. And you can see what I mean. It's so easy to have overrun that corner or to overslow for it. If you're trying to defend, you overslow, and then somebody just outpowers you all the way down into turn 10, then 11. Now here into 12. Here we come. Oh, second place has run wide, and I think that was Mate Casieras. He's and a couple other cars running wide as well, so that's changed up the dynamic big time. Looks like Beckham may have gone wide as well. So it's Irazu, then Misella. Oh, what a great opening lap for the 44 of Pablo Benitez, jumping up into that third spot, qualifying in fifth, taking advantage of the moment with Beckham getting pinched over there in turn 2 and 3, and then again having an issue. And Mate Casieras having that issue, overrunning the exit of turn 12 and getting into the dirt. Oh, somebody else dropping a wheel at the exit of turn 7. But the leader, boy, is he stretching this one out. What a great opening lap for our leader with everything going on behind him. With Mate Casieras running wide, with Beckham Yassir getting pinched over there. Suddenly, Gaston Arazu, who has been the pace setter here pretty much in every session, he's had people close, but he has been the guy who just seems to have been able to get it right virtually every session and put in a really stout lap. All right, here we go. Completing our next lap. This is a 30-minute timed race. So Gaston Arazu, the 25 of Musella, and Pablo Benitez. Doing a really stout job out there right now. And Gaston Arazu running for Scuderia Buell, as does, this is going to be tough for anybody else to try and come through this, because top 3 all with the same team, Scuderia Buell. Look at that exit of 7. That's what I'm talking about. Once you make your turn into 6, you actually just start to feed throttle. And if you've done turn 6 right, as you bend into 7, you're unwinding even right after you turn in, and you can just give it some serious welly at that point and just build that momentum, then down into turn 8, and then through turn 8 again. So crucial to make that run up onto the banking with a lot of momentum. Again, all these cars identical in spec. The only thing that's different is how the driver wants the car set up. So just a little bit of suspension, setup is done. They do have wings, so you can make some wing adjustments. And this track, you probably want to carry as much wing as you can, because all the fast corners really demand a little some downforce, and carrying wing in slow corners is not going to affect the car at all. So you're going to want to have that here. We've got a battle that is now starting to shape up for that final podium spot, and it looks like Teddy Misella might be closing in now on Gaston Arazu, just in little chunks here. And Yassir Beckham has sort of recovered and is now hanging on to 5th at this stage. And we'll see just what he's going to be able to do, because he showed some really good pace. Right now, that top 2, Arazu and Musella, have opened things up just a little bit. Pretty good chunk of distance between Musella right now in 2nd, and then that battle that's forming up for 3rd. Irazu, Musella, And Pablo Benitez now under attack from a recovering Mate Casieres, and not too far adrift is that also recovering car of Beckham Yassir. But right now, Mate Casieres is really starting to hound Pablo Benitez for that final podium spot. That final podium spot, so they're having a good run. Last laps, which is a pretty good telltale here. Teddy Masella running a 1:80, 1 minute 30.8. Both he and Arazu running very similar times. Pablo Benitez, though, at a 1:31.7, and Mate Casieres at a slightly quicker 1:31. Beckham Yassir quicker than those two, though not by a significant amount. We got some good scraps elsewhere. Cash Felber and Michael Suko having a great battle in the number 11 and the number 7 for that 6th spot, separated by next to nothing. That's a really good scrap for them. It looks now as though your leader, Gaston Arazu, was able to open that up again just a little bit. But we have a new 3rd place. Over, what a run, into through 10 into 11, making the pass, beautiful pass by your 2nd place qualifier, Mate Casieres, who finds himself finally back up onto at least podium contention. And now can Pablo Benitez hang with him, maybe learn a little bit, because clearly Mate very, very fast. He was, throughout the practices and qualifying, he was the only guy consistently that could stick with the times that Gaston Arazu was throwing out. So we'll see what he's able to do now. And these cars will draft. 1.6 liter engines, there's really no huge modifications to them other than to make them suitable for racing. I'll tell you right now, Pablo doing a nice job hanging right in there. And we still have Beckham Yassir just sort of lurking back there. And that battle for that 6th spot, Suko has gone around now on Cash Felber as they make their way out of turn number 7, heading into turn 8. There's Beckham Yassir. You can always tell that bright yellow car. And then the battles coming behind him are coming in. Here is your next car, and that's going to be Michael Suko. And then behind him now, the Felbers are going at it. Once Suko got through, he cleared him a little bit. And Roman Felber, obviously, when Michael made that pass on Cash Felber, just kind of their momentum got shifted a little bit. And now Roman Felber is right on the 6th there as well. And right now, Beckham Yassir is starting to close down on Pablo Benitez for that 4th spot. That lead duo is just continuing to stretch out, Arazu and Masella. But this battle for this final podium spot, I don't think this is done. Because right now, Beckham is starting to show some speed. That last lap, he ran a 1:31.5 to Benitez 1:32 flat. So once Yassir gets there, we could see a pretty, he then would have an interesting opportunity to try and run down Mate Casieres. But Casieres right now, he just turned a 1:31.4. That was a great lap. But huge kudos to Teddy Masella, who just ran a lap 0.2 quicker than Gaston Arazu, and he's hauled that margin back down to just over a second. And the Felbers, what a battle they're having in their Jensen Autosport cars, heading down into turn 8 right now as we look for the leaders here at turn number 12. There comes Gaston Arazu, and there you can see Teddy Masella, who really is putting on a drive. Then here comes Mate Casieres. You can see that speed he's showing, he's starting to ease away, but Beckham Yassir is all over the back. We may, if he's close enough, he might have a little bit of a draft, see if he's able to do anything down into turn 1. He's closing, looking to make the move for 4th, just ran out of straightaway. Does he try a late braking move? Well, Pablo Benitez thought he was going to do that as Pablo covered him a little bit, moved to the middle of the track, and now, oh, the spin! by Beckham Yassir. He was all over the back. He was trying to round him up on the outside of turn 3, and the back end just got away from him. He's going to be able to continue here without losing a spot to his teammate, Michael Suko. Both of them, I think, running for LC Racing. But that's going to eliminate his opportunity to go for the podium right now. And the way Caceres is running, it looks like he is going to be a solid man. He just went a 131 flat. That was 0.7 of a second quicker than Teddy Masella and 0.3 quicker than your leader, Captain Arazu. So Mate Caceres, he is finding some speed. But he's got a long way to come right now. Gap between himself and Teddy Masella is about 4.5 seconds. So he's making up some chunks. Let's see what he does this time. Has that gap come down? He took a 0.5 second off. Boy, he is flying right now. Now, keep in mind, Arazu and Masella are teammates, again, for Scuderia Buell, and it's very possible that right now they are just backing off, saving those tires just a little bit. This place is brutal on tires. It's just, it's the way the pavement works. It is just abrasive on the tires. And if you push too hard for too long, even a tire as good as the Hancooks, they will start to give up just a little bit. And so sometimes you just have to drive with a little bit of caution, you know, just save the tire a little bit. And when you've got a nice lead of some 4 seconds, you can ease off just a smidge, not be quite as aggressive on braking, because people tend to forget it's not just corner load that chews up tires, it's acceleration and braking as well. So you're a little gentler on the brakes, a little more gentle on throttle application. And so what may happen here is Caceres might catch them, but then in that charge, he may have overcooked those tires a little bit. And then both, if Arazu and Masella are saving a little bit, as Caceres starts to run out of tire, they've got a little more tire left, and they'll be in a good spot here. The battle on the track remains. Well, right now, Cash Felber has been able to ease away just a little bit from Roman Felber. And in fact, Cash has closed it up a bit on Michael Suko for that 6th spot. He just ran, Cash did a 133 run, won Suko a 133.5. So that margin now down under 1.5 seconds. So Cash Felber is showing some pace here. And the number 22 of Jake Pollock has come down into the pits. One of the Jensen Motorsports cars. Top 2 running for Scuderia Buell, the 3rd place car of Mate Caceres for Inter Motorsports. Then Pablo Benitez, Scuderia Buell. And then Beckham Yassir, Michael Suko, LC Racing. Keeping an eye on, I'll tell you what, Mate is coming. No question of that. He has that Inter Motorsports car. It'll be interesting to see what the lap times are as they flash through here. Mate just ran another 130, low 131, quicker by at least 0.4 than Arazu and Masella. And that margin, he's trimmed it, as I said, to Masella, he's trimmed it from 4.5 seconds to under 3. And we still have about 14 minutes of racing left. And again, this whole series, concept of this series is to give young drivers who are looking to make that step out of go-karting potentially, or if they've driven cars like, Formula cars or GT cars with no downforce, it's an opportunity for them to actually now start get some experience in a Formula car with wings. It's not a huge amount of downforce, but it's there, and it's a learning. And as I said, it's a spec series, and purposefully, they don't run an engine with a lot of power. And the idea there is to learn how to carry speed, momentum. And so if you can exit a turn because you've carried more speed and momentum through that corner, particularly if you're in a spec series, excuse me, and you carry more speed to the exit of the turn than your competitors, you're going to carry that advantage all the way to the next braking zone. You're going to hit terminal velocity sooner if it's a long straight. That just, obviously, it just expands. And if you can't get through a corner with good momentum, you're going to be struggling. And as you move up, and let's say that they want to end up in IndyCar, right? Who wouldn't, right? You're talking 900 horsepower engines, but they're all pretty similar. And so now if you have learned how to roll a little bit more speed through a corner, now even though everybody around you has a lot of power, so do you, but you still carry those little advantages. And this is the place when you step out of go-karts, step out of cars and a big spin. I think that may have been Michael Suko, Michael Suko had worked so hard to crack that sixth spot, but Cash Felber was running really good laps and was closing him down a little bit, and Suko just a little bit early on throttle coming out of the bowl, turn 4 as they call it here, the bowl, and it just snuck away from him. So both Felbers now should be in front. So Cash Felber should be up to 6th, Roman to 7th, and then Suko to 8th. And Caceres is continuing this charge. Last time by, so I was watching that battle between Suko and the Felbers. Caceres took another huge chunk out of the guys in front, some 8/10 of a second. Yeah, he's now down. He went from 2.9 to 2, and that lap alone, he took almost a full second off of Teddy Musella, and that margin is down to 1 second here in this battle for second on the podium. And it's going to be interesting. This is a points championship, and but two things to keep in mind. Risk to go from 3rd to 2nd. How much do you risk that? Yes, higher spot on the box is always preferred. But remember, you've got another race coming up, and if you make a high-risk move that goes wrong and you wad up a couple of cars, the team is not going to be well pleased. So that's risk. Caceres right there into turn number 8. You can see Musella defending a little bit on the entry, and then Caceres swinging out to try and then open up the radius. And did he get enough of a run down into turn number 10 and 11? No. He's now caught the draft, but it's too late. He's going to try an outside move. Looking at an outside move? No, he cannot get it done. Teddy Musella defending beautifully. Caceres thought he had rolled enough speed to round him up on the exit, and Musella just drove his line right to the outside, and Caceres at that point had to defend. And down the front straight, you can see right now Teddy Musella defending relentlessly, under attack right now. And again, Caceres down into turn 2, swings to the outside, trying to make a move. Oh, he may have got the nose there, trying to pin Musella, tighten up Musella's line. Musella having none of it in turn 3, and takes that line back, but now defends into the bowl, and that can blunt your momentum as well. Let's see, does Caceres come out with more? Not really, not a huge advantage, although he caught the toe now. He's taking a look, and again, Musella defends, but Caceres, he went around him and was clear of him before they even got to turn in at turn 6. That was the move of the race. He rounded him up from the outside, pinned Musella to the inside, got his nose ahead, and Musella had to brake more because his turn-in was going to be tighter. He had to give up more speed. Beautiful move. Caceres just rounding him up. What a beautiful move. Now those two battling with themselves. Agustin Arazu is now down the road at this stage by a significant chunk. And we have 8 minutes to go. And as I said, Gaston-Arazu is pretty much the pace setter in all the sessions, but it was Mate Caceres who was consistently within a tenth or two. And man, what a recovery drive he's put on since making that little mistake. And even in racing, we talk about, I've talked about thousandths of a second, let alone hundreds or tenths. And then you have a mistake like that, and it wasn't big. Oh, big problem for Gaston-Arazu. Suddenly slowing, or is the checkers out? That's what it is. The checkers flag has come out. So Gaston-Arazu, well, I was so fascinated by that race, never saw the checker come out. So Gaston-Arazu doing a beautiful job with Caceres, the drive of the race. After that mistake, fighting his way through two other competitors, and that beautiful pass near the end, jumping into that second spot. Absolutely phenomenal run. And again, Gaston-Arazu just getting the job done. Wow, what a phenomenal finish. For Mate Caceres. Everybody enjoying this cool down lap. These guys put on a show. Really impressive here. Gotta love what we just saw. Wow. Great racing. Congratulations to Gaston-Arazu, Mate Caceres, and Teddy Masella. And Caceres, an absolutely stunning drive. I apologize, folks. On my schedule, it said 30 minutes for the race, and it's 20. And at 20, it flew by. And in very short order, we get right into our next race. And tell you, the charge by Caceres was phenomenal in this one. But this next one is the Pro Spec Miatas, and that qualifying race we had yesterday was off the hook. I cannot wait for this one. Hey, all of our Pro Spec Miata competitors, Race Control has just asked me to invite you to the grid. We would love to have you to get the grid at your earliest opportunity because your race is coming up. So it's a personal invitation from Race Control. Come on out to the starting grid. As you can see, folks, if you're here at the track in the grandstands or in the seats above the garages, you can see our field of Pro Spec Miatas. And when I say pro, I'm serious. They are running for some pretty serious cash and money. The Pro Spec Miata series is supported by not only all of the wonderful sponsors that are for all of the other classes here with FARA, but they also have, for this, there is support from Headquarter Mazda, which is great. They have been absolutely wonderful coming on board to help support this. And also, Mazda Motorsports itself is involved in this Pro Spec Miata category. Had their debut race at the season finale last year in December at Sebring. And it was a phenomenal race. And so this is the start of the full season of FARA Pro Spec Miata. And that qualifying race yesterday was unbelievable, folks. I mean, at the end, the top 7 were covered by about a second and a half at the end. It was unreal. And Todd Burris, starting that last lap, made a beautiful pass with the help of Frankie Barrasso. The two of them were working together because they were going up against the teammates from 3P Logistics and Rob Bailey and Max Schweid. They were up against them, and they were working together, and Todd Burris had a great run coming out of the last turn onto the front straight, got a great toe off of Frankie, and Frankie, understanding how to play the game, actually dipped the brake as they got to turn 1 to let Todd through, thinking, all right, then I tuck in behind, and we're going to close up on these guys. And Burris, just a little bit too much speed into turn 2, dropped the right side tires in the dirt on the exit, and dropped out of that battle and ended up in the 7th spot. Again, these are some of the best handling sedans, sports cars, however you want to put it here, on the planet. The Mazdas are phenomenal. But like the Formula FARA cars, they don't have a ton of power, again, by design. But because these cars handle so well, they are in the sports car tin top, for lack of a better term, world. They are probably some of the best handling cars you're ever going to find, other than those that are built from the ground up to be race cars. And these things are amazing. And talk about able to carry mid-corner speed. When you think about some of the other cars that we'll be seeing today, when they get to the number 4 brake marker somewhere and they have to start bleeding off speed, the Mazda drivers laugh at those first couple of brake markers and then go in real deep and roll that speed. They really do put on a phenomenal show. In this race, here's the schedule for this season. Take a look at this here. First couple of races right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. We're back at the end of March. Then we have a 3-race stretch at Sebring International Raceway, end of May, end of July, then near the end of September, and then the big season finale will be right back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And we also, and I'll be honest, folks, I can't remember, one of the races at Sebring includes a 4-hour night enduro, I believe, and that's going to be spectacular. So, all right. Our field of Pro Spec Miatas is now making its way out onto the racetrack following our pace and safety vehicle. And let's take you through the starting lineup. Is basically how they finished in yesterday's qualifying race. And one of the fastest guys on the track, the 51 of Nico Fondrini, he couldn't even make that qualifying race yesterday, so he will be starting at the back. So his charge through the field should be spectacular. Starting in the 14th spot, the number 69 of Mike Leo. Starting in the 13th spot, the 34 of Brandon Gardner. Starting in the 12th spot, the 00 of Erica Wagner, running for 3P Logistics. Starting in the 11th spot, the 97 of Frank Anelante. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 60 of Isabella Abreu, who's also running in the FARA GT and Prototype races. Starting in the 9th spot, the 58 of Bernardo Abend. Starting in the 8th spot, the 32 of Wes Ducek, who has shown some good speed every time he's been on track, but he's had just terrible luck in the qualifying, so he keeps having to deal with stuff coming from the back. Starting in the 7th spot, the guy who we thought could be in a perfect position to win it yesterday before that little off, the 56 of the vastly experienced Spec Miata racer Todd Burris. Starting in the 6th spot, the 110 of Enrique Tamayo. Starting in the 5th spot, the number 96 of Stuart McAleer, who didn't run in any of the practice or qualifying sessions, started that qualifying race yesterday dead last and ended up in the top 5, so he's going to be someone to watch. Starting in the 4th spot, the number 12 of Marcos Vento, who has been in the mix since the first green flag. Starting in the 3rd spot, Frankie Barrasso, and Frankie finished 2nd in that big debut race at Sebring in December, and it was a big field, and it was a field chock full of absolute top-level Spec Miata races, and Frankie Barrasso finished 2nd, only behind Tyler Gonzalez, who is wickedly fast, and in front of Denny Stain, who is one of the planet's absolute best Miata racers. So a great job by Frankie Barrasso. He took 3rd yesterday in the qualifying race, and then the top 2 cars all running for 3P Logistics. 2nd place was the 198 of Max Schweig. He'll start outside of the front row. And the 74 of Rob Bailey, who drove a perfectly judged race to bring his 3P Logistics Pro Spec Miata home with the win. And really, just a perfect drive. And you need that here. Now, here's the one thing to remember, folks, for Pro Spec Miata, we do not use the east side infield part of the track from turns 10 through the infield up to turn 15 on the exit. This layout of the track has 11 turns because they stay on the speedway through Speedway 3 and Speedway 4, which means all the way from the exit of that absolutely critical turn 8. It becomes hands down the most important turn on the track is turn 8. And the reason is because they draft all the way from the exit of 8 all the way to turn 1. Pace car is in. The 3P Logistics pairing of Bailey and Schweid bring him to the flag. Green flag flies. This is a 30-minute timed race. And look at this start. That is how equal these Spec Miatas are. Schweid on the outside. Is he going to try something? Frankie Barrasso looks low. From behind Frankie comes another big look here. Oh, what a move that could have been. That could be Stuart McAleer. He may have just made the start. Not quite sure, but it was a great move. Have to see what those numbers are. I think it was McAleer jumping up from 5th right away into 3rd. Marco Vento sits back in that 4th spot. And Todd Burris trying to move up. Todd to the inside. That orange car, you can see him, is inside and picks up 1 spot. I think that was Enrique Tamayo that he went by. Field on their way. Burris taking a look now at Marcos Vento down into turn 8. Does he get that done? He is wasting no time. He's got position and then realized he wasn't close enough to really try a serious outbraking maneuver and had to get back in the queue because the last thing you want to do is lose the run. Now, though, he is right up on the back of Marcos Vento, and they are going to stick together here through the speedway. Here they come through 3, heading toward turn 4, and they get a great run. They drop low. They're going by Barrasso. And there you see, Frankie was running pretty much by himself, and Vento and Burris pushing each other. They are not just gonna, oh, that was a major start from Enrique Tamayo, was the guy who went from 6th to 3rd. And oh, bit of lockup. They got cars side by side down into turn 2. That's a tight turn. Everybody giving each other just enough racing room. And Marcos Vento, with that push from Burris, has now jumped up into the 3rd spot. It's that baby blue, full baby blue car with Enrique Tamayo now in 4th, Burris in 5th, and Barrasso went from 3rd to 6th, and it was all because he was running by himself. That's how incredibly critical the draft is. In these cars, some good battling a little bit farther back the pack. And Stuart McAleer, he had a bad start, so he was the one that got run to the back. Nico Fundrini has already made up 4 spots. And we've got a lead group of 6 right now out there. And Wes Ducek is showing the speed that we've seen him do in some of the sessions, and then he'll have some sort of an issue, but he sitting right there in 7th. That's the white car with the white front, orange back. And right now, Mike Leo and McAleer are having a great scrap. And again, now Frankie Barrasso teams up with the guy who he teamed up with in the qualifying race. Both of them make the pass on Enrique Tamayo, who's running by himself. We have a pass for the lead. Schweid down to the inside in turn 1. He's through, and immediately his teammate, Rob Bailey, tucks in behind and even feints just a little left, just in case Marcos Vento was thinking of trying something. Blunted that attack. That's having a wingman right there, understanding how it works. And this is how these Spec Miatas race, especially when you've got the partner you want to run with. There are times when you let the guy through because letting him through and tucking in, both of you will carry more momentum than you trying to defend. Anytime you change your line in a momentum car into the turn, whether you're going inside of the fast line or outside of the fast line, there's the key. Now, no longer on the fast line, you're going to be slower through that corner, you lose momentum. So there are times when it's just best thing is let the guy go through, tuck in just like Rob Bailey did, and keep that momentum alive. And Marco Vento sitting in that 3rd spot, and he got a nice run through turn 8. He may have something, and if he drops and tucks in with Schweid, and Schweid and Bailey having none of that. Bailey right up behind his teammate now. And Ventos has no partner at this stage. He's hoping that the orange car, Burris, in 4th is going to come up and try and get to him. But right now you can see those 2 teammates, Bailey and Schweid, running together. They're opening up 5, 6, 7. Now Burris catches Vento, gives him a shove. But that margin between Bailey and Ventos at the line over half a second, just because those 2 guys up front are working together so well. And for a large part of that run, from 8 all the way through the banking into turn 1, Ventos was alone, but Todd Burris gave him a nice little shove, and they both carried good speed through 1 and into 2. And now they are attacking on Rob Bailey as Max Schweid has opened up just a couple of car lengths lead. Here we go, heading into turn 6. Nobody at this stage wants to make that pass too early in the race to risk losing momentum, or worse still, having an off somewhere. And Ducek now, he was working really hard, but I think Stuart McAleer may have gone through on him. And Mike Leo is chasing him, and Nico Fundrini has cracked the top 10 in the number 51. I still say that is the best racer name on any of the entry lists this weekend. How do you not like Nico Fundrini? Working through Speedway 3, Burris is going to get to Ventos sooner this time. I don't know that they're going to then have enough of a run, but the problem is Barrasso by himself is a little bit quicker than Enrique Tamayo by himself, and that means Barrasso running alone right now, and that's not what he wants because he is losing ground. So he's going to really try and hustle here through turn. Wow, did he carry some speed through turn 2? Frankie Barrasso just turned in, the back end stepped out just a little bit. It was a beautiful controlled slide. Oh, and a wide run by Bailey, a mistake in the bowl. He just got in there too hot, ended up wide, and Ventos comes right up with him. That slowed everybody up other than Schweid. Barrasso and Tamayo now right back in the mix, side by side down into turn 6. And it is Ventos who's got the line. Bailey gonna try and just stay with him around the outside. Still side by side through 6 into 7. Ventos inside of Bailey, Barrasso inside of Burris, and Tamayo right there looking to clean up on anything that might happen. Here we go, turn 8. Schweid now has that little bit of a margin. And Burris this time has changed up. Bailey was able to clear Ventos, and Burris with that inside line, the outside line coming through turn 7, inside into turn 8, and Burris now is going to come out in pretty good shape, sitting in 3rd with Barrasso side by side with Vento into turn 10 or Speedway 3. Tamayo trying to draft with Vento, and Barrasso has cleared Vento, and what he's hoping is he gets just enough of a toe here that he can get right up onto Burris. He's close enough, he's picking the toe up. Bailey right back on the rear deck of Schweid, and Barrasso has caught Burris and brought Vento with him. So we still, the top 6 covered by the proverbial blanket. This is great stuff. And Mike Leo is being on one of the drives of this race. Keep in mind, he started 14th and for a while was sitting in 7th. Just got displaced by Stuart McAleer. Then it's Ducek and then Nico Fondrini. But it's so hard to take our eyes off this battle at the front. Burris down to the inside of turn 6. He has cleared Bailey, and Bailey got stuck on the outside as Barrasso stuck his nose in. Bailey now is going to lose 3 spots just that fast. He went from 2nd to 5th. It's now Schweid leading, Burris in 2nd, Barrasso 3rd, then Ventos, then Bailey, then Enrique Tamayo. And Schweid is a sitting duck right now because Barrasso right on Burris's deck lid. And Barrasso is saying, wherever you go, Todd, I'm going. And Burris takes that orange Miata to the outside through the banking. And Barrasso going with him, but Vento drops low and he catches Schweid. He's going to give Schweid a little bit of a push. Side by side by side by side, down the front straight we go. Burris noses ahead. Will he be able to maintain that into turn 1, turn 2? He does not. A little bit of a defensive move by Schweid. Oh, what a move by Barrasso as Schweid and Burris went a little wide. Barrasso stuck the nose of the white number 48 up the inside, and he's been able to maintain it through 3, side by side through 2, 3, 4, 5. And Barrasso eases ahead. And for Burris, he was in a position where he could have popped to the inside, maybe made a pass, but he realizes that would hurt that momentum. And it's not time just yet. Still a lot of racing to go in this 40-minute timed race. This is unbelievable. We've got 10 minutes in, almost 30 to go, and these guys are absolutely tooth and nail. And you know what, folks? All that side-by-each racing up front, it is no longer a 6-car battle for the lead. It's 8, as McAleer and Leo have come up and joined this battle. The top three, though, a little bit of a break here. Schweid going to get swallowed up as Barrasso has Burris tucked right in behind him through Speedway 3 and 4. And the two of them now easing away because of that draft in tow. Two cars can run so much quicker than one here. And Mike Leo, holy cow, what a move, and a big lockup by Barrasso. Down into turn 2, but he held on to it. But Mike Leo, he just went by, used the draft, and went by both Stuart McAleer and Enrique Tommaso. Mike Leo is on an absolute charge right now, folks. The second of the white Mazdas out there, the number 69. That lead group now here into turn number 6. Everybody line astern right now through this critical corner. Gotta say a huge thank you to the folks from Driver's Eye Live for getting this stream put together here, and are they showing us some great angles of some of this absolutely fabulous racing. So great to see. Look at that pack, 8 cars, line astern coming out of turn number 8. Nico Fondrini now has gone around Wes Ducek and now is in 9th. But now he's way down. Here's the problem for Nico. The gap between himself and Enrique Tamayo now is almost 6 seconds. But up front, we've got a breakaway happening as Barrasso and Burris working together to absolute perfection. This is what they did in that qualifying race yesterday. Looked like one of the two of them was in the catbird seat. And then Burris had that little bit of an off. Ooh. Stuart McAleer had gone to 3rd with that draft, but overran turn 2 just, oh, to touch! McAleer as Vento, because McAleer lost that momentum, Vento went around the outside of him at turn, or the inside at turn 3, was outside turn 4, and McAleer didn't realize how close it was, and actually a little touch with Vento's. You can see the back of Vento's car stepped out. He saved it beautifully. But that little bit of momentum loss is paying a price here, as that has allowed both Barrasso and Burris to ease away a little bit, as McAleer now comes up and this time intentionally puts the bumper on the back of Ventos to give him a little bit of a bump draft, as it's called. You're new to this kind of racing. There's drafting where you just tuck in behind the car and you're so close. The wake of that car actually is going over you and thus carrying you along. And that's the draft. But as Burris closes in, like right now on Barrasso, right there, he gets to him and then he just bumps him. And Barrasso knows it's coming, wants it to happen, because that little bump speeds up Barrasso. And even though it might slow Burris down momentarily because of that draft, Burris regains that distance here. And then we have a 3-car battle right now for the final podium spot. It's Ventos, McAleer, and Mike Leo. Wow, what a drive by Mike Leo. McAleer using that draft, that help by Mike Leo, has gone through into 3rd. Marcos Ventos now sits in the 4th spot. McAleer in that very deep blue car. It's the number 96 with the orange roof, or the yellow roof, I should say. And Max Schweid, who was so impressive yesterday's race and led much of it here today, has been pushed back into 6th just because he lost some of that draft. And the thing that has allowed Burris and Barrasso to be able to open up this little bit of a margin, almost a 1.5 seconds, is they have been driving absolutely perfectly. They've been playing the draft right. And there are times when you're the chasing car, and and if you can give them that bump and you're in a straight line, go for it. But there are times you have to anticipate, all right, he's going to be braking and turning in, and I don't want to be quite as close because I don't want to intentionally get into him when he's turning, because that would knock him into an instant spin. When you're on the edge through a corner, you're on knife's edge at the absolute outside grip level of the tires. Just the slightest of touches will send you around. And boy, I'll tell you what, these guys are well placed right now, because Marcos Ventos now sits in that third spot, but he is pretty much way back and running by himself. But a huge push here as Max Schweid got in front of his teammate Bailey, and the two of them working, pushing each other back toward the front just a little bit. They have worked hard. A beautiful job. Huge shout out to Erica Wagner, who's just a little bit off the pace there in that 00, the black car. And you can see she has moved way offline, dipped the brake, and didn't really affect this battling at all. But now the two teammates, Schweid and Bailey, back together again, sitting in third and fourth, and they worked the draft to absolute perfection yesterday to get the win in the qualifying race, which does pay some money. Not like this one. This is the big payday race, but it does have some money. It also has some points in yesterday's race, so you don't want to not do it. And here's what I'm talking about. Barrasso got a little bit better run on Burris, and Burris did not fight him at all into turn number 8, let Barrasso go, turned in behind him, squared up, got a nice run out, and was immediately on Barrasso's bumper, pushing him all the way down the backstretch. And now Schweid and Bailey are teamed up doing it together. Marcos Ventos has been shuffled all the way from, he was up as high as third, he's now back into 8th spot right now, and we've got 4 groups of 2. This is great stuff. It's McAleer up into 5th, getting a nice push from the 110 of Enrique Tamayo, and Ventos dives down underneath Mike Leo. Leo opens it up, and Leo dives down to the inside momentarily in turn 2. Realized that pass wasn't on. If he would have forced it, at best, they would have lost a lot of momentum. At worst, there would have been big contact, and he got out of it. But here's the story, folks. The gap between Burris and Barrasso, that duo, and Bailey right now, 3 seconds. But we still have 20 minutes to go in this race. Oh, and 3 abreast into turn 6. I think those guys now have realized there's no way we're going to get maybe to Barrasso and Burris. So they may now be focused much more on this battle for third, because they are racing hard. McAleer has worked his way through, split those teammates up, and he's going to come up on the rear deck of Bailey here. And Schweid, who started that lap in 4th, is now 7th. That's how quickly things can change here. Yeah, Barrasso and Burris, I should say, sorry, are gone. And this scrap right now is going to be for this 3rd spot. And McAleer had a nice tow from Bailey. He drops low because he saw Enrique Tamayo getting a nice push from Mike Leo. So he dropped low, went, and let Enrique Tamayo come up behind him. But our leaders suddenly side by side. It's way too early for that. And it was Burris getting around on Barrasso. Let's see, last time by it was a 4-second margin. And I've got to believe maybe Frankie just ran a little wide somewhere and realized, whoop, that's my bad, and just let the door stay open so Burris could come through, not lose momentum, and then just tuck in behind him. But it'll be interesting to see what the margin is. Right now, McAleer by himself. He has nobody in his draft that can help him right now. Although the rest of the pack now catches Mike Leo, and Leo, man, did he drive a beautiful turn 8 and 9. and got right up to the back. Big bump there for McAleer as Leo had huge momentum. Gave McAleer a big bump and now gets right back to his bumper. Enrique Tamayo right there as well. Then Schweid. And that little moment between our leaders going side by side, I don't think it hurt him because the guys behind him were scrapping and fighting. Let's see what the margin is. It was 3.9 last time by. 3.2, so they did lose just because of that little bit of side by side. And the thing is, when you're side by side in the fast stuff, you can lose time, but it's much less than when you're side by side in slow stuff, because it just takes longer to drive through slow stuff. And then if you're offline, it becomes longer still, and you can lose bigger increments of time. And let's see, Magner last lap of 141.1. And the leaders running 141.8. So that's a big jump. And Mike Leo, that lap, fastest lap of all, a 41 flat. What a drive he's putting on. And I think he's going to go for third right now. McAleer protecting a little bit. Leo deciding, all right, he's not ready to have me move through. It may be a trust issue. It's like McAleer's, thinking, I don't know if he'll continue to work with me here. We have some lap traffic now. I think it's the 34 of Brandon Gardner. And does a beautiful job, just stays way up high as they head down the backstretch and into Speedway 3. Doesn't affect them at all. And most of the drivers might have some spotters here that are helping them as well. And I think Gardner certainly realizes that that's the leaders coming through. There's going to be a couple other packs coming through as well, and just stays as far out of the way as he possibly can. Beautiful job by Brendan Gardner of track awareness. That margin, folks, down to 2.8. McAleer a 140.5, and our leaders both 140.9s. So if McAleer could just find a consistent drafting partner, he'd be onto something. Problem is now is Enrique Tamayo has lost touch with McAleer. And Mike Leo dealing with Rob Bailey as well. And McAleer, he looks to have some pace, as does Mike Butt. They're split. And McAleer doesn't have a dance partner at all right now. You're past halfway. Oh, and a move for the lead is Barrasso. Slides through down into turn 8. Burris not fighting it. See Burris open the wheel. Now he turns on underneath, goes hard to throttle, and is right back on the bumper. Barrasso gives him a little tap to help launch him down this long back run. And McAleer all by himself right now. Here come our leaders. It'll be interesting to see the lap times here as they flash through. Barrasso at 140.8, Burris at 141.0, McAleer at 41.8. So there it is, that gap in one lap, because McAleer lost any kind of a draft, has gone up by a second. That's how critical the toe is from a draft here and being able to work together. McAleer needs a partner right now. And the question is, did Mike Leo use up too much tire coming from where he started, which was back in the 14th spot? He had a problem in that qualifying race. He had to fight up from 14th to get into this lead battle. And McAleer started 5th, dropped back a couple of spots. So he's probably used up a little less tire than Mike Leo. And for Mike Leo, he may just not have enough tire here. Now he's right on the back of Enrique Tamayo, and Leo down to the inside, trying to move around. You can see him. There's McAleer alone by himself, and there's the white car. Leo now has gone through on Tamayo. He needs Tamayo to give him a big push right now and help him get to the back of McAleer. And you know what? In this scenario, McAleer might look at his mirrors and see, okay, it's Leo, and his crew will have been telling him that Leo's running laps as fast as you are. McAleer might even breathe it just a little bit to get Leo to come to him. And then the two of them can try working together and try and break Enrique Tommaso, Bailey, and Vento. And then so they can get to a point where they can settle this battle for the podium by themselves. Let's not forget, in that qualifying race yesterday, sitting in third, we thought that Burris with Barrasso with him were really in the catbird seat. And then Todd Burris made a rare mistake for this very experienced guy. And the whole dynamic changed at that point as Bailey and Schweid just ran away with it. So late in the race, tires are going off. Yes, you burned off fuel, the car's lighter, it's more responsive. In theory, you can accelerate quicker, corner quicker because you're not, and brake better because you're not slowing and accelerating and turning as much weight. But the tires will have degraded, so you've got to be able to do that dance. And Leo and McAleer now, Leo had a great run again through turn 7, but opted to not do anything with McAleer and just tucked in behind him, because they are trying everything they can right now to try and stay clear of Ventos, who has worked his way now up into that 5th spot. And Schweid going around Enrique Tamayo out there. That margin is going to be even bigger, I think, because McAleer and Leo, without that help, yep, up to over 4.5 seconds. McAleer and Leo running 140.6s, our leaders running very consistent times as well. And Frank Anelante running in 13th, also doing a nice job recognizing lead traffic coming up. And a huge shout out to all of our corner workers, most of them I'm sure from Sports Car Club America, out there on the flags and using those blue flags beautifully, letting those other drivers know you got faster traffic coming up. And the blue flag, just in case you're curious, it's often called the passing flag, and that would, you would think, would mean it's a command flag, like there's somebody faster coming, let them through. It's not what the flag means. The flag means check your mirrors, and it's usually because somebody faster is coming up behind you, and just be aware of that. And McAleer and Leo, boy, Leo again getting a fabulous run out of turn 9. Gets to the rear deck of McAleer, gives him a good shove. Ventos now is all by himself in that 5th spot. All right, let's see what the margin is this time. 5.4, so with 9.5 minutes to go. But we've got 2 incredibly good battles going on for the win, the top step on the box, and for third, the final step on the box. I think Vento now too far back, and he's all by himself. He's not going to have any help. Bailey working around Anelante, losing a little bit of time in that exchange. And Schweid now back behind Enrique Tamayo. So the real question becomes, when did the gloves come off here for both of these duets that are going on here on the track? At a certain point, whoever's sitting in second is going to go, okay, it's time, and they're going to start racing. And the same thing, the guy that's running fourth right now, and that would be Mike Leo, he's going to say, time to go. And it all depends. If it's clean, and it's just a matter of who's going to be in the right spot to make something happen. If there's an over-vigorous defense and there's contact, those guys battling for third could end up battling for the win here. Generally, if you're the lead guy, you don't, the guy in second, when it's a two-car race like this, the guy in second, that's where you want to be starting that final lap. But we have a full course caution. A full course caution. Looking to see where the problem is. Oh boy, this dynamic has changed up. All right, just got informed by race control. There is a car that is stopped on track as you come out of turn, and halfway between turn 7 and turn 8. And it's in a dangerous spot because that's an area where, lots of passing can happen in the final laps. So hopefully it's a simple, get one of the tow vehicles out, strap it on, hook it up, and yank it, and we get back to racing, because this now has become an entirely different race, folks. If we can get back to green, this is going to be a brawl. Their last race of the weekend. There's some significant ching on the line. Time to get fierce if we can get back to green. Keep our fingers crossed, folks. And just to let you know, after this, we have 2 sessions of our high-performance driving experience. So we get about a 50-minute break. Then we have our final winter series race. And if you were with us yesterday, whether here on the stream or here at the track, that was an insanely fun race, those races as well. And then we go into our lunch break. And then near the end of the lunch break, the grid will open for our GT and prototypes for a grid walk. Then we'll have our final, or our 30-minute, our third 30-minute race for them. Then a couple of HPDE sessions, then Formula FARA Race 2, then another HPDE session, and then we wrap up with the 2-hour FARA Enduro, the first 30 minutes of which will be the 4th sprint race. And if you've signed up for both, when the sprint checkered flag comes out and it's displayed, it's a special way it's displayed to let everybody know. That sprint checkered flag comes out. If you're still in the Enduro, you just keep on racing. And if you're just only entered for that 30-minute sprint, you continue, especially if you're in a pack, you continue driving quickly and race your way around to pit in, essentially. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here on the Driver's Eye live stream. Ryan and Jordan here on site, and another Ryan back doing the production, and Brandon Kazmarek overseeing everything. They do just an incredible job here with these streams. All right, 4.5 minutes to go. Wrecker is there. Oh, come on. Hook him up and go. Looks like they might be moving. Is he under tow? Yeah. All right. All they really have to do is just drive straight off the outside of turn number 8. Come behind that wall a little bit, and we can go green. We might even be able to go green this time, keeping our eyes on the lights on the pace car as it is heading down toward turn number 6. And you can see there's the wrecker, the 2 safety vehicles. And in case you're wondering why there are 2 out there, you always have the actual tow vehicle or wrecker, and you have another vehicle that's a wingman, a protector. So that second vehicle is always there, and it just gets right up behind the other 2, just in case as the field comes by something happens. Ours are, after all, mechanical beasts, throttle sticks or whatever. You're not going to hit one of the workers coming in. So are we going to see a green this time by? Keeping our eyes on the lights on the pace car. And we're getting the high sign from race control. They are expecting green this time by. And we will have, it will be, I think, 2 laps is what we would get. Oh boy. So it looked for sure like it was going to be either Burris or Barrasso with the win. And now, based on what we've seen, if everybody packs up, and keep in mind, both McAleer now and Leo, who probably have more tortured tires than the other two, gave those tires a break. And from what we saw yesterday, you would think McAleer right now, sitting in that 3rd spot, if Leo works with him, he might just be in the catbird seat here. So we'll see how this plays out. But man, late caution upsetting the apple cart. All right, looking for it. We're green. Looks like 2 laps to go. And here we go down the front straight. Burris, Barrasso, but Leo dives down to the inside of McAleer. Bailey goes to the outside. They're still side by side. McAleer clears Leo comfortably, but Leo able to pinch Bailey on the outside. Ventos drops back as well. And McAleer already to the rear deck of Barrasso with Leo in tow. And there's that little gap, about 5 car lengths already. And behind them, the guy to watch, maybe Nico Fondrini, because we were talking about there was just no way he's going to make up that ground. He's already in 7th, and Nico was wicked fast. And as I've said before, I think name is worth a 10th or 2 each lap. And he's already on the prowl as well. But look at that. It's the group of 4. They've broken clear already. And McAleer doing everything he can to stay with Barrasso. It's Burris in the orange car, Barrasso in the white car, McAleer in the blue car with the yellow roof. Leo in the all-white car, the 2nd car. Then the gap back to Ventos. I think that's still Bailey sitting there in 6th. And Fondrini is, I think, going after Ducek right now. I think he's through. All right, here we go. White flag, 1 to go. And they are pairing up. Leo going with McAleer up on the outside. They did not get close enough. Oh, and a big slide by Barrasso through turn 1, but he saved it and really didn't lose any momentum. That was spectacular, folks. And he's still there. Burris, as a result of that slide, gets about 2 car lengths. That's going to evaporate by the time they get to 6 because of that draft. McAleer has room to, Leo's dropped off just a little bit here. Here we come into turn 6. This is the last lap. Anybody going to try a move here? It's awfully early to have a momentum loss here. And Leo almost back up to McAleer through turn 6. All right, what happens here in turn 8? Does anybody try the move? Here we go. We're going to find out. Those top 3 running line astern. Nobody's showing anything yet. I think they're trying to just make sure they're clean out of 8 and settle it on the banking. Leo, who's been super good through 8 and 9, does it again. He's right up. McAleer cuts low, gets by Barrasso, and Leo going with McAleer. That's what we were talking about here. They've got the momentum. Burris now is going to be under attack. This time there's no way McAleer is going to go to Burris's bumper. He goes high. Leo goes with him. They're through. It's McAleer and Leo. Way down to the bottom, running the shorter line is Frankie Barrasso, and Burris stuck to the outside by himself. Here we come to the line. It is McAleer with Leo glued to his rear deck. Burris 3rd. An amazing drive, and what a battle at the end. Schweid just hanging on over Nico Fundrini. Wow, that was a great scrap too. But McAleer gets the win. Here's your official margin of victory, folks. 83 one-thousandths of a second. Wow. Burris on the podium. Frankie Barrasso just misses it in fourth. Marcos Vento sits in that fifth spot. Bailey, yesterday's qualifying race winner, in sixth. Max Schweid in seventh. And it was Nico Fundrini. It looked like Nico maybe had the nose on Max, but I looked at them. They were past start finish. And at the line, Max had him by 38 one-thousandths. That's Pro Spec Miata racing, FARA style, folks. What a race. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that. Not that I don't love racing, but I'm kind of glad we've got a couple of HPDE sessions just so I can let my heart rate down. That was awesome stuff. Definitely, we are going to have a podium celebration here. And what we're going to do is the top three, when they get into the Victory Circle staging area, we're going to grab them, do an interview for the stream, and then they will head up and do their podium celebrations. And we'll certainly show you those as well. And there are a number of FARA shirted personnel down there ready to guide our top three into the podium. And our call here in the booth amongst ourselves, talking about who's in the catbird seat. Yesterday we thought it was going to be whoever was third, and it was third place at the start of that final lap that came through today. But what made that work was that exit out of 8 and 9 by Mike Leo. He's been so quick out of there that the minute that McAleer dropped low on those duo up front, Leo came up, gave him a bump from the gods, and propelled them both through on Frankie Barrasso, and that left Todd Burris kind of all by himself at that point. But wow. And keep in mind, folks, yesterday, Stuart McAleer started dead last in the qualifying race, fought his way up to fifth. At the end of the first couple of laps, he was eighth, and then fought his way back today. Mike Leo started 14th, drove through the field, somehow did not torture those hands in so doing. So how about a shout out to Hankook Tire, because those guys, yeah, it's not super hot out there today, but this track's so abrasive, and they were still throwing down. I mean, the last lap, McAleer turned to 140.9, as did Leo, on tires that had been well used. So shout out to Hankook. And there is Stuart McAleer. What a couple of races he put in after missing all the qualifying. That's storybook stuff. And for Todd Burris, after his off yesterday in the qualifying race, a little bit of redemption, having himself now up on the podium. I'm sure he was thinking before that caution came out, I got a good shot at winning this. It's going to be me or Frankie. And then those cautions. And I got to give this entire field a shout out too, because there's a saying in racing, if this is kind of new to you folks, cautions breed cautions. And a lot of times you get everybody packed up in a restart and then there's a wreck or something happens. And this field was absolutely stellar on that restart. The racing was furious but clean. And a big shout out as well. The problem for Enrique Tamayo, I don't know what happened, but he pitted during that caution. So there was that was Enrique who stopped out there. That's what happened. But how about a big shout out to Brandon Gardner, Erica Wagner, Frank Anelante, really showing some really, really solid racetrack awareness and not getting, when the leaders came up on them, heeding those blue flags. Beautiful job by the flaggers, heeding those blue flags. And I'm sure their crews were saying that's the leaders coming up, give them some space, and they did beautifully. So top to bottom, really, this whole field did an absolutely spectacular job. And racing sure couldn't have been any better. Well, this is interesting. Frankie Barrasso is pulling into the podium. I think they've got the wrong white car. And Mike Leo's going into his garage.
Here we are with Stuart McAleer.
All right, and it is time for our podium. Let's get down for the interviews.
That looked amazing. I love watching you guys. How was it?
It was good. Yeah, we started last. I was out there helping my teammate Mike at an instant in the first race. So we started dead last, and we were slowly picking our way through the field. And honestly, I don't think we were going to catch Todd and Frankie, but when the full course caution came out, I'm like, all right, we're going to have a shot at this. Let's see what we can do. So yeah, big thanks to David for putting on such a great event. I mean, this was an absolute riot. Big thanks to Mike Leo for letting me use his car this weekend, Mission Foods, all the guys that sponsor this. This has been awesome. I'm having so much fun.
You heard it. Not only is he fast, he's got an amazing accent. Right?
All the way from Scotland.
All the way from Scotland to come race in the FARA Prospect Miata series. Unbelievable to watch these guys go. Todd, Frankie, come here. You guys are racing nose to tail, lap after lap for 40 minutes. It really is unbelievable. You guys put on an amazing show.
Come on over, guys.
You guys put on an amazing show. It is a pleasure to watch you guys. Was it hot? Was it nasty? Was it good?
It was awesome. The Hankook tire was fantastic, and the racing was unbelievable. The double yellow kind of, the tire was awesome. So yeah, nose to tail the entire time. I mean, I couldn't get away. We couldn't get away. Work together, and then yeah, the double yellow, and then it was on. So yeah, I lost my partner, and that's partner racing for you.
So Frankie, so far we have had 4 FARA Prospect Miata races in 2 different events, and Frankie has been on the top 3 podium in 3 out of the 4? Yeah. 3 out of the 4. What do you think about that?
No, it's good. I mean, the racing today was awesome. The tires, I was really surprised. I never bolted on a Hankook tire before this weekend, and honestly, they were really good from lap 1 even, and you know, even me flat spotting basically all 4 tires. They still held up at the end. So thank you to Hankook for supporting the series. Thank you for David Tawadi for putting on such a great event. And you know, it sucks, double yellow, but you know, it's racing. It happens.
It sure is racing. You guys put an unbelievable event. I mean, the fans are going crazy. The social media has nothing but good things to say about you guys. Thank you. And on to the March 29, 30, and 31st here at Homestead Speedway. These guys are going to come back and put on a great show. See you then.
Thank you very much, David Duwadi. Great interviews, and tell you what a race just unfolded here. Now they are going to move and do the actual podium celebrations, and looking forward to that. We'll have some shots of that as we have our high-performance driving experience cars out on track for a while. We get a little bit of a break here. After that, just want to remind everybody here on the stream, at 11, I'd be ready, and join us at 11:15 because Xander Clements is going to join me as we call the final race for the Academy Winter Series. Their 2 races yesterday were superb, and so we want to really make sure you tune in and watch that. Then we have our lunch break. That'll take us up into about 12:40. During that lunch break, near the end, we will open the grid for the grid walk for the 3rd of the FARA GT and Prototype races that will have the 30-minute sprints. That will start around 12:45 for the actual race, then some HPDE, and then we will have Formula FARA, their final race of the weekend, race 2, then another HPDE session, and then we will have the 2-hour enduro for the FARA GT and Prototypes, the first 30 minutes of which, once again, will be the 4th of the sprint races. So with that, we're going to take a little pause here, catch our breath in the booth after a couple of superb races this morning. Lots more yet to come. We'll see you in just a little while here on our Driver's Eye live stream from Homestead-Miami Speedway as we continue with this Miami 500 opening weekend for the 2024 FARA Championships. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are continuing with our high-performance driver education, and this is a really important component of FARA for a variety of reasons. One, it allows drivers to get out in their street car. They just have to meet some basic but stringent safety requirements. Can go out and drive their street car, high performance or not, but go out and get a feel for driving a car on a racetrack at some speed and get out there and give it a go. And that's where we might get some drivers that say, I'm loving this. And, you know, if you can afford to have that McLaren 670S in the garage, you probably then could afford to buy a Spec Miata and come out and race, kind of a deal. So that's part of it. It's also just an opportunity to get new fans involved in the sport, because you can, you know, these guys can give rides and the like, so you can get out there, get a ride around, kind of get a feel for it, maybe fall in love with this and become a fan. And obviously no sporting event continues if we don't have new fans that come in and support it, and that's a large part of this as well. It's just a fun experience, and we really appreciate it. But coming up in just a few minutes now will be our final, the third Academy Winter Series race. And if you wonder, am I pronouncing that wrong? Academy, starting with a Y? No, that is what it's called, because the guy who runs it, puts it all together, is Gustavo Yakaman. And so Academy is how it comes out, and he's done a brilliant job in creating this series, this winter, highly condensed, high energy, high stress program for these young drivers to come in. And in a week's time, along with practice and qualifying, you get 6 races, 3 of them at Sebring early in the week, 3 of them here. There's points on the line, and that's important. You know, it's always, any championship is a good one if you win it. But what it really comes down to is you start then the season, you've already had a high pressure, intense 6 races plus a ton of track time and instruction to start your season off wherever you may be running. And it really has proven very successful. And their final race will be coming up. Of course, for that, we will have Xander Clements will be coming up and handling the main part of the call for that. So fortunate to have that coming up as well in fairly short order here. But we're continuing with the HPDE, and that'll be done in just a minute. Want to take this opportunity again, say a huge thank you to the sponsors that make FARA possible, and some of the special classes in FARA as well. There's a lot of them, and we're so lucky to have them on board. It all starts really with Hankook Tire. They're the official tire of the series, and those black donuts on these cars, it's everything, because all of the energy of the car is transmitted through those tires. A lot of them, fortunately, through Fixie Wheels, who's been a supporter from the very beginning. Garage Living coming on board. We're so excited to have them as part of it. As I said, Hankook Tires, so crucial. Those 4 little contact badges, that's a big difference. Headquarter Mazda, great to have that dealership on board in support. And, you know, particularly with the new Pro Spec Miata series, we now have Mazda Motorsports themselves on board and part of this as well. Mission Foods, which is a great supporter of racing across the board, 2-wheel, 4-wheel, whatever, they're on board. Pilsen Kalau, a great beer. Sergio's Printing have been involved with this series as the checker comes out on this session. And so a big thank you to all of those organizations. Of course, Chicago Atlantic, they've been a part of it from the very beginning as well. And Colosso as well, just some absolutely wonderful supporters. So a big thank you and a shout out to all of them. I want to remind everybody that after this next race, we have our lunch break. I already see some of the food trucks getting busy. I love it. Make sure you run down to those food trucks and spend a little money with them, so they understand it's worth it to come back and be a part of this weekend. We love it. We also, generally, there are some things to do in the breezeway between the media center and the photo centers and the podium area out there. It's a beautiful area to just kick back and relax. They have some tables there, but there's vendors in that part of it as well. So do check that all out. But as I said, we'll be back here in very short order as we get ready to go for Winter Series race number 3 and the first 2 Winter Series races were absolutely fantastic. You're not going to want to miss it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, it is time for our third and final 30-minute race. It's actually 16 laps, but it runs to a time limit of 30 minutes for the Winter Series. Again, I'm Greg Kramer, joined by Xander Clements, who is the voice of the Academy Winter Series. Great to have you here. I know you've been buzzing literally back and forth between this and the go-kart track. You're very involved over there. Sure appreciate you coming in and spending some time with us in this final race. These guys have a lot to live up to after watching those first 2 races yesterday.
Yeah, what a barn burner of a race we had there in race number 2. The invert race always, by design, of course, meant to induce more passing, induce more racecraft by reversing the top 8 finishers from race number 1. And it went all the way down to the final lap yesterday with G3 Argyros and Jack Jeffers battling for the win down the front stretch. It was so much fun to watch. And, we talked about it all day yesterday as well. These cars just race so well on this racetrack. It's such a good balance for them specifically of enough slow speed turns that the driver still matters, enough straightaways to kind of pack them back up with the toe.
Yeah, it was absolutely spectacular. Some great racing. Now, our grid for this race is sort of created in a unique fashion, isn't it?
Yes, so it is, championship points basically merging, from the first and the second race together. So, Jack Jeffers, that's the easiest one. He won both races, qualified on the pole. So all the points he scored max points. He'll be starting on the inside of the front row. But Sebastian Weldon's been Mr. Consistency through races 1 and 2. And the way the points tally has him starting second. G3 Argyros, second in race 2. Not the best race 1, but still decent. He goes third. And João Vergara, who podiumed in race 1, top 5 in race 2, he goes 4th. So that's how it merges. So race 1 set strictly off qualifying. Race 2, race 1 results with an invert of the top 8. And then here, the blend of the 2 races. That's our final race of the 3-round section we have here at Homestead. And of course, this also is the championship finale, which is probably the closest championship in the 5 years of the running of the Academy Winter Series, Greg.
Yeah, right now, Jack Jeffers leads Sebastian Weldon. You talked about Mr. Consistency by 1 point. So really, there's a pretty sizable margin of another 12 back to Evan Cooley. And so unless something absolutely egregious happens between Jeffers and/or Weldon, it's really down to those two. Whoever finishes in front ought to get it.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Homestead-Miami Speedway, been the host for many, many years up to the last few of the winner-take-all NASCAR playoff. So we've got a playoff of our own that's worked itself out in the championship. Very reminiscent of Carl Edwards and Tony Stewart many years ago here, where it's Jack Jeffers, Sebastian Weldon. They've been the overall class of the field through the season. Weldon was better in Sebring, Jeffers better here in Homestead. We got our top two in the points starting on the front row. You can't ask for much more.
And of course, for guys like Evan Cooley and the like, they are hoping that those two battle and have some sort of an issue so that they can get up and maybe steal something out of the way. And for some of the people that are a little bit farther back and well out of the points, G3 Agaros comes to mind. He's looking for another race win. He just wants to get out there and get up to the front, put together a race win. You always like to end your season, whether it's a brief 6-race, 1-week winter season or whatever, with a victory. So there's lots of motivation here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the last session they'll have before they go into the kind of spring training unofficial test at NOLA Motorsports Park in a couple weeks, and then the season gets underway. But the last time to race head-to-head before they start the run in the official USF Juniors Championship. That's the first rung on the eventual ladder to IndyCar. So this is either riding out of here based on how they finish, a big wave of momentum, or a bit of a downbeat that they'll need to pick themselves up on to get ready for the season.
Well, if you make this your career, you're going to face adversity. So even that, there's lessons to be learned here that can serve you well later, because things are going to happen to you, through your career. And if you just fall apart, you're never going to get anywhere. So even if you have a tough race, a tough event in one of these Winter Series races, how you deal with that is almost as important as how you race, because that's going to really play a key role.
Right. I mean, you look at the way that their seasons will line up. Even their USF Junior season this year will have some races with only a 1 or 2 week gap. These kids had only one day to kind of cool back down, and even then they were basically back on track by midday Friday from when they wrapped up Thursday at around 6 p.m. in Sebring. So to put that in the back of your mind, get rid of it, and then go back to a nice, happy neutral or center point mentally is great development, and just another testament of the kind of meat grinder that the Academy Winter Series puts these young drivers through and tests them on all different levels. The ability to physically withstand the amount of track time in such a short window of just 2 days, pushing 3 days with the number of sessions they get, to go into pressure cooker race scenarios, qualifying scenarios, all in a short blend. I mean, 6 days, these kids will probably have driven more than some of them may have driven these cars or driven in general in the last 6 months.
Yeah, good point.
So to go through all of that and then still to be at the place of Jack Jeffers and Sebastian Weldon, thinking championship at the same time, race smart but race aggressive. You got to beat the guy you're starting alongside of, but you can't throw it away too early in the race as well, because these races are long enough that a lot can happen. 16 laps, we saw it plenty of times in both races, 1 and 2. The leader early on doesn't necessarily mean he's got to cruise to the finish, but we're going to find out as we get underway here. The field is set as they head to the S's, and the Academy Winter Series safety car, helmed by Juan Arenas, will make that hard turn down pit lane on the access road. Sebastian Weldon on the outside in the white, yellow, and black Gainbridge VRD racing machine. On the inside, it is the red Corpay exclusive auto sport car of Jack Jeffers as they head up onto the banks. All 21 cars for the final time this weekend here on the undercard of the Miami 500. The Academy Winter Series Round 6 is green, and it's a great jump for Jack Jeffers. He'll lead us by at least a car length and a half down to turns 1 and 2, and it is a terrible start for Sebastian Weldon. He's already back side by side for third, and he might lose that spot as well, Greg.
I think so. I think that was a great start by Joao Vergara, and he may have snuck around him. But I'll tell you, G3 Argueros saw that opening, and when Jeffers went, he timed it beautifully, got underneath Weldon, and that was all she wrote. And Weldon actually struggling right now to even hang on to fourth.
Yeah, I mean, he just barely was able to hold off the likes of Leonardo Scorpioni and potentially Evan Cooley as well. And now down into the infield hairpin, Scorpioni's going to lose his spot. He's in that other bright yellow car. That's the Zanella Racing number 55. But all the while, Exclusive Auto Sports leading man in Jack Jeffers leads the way down to turn number 9 with a great start for G3 Argyros in the Positive Energy JHD car, although he's under a little pressure for second. And I think you may have just lost it. What a start for João Vergara all the way up to P2, although Argueros is going to fight him down the back straightaway.
Yeah, he gets his nose down underneath. I don't know that it's going to be enough. And at a certain point, you have to decide as you bend down into turn 10, then that snug turn 11. Sometimes you just have to give it up, and he wisely does exactly that. But I'll tell you, Jack Jeffers, he loves to bring them up slow and then get the jump, and it paid off beautifully.
Yeah, didn't spin the tires one bit, got a perfect launch, and he's almost too far out for them to kind of close back up to him in the draft, but they're going to get a bit of help, and a big bit of help here for Sebastian Weldon. He got a great launch out of that final sector. He's going to nose low on G3 Argueros and try to start to make up ground. He'll dive to the inside for third and get that spot away in turn number 2. I was down in the pit lane earlier this morning, Greg, and caught up with Jacob Loomis, the engineer on Sebastian Weldon's car and for the Velocity Racing Development Camp. He was working on the rear end, and I was messing with him a little bit. He said, well, we got to find something. We need a little bit more to have that level of pace that we had in Sebring and to try and bring home a championship for VRD.
Well, you never stop tweaking those cars, looking for, and this is such a different track than Sebring, obviously, that making those changes and then honing in on that setup, it's a never-ending challenge.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it is night and day. It is to the point that this racetrack, half the reason that we don't see these drivers here as often, or you don't see, usually outside of a couple weeks ago, the IndyCar Series came to test because while it's great weather, it's a beautiful facility, it really is very unique to the majority of the tracks they test on, the majority of tracks they race on, and Sebring falls in one of those as well. Sebring falls kind of in that category for these drivers, similar to street tracks when they go to those circuits, like St. Petersburg and stuff like that. This series won't go to them, but that's a great test for them with the bumps.
Exactly.
The way this banking is, the asphalt used, the way it tears up tires, nothing is like it. And it's, again, just another good meat grinder of a test for these drivers to develop and learn.
Well, I tell you, and Argueros, after that great start, has been slipping backwards, and I think he's going to be back in the 5th spot. Actually drops now to 6th as they come through, so he's struggling just a little bit. He's got Leo Scorpioni right on his wing heading in to turn 2.
Yeah, Scorpioni right there. That's the closest battle for the moment, but Weldon's got company. Evan Cooley with a good start, and Max Taylor with an even better one are right there with Weldon as they're tracking down João Vergara. Jack Jeffers still his lead opening. Taylor was faster lap time-wise last time by, but he has 2 cars to get through before he can get there. So as they continue to roll through the infield hairpin, no changes up front. Scorpioni not able to get anything on Argueros. And further back, just kind of a decent spread through our field. Nice and clean, a good start for everyone, and that's what you want to see, at least even if the results on the timesheets or on the leaderboard aren't where you want coming out of the weekend. To come out with not a wrecked race car and all of our cars finished, that would be a success for this championship and for all drivers involved.
Back in the order a little bit, there is a really good battle right now. It's 16th, but still great racing between Timmy Carell, the number 8, and the number 10 of Michael Succo. They're separated by next to nothing and putting on a really good battle back there as well. As you pointed out, the lead for Jeffers right now, just a tick shy of a full second.
I believe Max Taylor has worked his way around Sebastian Weldon. Teammates here, and Max Taylor on the move. He was fastest last time. Will he be fastest again? What a run for the number 33, and again, a new best lap of the race. Max Taylor is on the charge right now, and knowing that they're teammates, knowing they're sharing data, it's surprising a little bit that he's that much quicker than Sebastian Weldon, but in either case, he's still Weldon's best hope to go up, get around João Vergara, get to Jack Jeffers, start to battle with him, and bring him back to Sebastian.
Absolutely. You need to play the teammate card every once in a while and really work it that way. They've opened up now a little bit of a gap back to Evan Cooley, kind of running by himself right now. And then Argueros, Scorpioni, Patricio Gonzalez having a good early race here up into the top 10, solidly in 8th in front of Aiden Potter, and then Rodrigo Gonzalez back in 10th.
Little mistake for Sebastian Weldon coming out of that infield hairpin. He dropped a tire in the dirt and lost some ground to Max Taylor. As they head over to turns 8 and 9, you'll see that he's now going to be probably on the cusp of losing touch with 2nd and 3rd. So not the race Sebastian Weldon was looking to have here at Homestead-Miami, and he's going to have to worry about Evan Cooley if he can't pick that pace back up and clean those tires off here in this final sector. Although João Vergara this time maybe feeling the heat from Taylor or feeling the flow himself. Looks like he might have made a bit of a dent into Jack Jeffers' lead.
Yeah, he really has closed it down. And I think you're right. You know, every once in a while you feel that pressure from behind. You have no choice but to up your pace. Going to be interesting to see what he puts in for a lap time here. Oh man, a good one, a 1:29.6, and that's a full 0.2 quicker than Jeffers went.
Yeah, and now that puts them closer to, you know, that kind of draft window that'll really pick them up on the run down the backstretch and even the front straightaway. But he needs to keep that pace up. That was a good lap. Needs another good one now, because either way, Max Taylor is hunting towards the top 2 spots as he trails by about a car length away. So this time into the infield hairpin, Weldon's dropped even further back. And it looks like João Vergara starting to defend that position for second. He went a little bit low, kind of faded to the inside. He's probably going to do it again in the run to the turn 8-9 complex as they're going to drag race. Vergara on the inside, Taylor on the outside, setting up for that ever-impressive crossover onto the back straightaway here, Greg.
Yeah, let's watch for that. He actually noses ahead under braking and then dips the brake, and here's that square up underneath. Does he get it done? He got it turned, and he got a good drive out of there. Is it going to be enough?
Not enough by the looks of things, if we're correct on that, as they head down off the high banks and into the infield again. Max Taylor and João Vergara lost a lot of time in the trade-off between the two of them battling, and a big off behind. That was Vergara. Taylor did get around him. Must have got around him on the straightaway and gotten clear of some kind. So Taylor to second, Vergara back to third, and he dropped the tire, so now he's going to come under fire from Sebastian Weldon down by turns 1 and 2.
Weldon, went to the inside. He got blocked a little bit. He popped outside for turn 2, came down underneath, or at least tried it. But Vergara read that beautifully, shut that door, but then he goes a little wide. Weldon's alongside now.
Sebastian Weldon, a bit of desperation hour right now, without a full course yellow or Max Taylor really getting up to Jack Jeffers and triggering a fight. He trails by multiple seconds here from the championship points leader to try and keep that hope alive as he battles to the outside, inside again, coming out of turn 8. Here comes João Vergara's teammate in Evan Cooley as well. It'll be all 3 of them packed up tight, headed down to turns 8 and 9.
I'll tell you what, that battle behind them is fierce. Scorpione is down in 20th. He's had some sort of a problem, but Patricio Gonzalez, G3 Agarros, Aiden Potter, and Rodrigo Gonzalez are all over each other in a huge battle right now for 6th.
Yeah, we can see from our place up in the tower, Scorpione down on pit lane, and they're messing around with the front end of that car. Not sure what the issue is. All the tires are on, and it doesn't look like he sustained damage. So probably more than anything, a McFailure for Leonardo Scorpione, which will drop him in the points. He didn't come in with a shot at the championship, but he had an outside shot. He had top positions as they head onto the front stretch again. Here, look at this. Weldon's falling behind Evan Cooley. He's back to 5th, almost drag racing him down the front straightaway for 4th to get that spot back away.
And I'm interested in that margin, 1st to 2nd. And Max Taylor just turned a 1:29.4 to Jeffers 1:29.7. You can see Taylor has drawn well clear of that battle for 3rd right now and has closed up a little bit on Jeffers. Weldon does get back through now around Evan Cooley.
Update on Leonardo Scorpione. They have pulled that Zanella racing car behind the wall, so they will be done, and we'll be down to 20 cars here, but still no contact that has taken anyone out of the race so far. Like you said, we've got Taylor tracking down our race leader, Jack Jeffers. A 3-way fight for 3rd between Vergara, Cooley, and Weldon. A really fierce battle behind them for 6th on 7th on back. That's 2 of the JHD cars side by side. That's Aiden Potter and G3 Argyros going wheel to wheel. And then a massive pack, about 6 cars deep outside the top 10 with the likes of Ava Dobson, Jackson Tovo, Enzo Tovo, Michael Succo in the mix as well.
Yeah, great racing everywhere you look on this track. And again, you know, obviously you want to be racing for the win, but just because you're battling for 12th doesn't mean it's easy or any easier than it is up front. You are racing whoever you're racing as hard as you possibly can here. I mean, look at this, side by side, way back at the back, all the way down the back stretch. This is some fierce action, as you said, deep in the field.
Yeah, in the middle of one of those 3-car fights right now, it looked like it was maybe the likes of Patricio Gonzalez Argyros and Rodrigo Gonzalez that were side by side down the kink. As speaking of the front stretch battle as well, look at Weldon, high then low, faded low, then peaks back high. So I think he's going to set him up like he did with Vergara earlier again trying the inside in turn number 2.
Look at Cooley trying to round him up.
Really tight racing there. Now he's going to go to the inside of the bowl. Door to door, tire to tire. Weldon gets through and Bagara goes off.
That was a great move, a great read by Weldon, but you got to give it to João Vergara, recognizing what was happening and avoiding turning down in a big wreck.
Yeah, very aggressive move, but it took a lot of respect and heads-up driving on both drivers' ends as Evan Cooley now kicks up some dust coming out of turn number 7. So Cooley falls back a little bit. And lap time-wise, the update, Jack Jeffers must have heard on the radio to keep that pace as good as he can. Taylor faded off a little bit last lap, only ripped a 28.9.81 to Jeffers 29.72. So no change in the 1.8 seconds, and we're getting down towards the gritty end of this one. We're approaching halfway. 8 down, 8 to go this time by. As we watch that fight for third, Weldon trying to hang on through the run off the banks into the infield S's. Looks like he should be safe for now, but he's got a rear wing completely full.
Yeah, he is absolutely covered right now. When he looks in his mirrors, all he sees is red and black as we are working right now, completing lap number 8. So at halfway right now. And this racing is absolutely fierce. I'll tell you, Patricio Gonzalez now has cleared Potter and Rodrigo Gonzalez and has eased away, and Rodrigo is attacking on Potter as well.
Yeah, that 3-car group, kind of a Jay Howard driver development sandwich of those blue, red, and black cars have the second Gonzalez brother in the middle. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th. They're headed into the bowl, and looked like Rodrigo was trying to mimic Weldon's move into that turn 4, but he just couldn't quite get the job done to the inside there. So now he has to defend from behind in the middle from G3 Argyros, who started all the way up in 3rd, and I'm a little surprised G3 just might not be his day here on Sunday as he continues to fight and goes a little bit wide.
And heading into turn 6, Jace Bacon and David Dobson are having an absolute scrap. They're the teammates side by side through 6th.
Yeah, that is a close pack right there, Greg. My goodness. There is at least 5, 6 cars, all within about a second and a quarter, and they're nearly 3 wide down to turns 8 and 9 back here. Headed to the top 10. Side by side, who's going to get the run out? I think it's one of the Tovo brothers that might have slipped away and gotten the nose out in front of both of the JHCD teammates.
I think that was Enzo. Tozo went right down underneath. Great overtake in and through 8, wasn't it? But now he almost looks like he's going to get swallowed up. Who is that is going to make that move? That could still be Jace Bacon trying to get back through. He does.
Wow, what a move. Jace Bacon, if it indeed him here. You got 2 completely identical liveries for both teams. The Tonese Motorsports of Enzo and Jackson Tovo, and the Jay Howard driver development drivers in this big 6-car train headed down the front stretch at 7 laps to go. This battle far from over. Indeed it was. Actually, looks like maybe it was Ava Dobson. Yeah, the young lady getting her elbows out.
Well, and she went from, she was in 13th after Enzo made that move and got a great run out and picked up those spots. You got to give it, too, to the guy sitting in 10th right now, the number 12, Diego Guillot. He had a problematic day yesterday. Today, he is showing what he's capable of with a really stout top 10 run.
Again, we talked about, this being the last race for a couple of weeks for all these kids against what most of the competition will look like for the USF Juniors. So very cool to see Diego Guillot going to be able to hold his head high coming out of Homestead-Miami with a good run in the works and showing that the speed that he has on individual laps, he's got over a long run as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a really, really good job. And again, that's part of it. You have a tough day. We talked about it a little while ago. Sometimes it's ironic. One of the best weapons a driver has could be a short memory.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
No doubt. Down the front stretch for our leader again, Jack Jeffers, for a moment looked like he was getting reeled in, but he has turned the wick up completely on Max Taylor and opened the gap up. And you talk about putting an exclamation point on a championship run to dominate the final race of the season. He's going to be striking a lot of fear into a lot of team owners and drivers for the upcoming USF Juniors Championship with his performance right here.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, Aiden Potter is starting to put some serious pressure on Patricio Gonzalez for that 6th spot. The number 19 of Gonzalez, the 6 of Potter. They are in a really stout battle coming out of the bowl right now. Potter pushing so hard, drops those rights just a little, or the lefts just a little bit through 5. Not enough to slow him down. but enough to look cool when that little bit of spray hits the air.
Yeah, just definitely a cool photo opportunity right there here mid-race for him. He's doing the Academy Winter Series media crew a favor with that one as they head on to the backstretch here. So we're spread out, though. Like you said, that's got a great battle. Further back, you still have that big train led by Ava Dobson and company with the Tovo brothers, with Timmy Carroll, with Michael Succo, Jace Bacon all in the mix. And then at the front, I mean, even that battle we had a little bit earlier on between Sebastian Weldon, Evan Cooley, João Vergara, that is spread apart as well as they head off the high banks. All about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds apart for third, fourth, and fifth headed into the S's.
And you know, folks, sometimes you don't really understand how tough it is when you built a nice big lead to keep the pace, keep the momentum up, and stay focused. Because you've got that big lead, and you might be thinking, all right, I'm going to back off a little bit, try and save tires, and that's when you can make mistakes. So this is a huge test of these young drivers. When you get that big lead and you're not chasing somebody, how you keep your head in it. And Jeffers doing a superb job.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, initially he's getting reeled in by Max Taylor. I'm sure he was thinking, good gracious, can it not be 12 to go? Can we just take out the 10 and make it 2? You're trying to run out the clock, but yeah, on the flip side, in the case of Max Taylor, you see a guy start to pull away from you and you're by yourself, that race just drags on, and it's hard to stay motivated and stay hungry when you see you're not making inroads. It's very easy to stay concentrated when you can see that you're making progress, but when you're losing ground, it is very hard, like you said, to keep your head, to keep clicking off good times. In the case of Max Taylor, he did do that last time by. It was still pretty close to about where he'd been. He had that one good 29.4 for about a lap or two, and he's been pretty stable around the 29.7, 29.8. And sometimes that's just how racing goes. It may not be your day. The car might be a second place, third place car, and you've got to live with that and still make sure you at least bring it to that spot.
And that last lap, Sebastian Weldon went 4/10 quicker than Taylor. Problem for him is he's 4 seconds back. You know, that's a great pace. It isn't enough at this stage. He needs a little help. He needs somebody up front to make a mistake.
Yeah, he would need something massive to be able to get there in time before this race is over. But, you know, knock on wood, with how spread we have been, the drivers are behaving themselves pretty well. And that's really the only thing that could put a damper in Jack Jeffers' day is if a caution would come out. That's about it. At this point, the pace being looking good. Of course, a mechanical on his end would sideline him as well. But really, no mistakes, another flawless drive. He's one of the few drivers that we really have not seen kick up any dust, drop any tires, no mistakes, just a perfect, you know, controlled textbook race from the pole.
Well, you know what, and I've often said that, you know, really good drivers can find that limit, right, on occasion. The great ones live there. And Jeffers just looks like he's in that kind of a mindset. Every lap, it's consistent. It's you know, you always try and drive the perfect lap, and he's strung together as many near perfect laps as you can get here.
Oh, we've got someone off the side of the road. That is Sebastian Weldon.
Oh my!
Potentially Sebastian Weldon off on the infield there on the run to turns 6 and 7. If indeed that's Weldon there, I believe it is the Gainbridge VRD driver who had just went with his quickest personal lap just a couple laps ago, or matched it. As we come to the line, he's not necessarily in the safest spot. It might take us under yellow.
Yeah, I see the flags are ready. Nothing's been pulled yet, and there's no traffic coming at this point, and you're hoping against hope he can get it started and drive away. I don't know that that's going to happen where he is. The problem is, obviously there'll be a yellow flag, so there's no passing in that area. It'll be up to the officials to go, are we good to leave him for another, what would be 2.5 laps? If they opt to do that, we'll see.
Well, here comes, unfortunately, the final dagger in the championship hopes for Sebastian Weldon as Jack Jeffers comes on by and puts him 1 lap down here with 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go now. And granted, it would have been a near impossibility if the yellow did come out and he got caught up, stayed tail end the lead lap, still would have had to pass 19 cars to get to Jeffers. But for Sebastian Weldon, just a gut-wrenching blow here at the end. And who knows, that might have been a problem that was plaguing him in terms of losing power, not having as much speed this entire race, and just finally let go. So to have a bit of a woulda, coulda, shoulda moment, just unfortunate, but at least he was at that point, would still have walked away with a podium. That's out of reach as well now.
Yeah, and for Evan Cooley, who came in here third in the points, he'd need to win this, and he'd still be off. What do we got? Full course yellow has been called.
Yep, and you know, even though we were coming to 2 laps to go, that's a smart call by the Academy Winter Series. You just never know when you get to the final stages of the race. Any part of the racetrack could be dangerous. Sebastian Weldon completely exposed there on the infield, only about 5 feet of grass, and if guys start banging tires coming out of the bowl, that could have gotten ugly. So they're going to obviously throw us under the safety car. The yellow lap here, it might end up bringing us to an early end, and that might conclude it under yellow. We might get a quick restart at the end of this one as well. So we'll have to wait and see on race control here.
Yeah, it all depends on how quick they can get the wrecker out there and get him moved. They've been doing a really nice job of that, clearing cars here. You know, the other thing is they may have been willing to leave it had there been a place where Sebastian could have gone out and gone through a cutout, got behind the wall. There's nowhere for him to go there, and you know, so he's just sitting there literally defenseless. I think this, you know, you have to always act safety first.
And, you know, again, if they want to give us the restart here, if they go slow enough, you can see that the safety trucks have started to move now behind the last car, so they'll go over there and get hooked up. That'd be our only shot at this point here. We have 2 laps to go. We do have the time limit, so if we delay it or bring them down, in any case, that could bring us to a short race restart, which would be the last thing Jack Jeffers would have wanted, but great for me and you up here in the booth to watch some entertaining racing in a green-white checkered. But we'll have to just wait and see on that here as the field parades around. I know that that would be the last thing they'd want to do here for the Winter Series. Oh, and we've got the white flag out here, so we will end them under yellow. So there's the confirmation.
Yep.
Flagman's got the white flag in hand, and as much as you and I would have loved some fireworks for the finish, a smart move, to be fair. These teams, this is still a test weekend. It's fun to have this championship. It's fun to race. It's fun to give us a point scenario, but this is all about training for the real championship coming later this year. So no need to crash a bunch of cars and rack up 6 figures of damage for just winter training.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the racing's great, but as you said, you don't want to at some point end up with a risk of injury to anybody. You know, you guys have had a great week here. There's no sense in pushing that envelope unnecessarily. It's a wise call. And again, this is something that these drivers, if they are going to continue racing, are going to deal with. Late race cautions that change stuff up every once in a while. You think, I've played this to perfection. I've got the fastest car out here, and we're going to finish under yellow, and I can't do anything with it. All of this is experience.
Yes, 100%. Yep. You know, obviously the top couple cars were all spread apart, but those mid-pack battles, that's why they were continuing to fight lap after lap, because you get into, you know, 5-6 laps to go, that's to a degree sudden death. You know, at any point that yellow could come out and end the race early, so you just never know, and you want to get into as high of a spot as you can at all times, but especially in that final stage of the race where this can't happen. So the yellow flag being displayed, the white flag displayed, and I'm sure Jack Jeffers might have liked to celebrate at a higher speed in 1 lap's time, but at least now he can get the poses right under the safety car.
There you go.
There you go. Give us a nice fist pump. I mean, this was not just a perfect race by Jack from the pole, leading every single lap and pulling away, but it's a clean sweep of every official session on the weekend. Fastest lap in qualifying by himself, no toe, over a 10th on everybody else. Winner race 1, winner in the invert race 2, and a sweep of the weekend, and it was exactly what he needed to do coming into Homestead to have any shot at a championship, because regardless of whether Weldon would have broken down or not, his incredible run in the final half of this Winter Series is what's going to secure him the title, and what would have secured him the title either way, and he needed that because he was in Weldon's shoes at race 2 of the championship at Sebring.
Well, and that's it. I mean, from the very first green flag here, I have not seen Jeffers make anything remotely resembling a mistake. He has just been absolutely stellar. And for Evan Cooley, and I'm not great at math, but if I understand how your points will work, he'll end up with that 3rd place finish at 32 points to Weldon's 36. So close to finishing 2nd in the championship, but just going to miss it.
Yeah, and so that he just comes up shy, but when you talk points as well, Diego Guillot is going to score some points here. He'll go in the points in the top 10, which is cool. He's scored in 9th right now as everyone was graduated up 1 position after Weldon retiring. So now your top 10 as they run, as you can see with the driver's eye leaderboard that was on your screen, it was Jack Jeffers over Taylor. Cooley will get a podium to end it in 3rd. Vergara, Patricio Gonzalez, the top 5. Then Aiden Potter with his career best finished here in the Winter Series in 6th. Rodrigo Gonzalez, G3 Argyros, Gio, and then Ava Dobson.
Great run by Ava.
We'll get another top 10 to add to her resume. So nicely done for Ava.
Yeah, she had her elbows out in that one. She was scrapping and fighting for everything. Absolutely great run. And that's going to, let's see, Rodrigo. Yeah, he's going to open up that margin just a little bit, but she's got a solid top 10 in the points here.
Yeah, very impressive for her, and a big improvement from 2023, where she was really just getting her feet wet into Formula Car racing, and a massive leap forward for Ava Dobson. And right now, still some work to do, obviously, to get to the level of Jack Jeffers and Sebastian Weldon and Max Taylor. But, you know, if she improves at this level, maybe in 2025, maybe by the end of 2024, she could be absolutely fighting for the podiums and some race wins. But here we come, folks, down the front stretch. Unfortunately, the yellow is out, but the checker is out as well. It is a race win, it is a weekend sweep, and it is the championship to Jack Jeffers and Exclusive Auto Sport, with Max Taylor and Evan Cooley completing our podium here in race number 6.
Just an incredible weekend here that we've seen, and certainly, you know, with the week that you guys have had starting at Sebring, man, you're lucky. You got to watch some incredible racing for a week-long straight stretch. And you had some go-karting for fun, too. Not bad.
Yeah, no, not bad. And that's continuing across the street as well. I mean, that is just rack them up and go from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with 8 different divisions of races that are all as short as this or even shorter, which has been fun to watch as well. So, yeah, no, I have been living a race fan's dream for the past 6 days. No doubt about that here with great racing at Sebring, great racing here. And, you know, it's been really nice, as, you know, you were here, I believe, last year. Last year we had a couple of scary calls and some wild incidents. To come here this year, a couple of incidents that were relatively small here at Homestead. And then really through all 3 races, the majority of the drivers behaved themselves super well, including this one, a completely clean race when it comes to contact and any spins or anything like that. All clean all the way through, just 2 mechanical failures. You'll have that.
And you think about it, you talked about it earlier, that this entry this year is double the size of what we had last year, and yet everything, the drivers dropped a tire here and there, you had the odd spin, you expect that. But as you said, incredibly clean racing with a field twice the size. That speaks volumes about the Academy and the Winter Series itself, and the organization, the instruction part of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for many of these drivers too, to really have little to no car experience, some little to no racing experience, you know, for Evan Cooley to be on the podium here with Exclusive Auto Sport in only 2 years of local level karting, not national level like what's going on across the street right now. That's the highest level. That's, you know, even to the adult classes, paid guys to race go-karts. But for him, for Exclusive Auto Sport, big testament to them to get him up to speed. But for him to be clean, the whole field to be clean, a testament to the Academy Winter Series for sure, to be, you know, just developing talent in the way that it should be. Clean, hard racing, going all the way to the finish, and putting on a great show for the fans here for the Miami 500.
Boy, did you. No question about it. I know you got a podium you got to get to. Thank you so much once again, Xander Clements. Absolutely incredible job up here in the booth, and an absolutely incredible job for the Academy in the Winter Series.
Absolutely, Greg. It's been a pleasure here.
Likewise.
Other kind of bigger national championships are all around 3 to
We'll have the grid walk, so be listening for announcements for when the grid is open for the grid walk. You can get out amongst the cars and the drivers for the 3rd FARA GT and Prototype sprint race, slated to start about 12:45. That will be the next on-track activity. Then a couple of the HPDE classes. Then Formula FARA's 2nd race. then another HPDE, and then we'll wrap the day up with a 2-hour enduro. So looking forward to that as well. So that's what we're heading into right now. And again, Xander heading down. They've got their own podium that they do for the Winter Series over in their paddock area. And so with that, we're going to pause right now up here in the booth. And we will be back with you occasionally during this lunch break. But before I go, I need to inform everybody and implore everybody, go get your lunch at the food trucks. They have some amazing food over there. Please head on over there. Spend a little of your money with them to let them know that we appreciate them being here. And you're going to get some incredibly tasty food for yourselves, and make sure that you do it. So get after it, enjoy it, and again, just keep in mind, look at any of the vendors that might be over in the Breezeway area. Great to have you all here, and with that, we are going to pause on the stream as we will be back with you right about, let's say, in the 1240 area, maybe a little bit before that even, on our stream. Again, thanks to Drivers Eye Live for their live presentation here of the Miami 500 weekend, the opening round of the FARA Championships for 2024. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as our grid walk is continuing here at the track, we do want to say a very big thank you once again to all of the key sponsors and partners, quite truly partners of FARA, for not just this Miami 500 opening weekend of the 2024 FARA Championships, but for the entire season for FARA and all of its classes. And we are so lucky to have an absolutely great group that have chosen to be part and parcel of this phenomenal series. Now in its second year under new ownership, new direction, and taking big strides to make some significant steps and make this a truly fantastic series. And it is well on the way, FARA is. And take a look at that beautiful number 25. That is going to be the car we'll be starting on the overall pole. That is called a Praga, and it runs in the Ferrari Prototype category. And it won the race outright yesterday. Now there were a couple of other cars in this group in the FP1 FARA Prototype 1 category that had been a little quicker in the the first race. However, they ran into some problems and ended up getting DQ'd for the second race. And since the grid is based on finishing order, that's how it goes. Here's the number 100 of Milan Lewis, and he is a great story. Last year, Milan was a double champion, winning championships in both the GT3B Sprint as well as the Enduro category. And this year, making the big step, not just up into a GT2 or a GT1 category, but right up into the FARA Prototype 2 category. And that just means FP1 versus FP2. It's a matter of horsepower versus weight. Here's one of these incredibly Wolf Thunder cars. Look at that thing. Very, very sleek. Really has a lot of commonality with what would look like a Formula car. However, it's got full bodywork, full aero bodywork, and that is an absolutely beautiful machine. That is the number 14. And tell you what, that is a guy who has been a huge supporter of this championship from the off and does a great job with building. He is the importer for the Wolf Thunder cars. It's Manny Sanchez, who has an incredible history of racing for many years in the U.S. and putting on some absolutely incredible racing. You also see down there the beautiful number 155. That was the overall pole sitter for the racing earlier. That's Marco Sanchetti in that Revolution A1R. Absolutely incredible car. And then we have going back, taking a look at another of those amazing Wolf prototypes that are going to be run here. And just an incredible group of competitors and drivers here in those machines. We're talking as the 166 Giuseppe Castellano in the FP2 category. The number 29 is Ray de las Casas, another absolutely phenomenal machine. So, and even though in the race they were mixed up and about and they didn't run in race 2, some of them, so they would be at the back of the grid, it is a rule in FARA in this series itself, the FARA GT and Prototype, that no matter where you finish in a prototype, for the next race, you will start at the back of the prototype group because the cars have that level of performance potential. So now we're making our way down to the GT field, and there's the car that is going to be starting second in the GT field, and that is Adan Ramos, and he is driving that number 241. Absolutely beautiful Porsche fielded by ANSA Motorsports. ANSA, a longtime supporter of FARA, and great to have them in. The car that has not arrived yet, that will be starting on the class pole, is David Tuwati in the bright orange and blue highlighted Porsche. He'll be starting on the outright pole in the GT category in the GT1A. Here is the, I think that is the number, is that the 129? No, it's the 87 of Mark Julian, who won in GT1B and put on an absolutely amazing drive for a GT1B, not A car, B car, and yet finishing, for instance, up in front of this car, the number 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano, the Mira Capital entry. Absolutely beautiful GT1A. Porsche that he brought home third in that category. And but I'll tell you what, Mark Julian was up on the wheel yesterday. Next to him is an incredible car. It's the 111, and believe it or not, it looks. Look at that cockpit. It looks very much like it would be a prototype. It's not. It's actually a GT2 category. KTM is the name of the car. KTM makes motorcycles and chainsaws, all that kind of stuff. And they built this absolutely amazing car, which has been a giant killer on the global GT scene. And that's Michael Copper in the 111 in that beautiful car. Then next to him is the number 53. That is Gary Young, third in the GT1B category race yesterday. That is an absolutely stunning Ferrari. Look at the lines. Look at the beauty of this machine here. And you would expect nothing else from Ferrari, and he gave it a really tasty ride yesterday. Next to him is the number 33 of Ronnie Parent, and Ronnie has been on form here this weekend in the Extreme Velocity Porsche Cayman, and he won in GT2A in that second race. And look for him to be right up at the sharp end of things in that class once again. And beautiful car, the Cayman, a good-looking machine. Anything that's on the grid here is going to be stunning. How about that? That is a Super Trofeo Lamborghini Huracan, and sponsored by Lamborghini Broward there and Roger Dubois. And that is the car of Alex Lima. And Alex was contending for a podium in the first race, had an issue, dropped back in the second race, fought his way up, finished fourth in GT1A, 11th overall. And look at the lines on that. Look at the sculpting, those outlets over the front tires to evacuate air to keep that car as glued to the track as possible. The technology here, there you can see those louvers over the rear wheels as well. Just phenomenal tech here. And then here is the number 84. That's Manuel Gomez. Won the GT2B category yesterday, driving the Palm Beach Tactical. That's the BMW M2. And beautiful cars. And talk about a great little turnkey race car. All right, folks, here's the call. And as always, we appreciate all of you following through for us here. Please clear the grid. All non-essential personnel, please clear the grid and get behind not only that pit wall, but behind that fence that separates the garages from the pit wall itself. And if you're in that open area in between there, two yellow lines, be back behind that second yellow line as we continue our look at some of these beautiful cars here on the grid. That's Sophia Baszler. And I talk about a driver who had an incredible year last year, winning the championship in the GT2A category in both the sprint and enduro. And this year, stepping up into GT1B. Nice step up there. Here's the number 78, and that is the car that is going to be Marco Pisa. Will be running in this car in the ATAC Racing entry for this race. And there you see some of the other cars. There's David Tuati's pole-sitting GT car. David wearing a lot of hats here. Podium announcer, podium interviewer, FARA co-partner, and wicked fast race driver. So he does it all. And that gal that was just walking there, she's really the heart and soul of this whole thing. She makes it all happen. An absolutely remarkable young lady, and so fortunate to have her as part of this whole program here. Trish Shield, she does a lot of work with Tuati's team, TLM, but also has become instrumental in making things happen in this series. There's the number 19, and that is an absolutely thundering V8 Corvette in the hands of Jose or his sons, John Chocron. That's a 2005 Corvette, and it is stunning. Here's the number 47 of Philippe Rezic. It's 47X, and that is an Anza Motorsports entered. That's a KTM. It's a GT4 level KTM, as opposed to, and they're called a Crossbow, as opposed to the GT2 version. So an absolutely great look at some of this field here. There's the 77 of Rick Tamarian, and he has been on form here as well. So we take a look at some of the other cars out there. You see TLM USA, that's Tuati Lira Motorsports. That's the number 83. Jonathan Guerin in the TLM BMW M2. And drivers, if you're not already, drivers to your cars. Drivers to your cars. A huge thank you to all of our fans who were down on the grid walk, out on the grid, for clearing it as quickly as you did. We appreciate that deeply. It means we can stay on time here. And how about a shout out here, folks, to Jordan, who's manning our camera down there during this grid walk and giving us some of these remarkable looks at these beautiful machines and some of the drivers strapping in, ready to get out and do battle here on this incredibly technical and challenging Roval road course here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. There's the number 47. That's the actual 47 as opposed to 47X. That's Justin Levine, finished second in GT2B in that BMW, and wasn't too far off of the winner here. So he'd like to be able to close that gap up just a little bit and get after it and run down the 84 of Manuel Gomez. So we're getting ready. These cars, everybody's queuing up, getting ready to go. The prototypes are up front. Pace car is staged. Energy is building. And tell you what, I think one of the guys who's been doing some of the best driving out there is that 87, that black Porsche with all the white striping on it of Mark Julian. Again, he's a GT1B car, so that is in theory, a less performance-capable Porsche than the GT1A cars of a David Tuati, of the 241 of Aiden Ramos, of the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. But it's not that far out of the window. And Mark Julian, when he is up on the wheel, he is superb, and it's showing with his speed and splitting some of the GT1A cars. That's just incredible. Good look there at one of the Homestead-Miami Speedway safety vehicles doing a final track inspection, and then these cars will head out behind the pace car for their pace and parade laps, and then we'll be racing for 30 minutes. Again, another 30-minute sprint for this category, and it will be coming up here in very short order. Hope everybody's ready for it. We sure are. No question about that. Here's a really good look at turn one. Come down that front straight. There's the pit out. And then you bend down and follow that cone line that takes you down into turn one. Turn one, very fast, high speed. You just click down literally off of the slight banking, but it's still enough that there's a pretty good bump, especially if you run the inside right to the curb line through turn one. And then you get to turn two, and you approach it a lot faster than you think. And it's a bit more snug than you would think. And I say that from personal experience during a Porsche driving experience that I had the opportunity to drive here many years ago. I took a beautiful Porsche Turbo all-wheel drive right off the outside of turn two over there because I had finally, as David Hobbs would say, dialed up my attachments enough to allow me to flat-foot it through turn one, and made the cardinal error of not backing my braking up a little bit. So having been there, I know what it's like, and yikes. So, all right, pace car is starting to ease away and give himself a little bit of room, and just waiting for the signal. And there it is, our field now, led by the winner overall of yesterday's race in that beautiful white number 25 Praga, Martin Bruhat. And there is a secondary driver in that car. I don't think that other driver is in that car right now. I think he will be in. That would be Robert Haub, and I believe he might be in that car just for the Enduro, but we'll keep track of that. Problem for Milan Lewis, not able to drive away. Oh, my goodness. If he gets it started and going, I think if he can catch them before the end of the first lap, he might be able to rejoin in position, but the car just parked. Oh, we're just getting word that there has been a mechanical problem on that car, and they have informed the officials that they're out. They're going to have to DNS, or do not start. Did not start here in this race. What a shame. Milan, after winning two championships last year, making this big step and hopping into that radical prototype, or excuse me, that's the Ligier, and not able to make his way off. And do need to inform everybody who might be down there in the pit area, do not sit on pit wall. It is not only just a regulation, it's also an insurance and safety issue. So if you're down in the pit lane, whether you're on the hot side of the track as a crew member or whether you're a guest behind the pit wall, you cannot sit on pit wall, including if your car is out. I see a gentleman down there over by Milan's car that still is sitting on pit wall. You gotta move right now, please. All right, field is underway. This is going to be an interesting race here. Yesterday, the show in race 2 was put on by David Tuati, who had a mechanical issue, overheating issue in race 1 after he'd gone to the front in class almost, and then ended up out. Started near dead last on the field and stormed his way through. I believe we guesstimated he started about 30th and ended up in 6th after the first lap. So that was one heck of a run for him. And we'll see who else might be putting on a show like that today. All right, looking for the field to start forming up here. And the guy to keep an eye on early here as well is going to be the number 155. Even though he was DQ'd yesterday, Marco Cincetti, he was the class of the field and had out-qualified everybody. And qualifying for this by about 2 seconds, Aaron White showed up late in his Praga and gave the 155 of Cincetti one heck of a battle, but then Weiss had a mechanical and ended up out, and Cincetti went on to win by a huge margin. But then, as I said, not able to start the race yesterday, so watch him to go. He's already going to be able to start near the front. Watch him go. We're green! Green flag is out. It's racing, and a nice start by the 25 of Bruhat, but look at the pace of Cincetti in that Revolution A1R, already up into the 2nd spot, dives down, and we're green at the front of the field as well. And a massive start, a huge launch by our Lamborghini. What a launch for that car. Alex Lima trying to make good for the problems that he had yesterday. And David Tuati, once again, not exactly sure why David started as far back as he did. I showed him gritting. He would have been gritting on the pole in the GT group. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but nonetheless, he and that Corvette that is, oh, look at the speed, the line of Chacron in that Corvette, that bright orange beast. That thing has so much horsepower in a straight line. He just went far right, blew by 4 cars. From the exit of 5 to the entry of 6, man, he is hooked up. And he's going to catch a couple more here. Is he going to get them both? He just outbraked 2 Porsches down into turn number 8. Oh my goodness, here he comes. That is spectacular. But Porsches being Porsches, that car just said, yeah, you're not going to actually outbrake me all the way to the apex, and went right back through. But Chacron is just going to accelerate past that car as well. And away he goes as our prototypes come storming through to complete lap number 1. It's Bruhat still hanging on over Cincetti. Bruhat and or Robert Haub doing a superb job. Manny Sanchez leading in FP2 over Ray de las Casas, and then Giuseppe Castellano, who won the FP2 race in race 1 here. Alex Lima up front in GT1A in that beautiful Lamborghini, chased hard by the 241 GT1A Porsche of Aiden Ramos, and then the fast closing thundering Corvette. Big plume of dust over at the exit of turn 2. Somebody dropping their tires. And right now, Chacron only has 2 cars between himself and the overall class lead, and that is Lima and Ramos. Behind Chacron right now is Mark Julian, who is just a giant killer in that GT1B car. doing a superb job right now, keeping himself with Chacron. And then David Tuati is making a move as well. And new leader overall, as Sanchetti has taken the Revolution A1R around the number 25 Praga. That's a new overall leader, new leader in the FP1 or FARA Prototype 1 category. And now it's going to be a matter of can that number 25 Praga, can he stay with Sanchetti and give him a run? And the thing is, you look at that Revolution A1R, that car is very aero effective. Lots, almost like the barge boards they used to have in Formula One. It almost has that kind of look to it in spots. And here comes Chacron coming out of the bowl, turn 4. Fast closing now on our duo up front in GT, coming closing on Ramos and Lima. To get to them by the braking zone here of turn 8. You can see that orange car back behind Ramos. That's the all-white Porsche chasing that Lamborghini. That Lamborghini, it's not like that is exactly off the horsepower to either. It goes with that V10 engine in the back. Chacron diving down underneath Aiden Ramos, though, and takes that Corvette into second now overall and in GT1A. And David Tuati is closing as well. He's turning some awfully good laps. Tuati, that last lap, a 29 flat. And look at the horsepower for Chacron as he just blows by the Lamborghini of Alex Lima and into the race lead. There he is as he heads down through that fast turn 1. Now into turn 2. There's Tuati just entering turn 2, so he's coming as well. Here's the exit of, this is the very tight serpentine part. Turn 3 now into the bowl. That's turn 4. And a little bit of banking, now accelerating out where Tuati and leaving the bowl right now. Then this little flick through turn 5 that you're just accelerating hard through. You got to balance it. It's not an easy corner. And then I'll tell you what, these GT1A cars, you know, after watching some of the other cars that have been racing here that are by design underpowered because it's a learning class. The grunt of this GT1A cars, that run from turn 5 to 6 sure seems a lot shorter when you've got about 500 more horsepower than some of these other cars here. They are booking right now. Let's take a look and see David Tuati, that last lap of 128.8. And that was the only car in GT that was quicker was Jose Chacron. So Tuati is fast closing and going to move up here. And they have already, the race leaders, catching some of the cars that are a little bit deeper in the field. And we've got some Honda Wars cars. I think that first car they caught, the 718, Ernesto Roca and Rafael Garcia. And they sit third in Honda Wars right now, behind the 6 of Wilbur Perez. And then Luis Canajate and Andor Mimo Tomasello are leading in the 89. They've got a couple of GT4A cars between themselves and Wilbur Perez, as Isabella Abreu continues to lead in GT4A right now, doing a nice job over Luigi Fara. Got a nice little battle for in GT3B as well, as Tommaso Bolfon, the number 5, is pressuring right now Mike Grenobles in the number 338. Grenobles, one of the guys who has put up a win already. He did it yesterday in the second race in his Honda Civic, and is once again doing a nice job. But Tommaso Bolfon in that number 5, that's the BMW from Ronnie Sport Racing, RSR. also really putting together a stout run right now. Well, it is easy to find out where that Corvette is at all times here. Oh, and David Tuati is putting one heck of a lap together. A needle thread pass, unbelievable. He had already gone around Aiden Ramos, and he made a move as Alex Lima was down low to defend. Tuati went high. They both came up on the back of a lap car. And Tuati, oh, a touch there in the bowl. But Tuati just threaded the needle and went through, made the pass on Lima. And then Tuati and another, it was a different lap car. Tuati thought he had an opening into the bowl. The other car didn't see him, turned in. Tuati checked up. I think there may have been the very lightest of taps. I don't think it really upset anybody in terms of the car. May have upset the drivers a little bit. But everybody gets through unscathed. But that thread the needle move checked up Alex Lima in the Lamborghini a little bit, and Aiden Ramos in the number 241. I think that's Adon. I'm sorry, Adon Ramos in the 241 is really heaping the pressure on at this stage as well. Keeping an eye on, look out for some other great battles that are unfolding. And yeah, Lima, Tuati, when they came by, there was nothing between them. And Adon Ramos, well, I'll tell you, it looks like Alex Lima may have, that pass by Tuati may have got him just off his rhythm a little bit, because now Adon Ramos has passed Alex Lima and been able to open up a little bit of a margin. And now Alex Lima stopped and parked behind another class car, one of the, I think that might be the number 11 BMW of Zoltan Wallace, who runs in the GT3A category. Giving you a rundown of who's doing what where. As I said, it's Isabella Abro leading in GT4A. Pretty good margin over Luigi Faro at this stage. Right now, Rey de las Casas in the number 29, Wolf Thunder, has gone to the lead in FP2 over a previous winner already this weekend, the 166 of Giuseppe Castellano. The 14 of Manny Sanchez is in third. In GT1A, as we've documented, it's Jose Chacron, David Tuati, Adon Ramos, Alex Lima, and Miguel Angel Marcano sitting in the fifth spot. In the GT1B, it's the 87 of Mark Julian, and he's got about an 8-second lead back to the 111 of Michael Copper in the KTM. Then that beautiful Ferrari of Gary Young in the third spot, the 53. Then the 132 of Sophia Basler, continuing as she steps into the deep end of the pool, moving from GT2 up into GT1B. And having one heck of a run. GT2A, it's Ronnie Perrin, who's already got a nice-sized lead over the 60 of Adolfo Rossi. And it looks like James Haman was not able to make the start. Honda Wars, as I've said, it's the 89 of Canahuti and Tomasello. I'm not sure which one's driving over Wilbur Perez. And then third, Ernesto Roca or Rafael Garcia. In the GT2B category, it's Manuel Gomez leading a big lead already over the 47 of Justin Lepine in the BMW, then the number 78 BMW of Marco Pisa, then the number 83 of Jonathan Guerin, and then Neil Dimitri in his Ginetta, and then at GT3A, it is Patricio Frenulik, but I tell you, he had a pretty sizable margin over Rick Tamirian in their race yesterday. Not today. Tamirian keeping that margin within a second here, and then Zoltan Wallace in third, Matthew Paulino in the fourth spot. In GT4B, it's Leo Milares, continues to lead over Mike Leo, who just had that stunning drive in the Pro Spec Miata race. And then the FP1, as we said, overall, it's Marco Sanchetti, over either Martin Bruhat or Robert Haub. And then in GT3B, it's Mike Grenobles, and then number 338 over the 5 of Tommaso Bolfon, and then the 147 of Gilbert Pinson in a BMW. So that's a look at where things are running here in some of the classes right now. Really impressed here with the run that Ray De Las Casas has put in. And you know, Giuseppe Castellano in that FP2 car, that's a very quick car, but doesn't have the most powerful of engines. It's a very fast car in the turns, but Jose Chacron in that number 19 Corvette with that big thundering mega horsepower V8 has actually moved around Giuseppe Castellano and taken that thunderous GT1 Corvette up into 4th overall, and is frankly running laps a little bit quicker right now than the FP2 leader, Ray De Las Casas, in the number 29. Alain Nadal is out there as well in one of the KTMs. He's having a very solid run now. Didn't start yesterday, so had to come from the back, and he's up into the 13th spot. That is the number 13. And Gary Young in that GT1B Ferrari. That is a beautiful Ferrari F430. Those cars had an incredible era in the Ferrari Challenge category. Absolutely flying out there. Still Mark Julian leading in GT1B. Michael Copper sits second in that class. And then it's Gary Young, although he's back a little bit. Some of these gaps opening up just a little bit. However, that battle for GT4B between the two Miatas, they are putting on one heck of a show right now. The margin there is less than half a second between Luis Milares and Mike Leo. They're heading down the straight now into turn 8. Whistling along there, you can see the arrow right there. And they're running, there's traffic around them as well. And that traffic trying to get down underneath, a little bit more horsepower in that BMW, and he just wants to clear them. And Milares and Leo, they are not going quietly, that's for sure. And they've got some of the really quick cars in this field are going to be coming up behind them in pretty short order here. Let's watch how that battle unfolds. The silver Miata is the one being driven by Luis Milares. And then there's the white Miata. And here comes David Tuati. And I'll tell you what, Leo really got the worst of that exchange as they come by here. As Luis, as they dealt with that one BMW that's trying to come through, Luis Milares was able to deal with that just a little bit smoother, and that has opened that margin up. And Mike Leo continues now. He's got a GT1A Porsche working by him and that BMW, And Leo a lot quicker than that BMW through the twisty bits, and he's just trying to stay inside. Meanwhile, here comes Gary West, steaming by both of them. And I think that's Lima as well that's diving down to the inside. But Leo now has truly lost touch with Millares. I hope that wasn't the announcer's curse. I'm just going to blame that on traffic at an awkward moment out there. Time is flying in this one. We're at 12 minutes. 12 minutes to go. And Rick Tamarian is continuing to keep in that number 71 BMW, the 77 BMW, keeping the 71 of Patricio Franulik in very close concert here. Trying to spot where those cars are on the track here. Yeah, Millares now has been able to open up a really solid lead. And unfortunately for Mike Leo, he's still dealing with the BMW, the RSR entry of Tommaso Bolfon. Gets by him again, and the problem is that BMW, it's got more motor, it's good in a straight line, but it's nowhere as quick and agile through the corners. And every time Tommaso Bolfon gets underneath Mike Leo, it's into turn 2, and then Leo is stuck behind him and loses time relative. He comes out of, look at this, out of turn 5. Leo this time goes to the outside, and Bolfon doesn't realize he's coming, drifts over, and Leo has to drop his lefts in the dirt to avoid contact. He is fighting for everything he possibly can right now. There goes the number 70. Wow, that's closed up. This is a great battle here, folks. The margin is down to 0.8 of a second between Franulik in the number 71 and Tamarian in the number 77. And this traffic is really bunching things up here. And Tamarian, that margin's gone. Tamarian is on the rear deck right now of the 71, and that's a BMW 318 and a BMW M3. And Tamarian looking to the inside, down into turn 6. Does he get there? He doesn't. Boy, he got way up on that curb, but Franulik stuck with his line. But now, having a look here, and Tamarian had that inside line. I thought he might be able to accelerate a little bit, but once again, you find yourself in a scenario when you've got that car to the outside of you, you can't unwind the wheel and go all the way to track out on the fast line. You have to thus wait to give it throttle, or you're going to snap around, and that's exactly what happened there, and gave Franulik a little bit of breathing room. But you can be pretty sure that's going to close down again in a big hurry. Yeah, Mike Leo has now dropped almost 7 seconds behind Luis Millares. But that Tamarian Franulik battle continues to be really, really good. We're going to keep our eyes on that one. Here they come to the start-finish line for the 71, the silver 71 of Franulik, and the yellow and black 77 of Tamarian. We're down to 8.5 minutes to go here in our third 30-minute sprint. Tell you what, even though David Tuati went around Adon Lamos in that number 241, is keeping him very honest. That margin has not been more than a second, and right now it's 0.8 in the battle for second and third. They're putting on a great show in their own right. Keeping an eye out for where they are. Here comes that vet of Chacron. still trying to find our that battle. There they come. Yeah, Ramos is there. That margin's less than 8/10 now. It's down to 2 car lengths. Don Ramos driving beautifully right now. They're coming up on the back of this battle between Tamarian and Patricio in our GT3A category. Guati gets through on Tamarian, and he's going to try a late braking move. So close. Fortunately, that bright orange car is pretty visible, and Franulik sees him there, opens the wheel up and lets him through. Meanwhile, Don Ramos, after closing it up, is getting trapped behind a couple of cars. One of them briefly here, the 71 of Franulik. Now he gets on the hammer, but he's lost a little bit of ground here in that exchange. We're really focusing on those 2 closest class battles right now. Six minutes to go. Tell you what, that exchange in traffic, that was a big boost, obviously, for the 71. Isabella Abro continuing to do a really nice job in GT4A. Sizable lead right now. Just looks really good. Here comes our battle. The 71 of Franulik. He's got cars all around him, including a prototype blowing by down the front straight. Great action here in turn 8 as well. Just one of the things I love about FARA is just the eclectic mix of machines. They are absolutely stunning. You know, Ferrari, Corvette, Lamborghini, Porsche. It's amazing. Oh, and Rick Tamarian working traffic beautifully, heading into turn 6. We may have a change in the lead here in the class, heading down toward turn 6. Does that pass happen here? Looks to the, he went to the outside. Beautiful defensive move there by the BMW. That is now first in your frame. Tamarian looks to the inside again. And Franulik is not going to fight him too much there, because if he goes there, he's going to be on the outside as they head down here into turn 8. Here they come. And Tamarian just not quite close enough to try and just chuck it in underneath, but he got a great exit out of that turn, and as they accelerate out, Tamarian has gone to the lead. Late in the going, a new leader in GT3A. Rick Tamarian getting in front of Franulik. Absolutely beautiful move. He got Franulik, but now Franulik coming back over in turn 11, now 12, now into 13. And Tamarian finally shutting the door just a little bit. Now it's the drag race down into turn 1. Who's going to get there? They're pretty even. Keep in mind that that black and yellow car, Tamarian, that has it's an M3. It's probably got a little bit more peppy engine, but the handling is exquisite. Oh, and our Corvette is off over at the outside of turn 12. The Corvette has spun into the grass at turn 12. There's, I think the Ferrari may be involved as well. 2 cars there. Chacron coming in right in front of oncoming traffic. Gathers it up and it gets going again here. I'm not sure the other car doesn't look like it's moving. He's just sitting over there at this stage. I think that is the Ferrari of Gary West, and I think he's been able to back it up a little bit, and he's just going to have a constant scream here It's got a little bit of a gap right now. Don't know. Yep, he got it started. He got it backed up, and nicely done. Just pulls it straight across track, right into pit lane. And honestly, folks, I don't know if there was a touch between the two. I don't know if one spun and the other one took avoidance and ended up having his own problems, but nonetheless, that's huge. Late in the race after Chacon had dominated, leapt to the front and checked out. So basically now in GT1A, it's David Tuati leading. And he's been able to, as they've worked some traffic, Tuati now has been able to open up that margin to Don Ramos. And it's about 2.5 seconds right now. And Tamarian continues to lead, heading over to turn 3 right now. He continues to lead in our second overall car, the white prototype. The Praga working through those cars. As I said, you know, for Tamarian, he's got, I think, a little bit more pep in that engine than the 318 of Franulik. And when you start dealing with traffic, horsepower is your friend. Because the minute you get in traffic, and if you're in a momentum car, traffic kills momentum in a hurry. And having horsepower helps you be able to get back up onto the pipe and deal with traffic. So it's going to be a tough battle now for Franulik to get back around Tamarian. Schecker is out. And what a race we have just seen here from a few cars out there. Just spectacular. But Marco Cincetti making up for that issue yesterday. After having a dominant win in race 1, he wins race 3 by a big chunk again. The number 25 Praga will get second overall and second in class. Ray de las Casas will get the win. Good for him. And the number 29 will thunder and win FARA Prototype 2 over yesterday's winner, Giuseppe Praga. And our Corvette got going again and then has come to a stop on the track, but down on the apron, for lack of a better term, up against the wall, but Checker's out. So that shouldn't really affect things too much. So let's take it through. We talked about the first, the prototype classes. And Manny Sanchez ending up third in FP2 in GT1A with the problems for that bright orange Corvette late. The 68 of David Tuati gets his second win of the weekend here. Don Ramos at the end slid back a little bit, but for a large part of that race, he kept Tuati very honest with the margin right around his second. Third, even with his problems, it was a smart move by Jose Chacron, as he just made sure he limped that car, if nothing else, across the start-finish line, and that was good enough for the podium. I'm not sure, I think he had a big enough lead that Alex Lima in that beautiful Lamborghini was not able to sneak around him. And then filling out the top 5 in that class, the 129 of Angel Marcano. Looking at GT1B, Mark Julian, once again, doing an absolutely fabulous job in that beautiful 87 Porsche over the number 111 KTM crossbow of Michael Copper, and then the 132 Podium for Sophia Basler, and her first weekend stepping up from GT2A, and absolutely doing a great job into GT1B, and in only her third race puts it on the podium. Gary Young in the Ferrari, again, just a great recovery by him and getting that car just straight across into pit lane. Beautiful job. In GT2A, it's Ronnie Parent in that BMW with a nice, comfortable win over Adolfo Rossi. And James Haman did not start that race. Then in the GT2B, Manuel Gomez getting a nice win over Justin Levine, the 84 over the 47, and the 78 of Marco Pisa in GT2B. That's your podium with Jonathan Green and Neil Dimitri, 4th and 5th, the 83 and the 46. In GT3A, it's Rick Tamarian getting the win by 1.6 seconds over double winners so far, Patricio Franulik, with Matthew Paulino in the number 59, getting around late in the race, sneaking past the number 11 of Zoltan Wallace. And then in GT3A, 3B, Mike Grenobles gets another win. The number 338. He just has been doing a great job in that Honda S2000. Beautiful car, too. Always love those cars. Beautiful lines. Over Tommaso Bonfon in the BMW, and then the 147 of Gilbert Pinzon in another BMW. And then we take a look at GT4B. Luis Milares ending up, once they got into traffic and Leo couldn't stay with him and couldn't draft off him, that margin opened up just a little bit. And then we got to look at, of course, the Honda Wars category. Well, wait, in GT4A, Isabella Bro, as I said, getting the win over Luigi Ferraro. And then Honda Wars, Wilbur Perez. Great job by Wilbur going to the front. And apparently some issue for the 89 Acanahute and/or Tomasello as they finished a few laps down. So Wilbur Perez getting the win over the 718, or I'm not sure who's behind the wheel of this car either, Ernesto Roca or Rafael Garcia. So that's how the classes filled out here. We have a couple of HPDE categories coming up. Next on track will be the second and final race of the return of Formula FARA to the FARA paddock. That'll be coming up in a little bit. And then, of course, we see the cars that just ran here will be back out for a 2-hour enduro. Again, the first 30 minutes of which will be the final 30-minute sprint that will be unfolding. We just had a couple of very special guests pop into the booth here. Pierre and Philippe. So we've got an international crowd. All right, so we have some of our safety vehicles out doing track inspections and looking for things here. And then we will be sending our HPDE cars out. That may be delayed a little bit because of the Chacron Corvette that is down on the pit straight right now. And trying to look, it looks like he may have a flat right front. That car looks like it's really down on that right front corner. It's the rear. All right, so it's the cross load. All right, there it is. Yeah, I can see it now. So this, you can't flat toe that. So it's either going to be a wrecker or a tilt bed. They'll probably need to get that car removed. Now that, there's the question, was it a tire? Did he cut a tire and that's what caused the spin? Did the spin cut the tire? Did contact do it? We don't know. So I only saw the tail end of it. So we'll be getting, I'm sure race control will be checking in with the corner workers there, the eyes of race control down on the track, trying to get a handle on what may have unfolded. So once again, we've got cars heading out for our HPDE sessions, high performance driving experience. We're going to pause up here in the booth for just a little bit. We will be back with you soon again on our stream. Make sure you tune back in. Let's say 2:10 to be safe, as we'll be keying up and getting ready to go for the second and final Formula FARA race here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Again, the opening round of the FARA 2024 championship season continues at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's the Miami 500. Well, folks, as you can hear, good news. The rain has slid through, and we are going racing. Formula FARA making their way out on track. And how about that? Just a couple of minutes delay. Can't do it better than that. So here we go. Second race of the weekend, second and final race of the weekend for Formula FARA. And interestingly, the way that they grid these cars for the second race is the qualifying order for race one, total inversion. This is going to be fun. And just to be clear on this, it has been declared a wet race. We just got that word from race control. So basically what that's saying is they have to start on the wet tire, Now they can certainly, if it dries up, they can change back to a dry during the race. Once it's declared wet, you just have to start on the wet. After that, you can do what you want. Now pit stop, these cars are not designed. You're not going to have, eight mechanics over the wall and doing 4-second tire changes like Formula One or anything else like that. So it might be a bit costly for them. And because it's wet, we are going to have a single file start. So taking a look here with that total inversion, on the pole will be the 09 of Alex Bobadilla, who qualified 11th. And he runs for Inter Motorsports. Then it'll be starting in the second spot, the number 14 of JT Hoskins, also for Inter Motorsports. Then it'll be the 22 starting in the third spot, Jake Pollock for Jensen Motorsports. His two teammates will be starting in the next couple of spots, fourth and fifth. It'll be the 11 of Cash Felber and the 2 of Roman Felber. Then starting in the sixth spot will be the 7 of Michael Succo. Starting in the 8th spot will be the 44 of Pablo Benitez for Scuderia Buell. Starting in the 8th spot will be the 25 of Teddy Masella, also for Scuderia Buell. Starting in the 9th spot will be the number 8 of Beckham Yassir for LC Racing. Starting in the 10th spot will be the number 12 of Mate Caceres for Inter MS. And starting in the 11th spot will be the winner of the first race and the pole sitter for that first race, the 27 of Gaston Irazu, again for Scuderia Buell. And one of the things you might be saying, why would you do that? Why would you invert the entire field? Well, remember, this is connected in a way to the Academy Winter Series. This is its own series, to be sure, but it remains that training ground for young drivers stepping out of karting, stepping maybe out of sedans that want to try formula cars. And it's the inexpensive way to go it relatively here in racing, using the slightly older Ligier F4 chassis with a 1.6 liter Honda engine. But it remains a training platform. Yes, it's a championship, but it's also a training platform. And so what's going to happen on occasion in your career, you may have the fastest car, and you may have had a mechanical problem in qualifying, and you got to start at the back. So this is giving everybody an opportunity that so far this weekend that have been at the sharp end of things now to have to deal with traffic. And for the guys that have been dealing with traffic for the whole thing, especially at the very back of the race field or the qualifying field, to now start up front. Add in rain. So now you've got a slick track, rain tires, and spray. This, talk about a, learning and drinking from the fire hose here, pardon the pun with the weather, but that's exactly what these young drivers are going to be doing here. And we are getting ready for this to unfold. So see how this all plays out. Lights out on our pace car. This is scheduled to be a 14 lap or 20-minute race, 14 lap or 20 minutes. Pace car is in. And watching for the green, we're green. And Alex Bobadilla doing a nice job, really controlling the acceleration, rolling some serious speed, and has himself a nice little lead by the time he gets down into turn one. There's some bumps and some puddles down there, and everybody getting through there clean. A big move down to the inside at the exit of turn 2. A nice pass there that was made. Not sure who that would have been. Obviously, the spray obscuring a few things here. It's going to be interesting to see just how quick some of these guys can work their way up through the front. Bobadilla continuing to lead over JT Hoskins. Oh, and I think Yassir, Abicam Yassir is on the move. He's slashed and dashed his way up through the field just a little bit here. Not wasting a whole lot of time. And, you know, the thing is here is there can be drivers in this field that have very little experience in the wet. Some of the drivers might have a lot more. And Bobadilla under attack for the lead, heading into turn 8. And he's trapped on the outside, and we have a new leader working his way through and picking that spot up. Not exactly sure yet who that is. It's up to see the numbers here in the spray. But they were the red cars, I would guess, from Scuderia Buell, so it might have been Pablo Benitez. Could have been Teddy Marsala, and they continue to drop through the order. And there's Yassir. All right, here we go. This will clarify just what's unfolding here. To the line, now we can get a good look at things. That's the 44 of Pablo Benitez, has worked his way into the lead. He started in 7th, so he's gone to the front early. Teddy Musala up into 2nd, and we've got a car, oh, just missing, I hope, the wall down there. Hit that puddle through the bump down into turn 1. The back end came around and did the big slide. But how about this, guys? Gaston Arazu started 11th, 3rd at the end of the first lap. Absolutely flying out there. Alex Bobadilla hanging on to 4th, and Beckham Yassir in the number 8 up into 5th at the conclusion of the lap. Field over here in turn number 6, and you can see the spray that the drivers in the back are dealing with. I think Beckham Yassir has gone through and picked up that next spot here, that LC Racing entry, and I think Sebastian Weldon may have been coming with him. Sebastian Weldon racing in this one. He didn't start the first one, so interesting. So, well, that's a good point. My producer here in the booth said, well, he didn't have such a great race in the Winter Series last race, so maybe he did a last-minute deal to be able to hop in the car and try and get a little bit more experience, and then he has to do it here in the wet. So, again, doing a nice job. Here we go, field coming through, and it's still Benitez out front with Musella in 2nd, Gaston Arazu in 3rd. Top 3 covered by a 2nd. Then it is Beckham Yassir, and it is Sebastian Weldon. And getting that done nicely here. I think Sebastian is driving the car that had been run earlier by Michael Succo, and that is one of the LT Racing entries. And Michael either opting to step out or being enticed to step out. We don't know. But that's a really close scrap at the front. Weldon only a little bit behind Yassir. Then about a 1.5 second gap back to Mate Caceres. And we'll have to see if Mate is able to make his way through the pack a little bit more stealthily here. And lead group up over into turn 8 right now. Here they go. Look at that. Top 3 covered by the proverbial blanket, and then those 2 behind him, Yassir and Weldon. What an opportunity for Yassir, as Weldon has a lot of experience, obviously, having run the Winter Series and done some Formula racing previously, so there's a good data comparison for those guys. Caceres up into that 6th spot last time by. We'll keep an eye on that. Look at this trio of Scuderia Buell entries, and Gaston right now, Arazu right on the back here. of the 25 of Musella. Musella goes to defend going into turn 1. And forcing Gaston Arazu to look to the inside, and that kind of forced Gaston into that big puddle. And at a certain point, he had to sort of check up a little bit, or it could have got a bit ugly for him. And Mate Casieres, he's off the pace just a little bit from what he was running in the dry. And in fact, he's got a little bit of pressure now from Jake Pollock. But those three continue to battle up front. And it's interesting, isn't it? Is it Arazu not comfortable in the wet? Is the spray getting to him? Or is it that he's doing okay, but it just so happens that Benitez and/or Musella are just really good in the wet? And that happens. You'll find drivers every once in a while who are just magnificent in wet conditions, just have that deft touch. And when you've got full dries on a dry track, sometimes it's mega grip, and you get kind of some of that deftness can get a little bit buried with all the grip. But if you got that gift in the wet, that says something. And those three right now, really good stuff. So close right now. And then Yasir and Weldon continue duking it out for that 4th spot. Here comes that trio again. And watch now to see if Gaston Arazu, as he's getting a double toe from those two cars in front, wasn't quite as close, still looks to the inside again down into 2 and has to check up out of it. Here comes Mate Casieres kind of running on his own, and then the 22 of Pollock. Oh, Weldon now, fastest car on track, just uncorked a 139.89. Everybody else in the 140s. So Weldon showing some pace. Problem is, he's a fair bit back still from Beckham Yasir. And of course, it was mandatory for them to start on the wets. And the track's still plenty damp. That's not a big issue right now. But the rain has stopped. And if a dry line starts to appear, believe me, folks, and here's the thing, if you're not really familiar with it, with wet tires and how they work, we got a pass for the lead down into turn number 8, or an attempt anyway. And that was denied. Beautiful outside line by Benitez. As soon as Musella went to the inside, he lost a little bit of grip down there because he was back on the normal racing line. And oftentimes in the wet, that normal racing line that's been polished and then has been filled in, all the gaps with tire rubber, becomes the slicker part of the track. But what I was talking about with race tires, rain tires, yes, they have the tread blocks and all of the sipes and the grooves in the tires that channel the water out. But that just gets the water out from underneath the tires here. And Arazu, this time a little closer. I'm going to pause on that because see if he's going to try the move this time down into turn 2. Looks to the inside, but hits that puddle again. You can literally see the car just skate just a little bit. When I say skate, I mean it just flat slides a little sideways. I've used that phrase before, and some people say, what do you mean by skate? And I'm thinking of a hockey skate when you do a quick stop to the side. You just slide on the skate. And so he does that, and that car gives that little skate or wiggle, and then he's just got to pause and straighten it up. He's looking to make the move down into turn 6. Not close enough there yet either, but these guys are putting it on. But what I was talking about with those tires, yeah, you've got the sipes and the grooves that get the water out from underneath the tire. But what makes a tire stick to a racetrack is heat. And with water on the track cools a lot cooler, obviously. So a rain tire is super soft, really soft. So those tread blocks flex, they generate heat. That's what gives you grip once the water's channeled out. When the track starts to dry, those tread blocks start to get superheated and start to chunk and come off the tires. They'll break apart. And then even in the dry, it's like you're driving in the wet on a slick. So you've got to be really mindful of the tires here. And I'm looking here at the last lap. Beckham Yasir went a 139.5, Weldon a 139.9. And everybody else had dropped into the higher 139. So Yasir is starting to find some speed here. Whew. Tell you, that bump in the wet down at just at the apex of turn number 1 is sketchy. It is sketchy. Let's see, Mate Casieres continues to run in second. He's now got his lap times down into the 140s, high 140s. But my guess is that Casieres has not a lot of experience in the wet, because it took him longer to get to the 140s than any of the other front runners right now. Yassir is closing now on the back of Gaston Arazu. Not huge, but he is definitely whittling that margin down. Last time by, it was 2 seconds. It had been over 2.5. As we are completing lap 6 of 14. Look at that trio here, working through turn 8, up onto the speedway. Yeah, Yassir is definitely closing down a little bit right now. And looks like Weldon is just sort of following in his tracks. Here comes Mate Casieres through turn 8. All alone out there right now. As I said, about 10 seconds adrift to Weldon, but 9 seconds clear of Jake Pollock. And meanwhile, here comes our trio through turn 12. And believe me, folks, those visors have Rain-X or whatever kind of water repellent piled onto those visors here to get that wind to blow that water clear. Arazu again looks to the inside down in 2. And Teddy Musella has been absolutely superb. He just drives about a car width off of the right side, and that's just enough for Arazu. When he hits that puddle and that car gets a little sketch for a minute, for him to have to check up, because Musella just not giving him enough room to try the move. But here's the story. Beckham Yassir, in that last lap, he ran a half second quicker than the group in front, and that margin is now down to 1.5 seconds. So Beckham Yassir is humming, and as he's doing it, he's driving alone, and Weldon just ran way wide down in Nix. That's going to cost him a lot of time. So is he's definitely closing in. Here we go, turn 8 once again. Gaston Arazu thinks about it, can't get it done, but again, being sort of almost too wide on the brakes down into turn 8. Yassir Beckham has made up another big chunk of time. He's getting to the point now that if he gets within another 4 or 5 car lengths, he's going to be able to pick up a little bit of a draft here. And we may have a 4-car battle for the lead here. The problem for Beckham Yassir is the 3 guys in front of him are all with the same team. And so trying to thread his way through that is going to be difficult here. As we have completed halfway, and we are into the second half of the second race for, and again, and this time Musella, what a brilliant move there. I don't know if he got it done, because he's still fighting. Pablo Benitez is, and Benitez sticks around the outside, side by side, from 2 through 3, through the bowl, and 4 through 5. And finally, it looks like Pablo Benitez, and here comes Gaston Arazu, making it 3 wide in the run down into turn 6. He's on the outside, on the right of your screen, side by side by side. And Arazu is going to try and keep it around the outside. Not going to be able to get that done. And now the counterattack comes as well. And closing in on everybody is Beckham Yassir, driving an absolutely storming race. Here they come into 8. It is still anybody's guess. Look at the rainbow in the background. Boy, this is a beauty out here in a lot of different ways right now as they accelerate up and onto that back straight. Those 3 Scuderia Buell entry cars are fighting each other tooth and nail. Beckham Yassir loving every minute of it. And now making the move down into the turn 11, now into turn 12. Here they come. And to be honest with you folks, I'm not sure who's out front right now because those cars all look exactly the same. And in the spray, we don't know. Lead car has built up a little bit of a margin, and it's Pablo Benitez. He just was brilliant on that lap, defending when Musella, and it was a great move by Musella. And I'm sure that Benitez had been looking in his mirrors and seeing Musella defending a little bit on Gaston Arazu. And Musella used that to surprise Benitez and jump to the inside. And Benitez just said, all right, well, I'm going to stick around the outside here, and he's made that work. But that puts Gaston Arazu now up into second. But more interestingly is Beckham Yassir is now part of a 4-car battle for the lead. But in that defense, Benitez found some speed, didn't he? He is, relative to the other guys in that last lap, he put in a really good lap and has opened it up just a little bit. And of that, the 4 cars up front, Beckham Yassir had the fastest lap on that last lap by about 2/10 over Benitez and Arazu. And he is thereabouts now, so this is going to be fascinating to see whether he's going to be able to move up and take a look at a podium here. Down through 11, into 12. Here they come. And now making the run back up onto the banking. And Yassir is close enough right now to Teddy Musella that he might be able to try something here. Gets a little bit of a toe here, and he's not quite close enough, although he gave it a look. But I think he realized, you know, you still have to run through that little puddle down there, and it just gets the car nervous for a second. And when you're trying to do an out-braking maneuver from a little ways back, that's a confidence sapper when you feel that car dancing a little bit in the wet. So it tends to make you ease off just a little bit. And the good news for Gaston Arazu right now is Beckham Yassir is attacking on Musella, because that's going to have Musella far more worried about his mirrors than up front. And so Arazu now can just put his head down and go after Benitez, and he's closed it back up a bit. Here comes maybe Yassir, got a great run, heading down into turn 8 out of 7, but he's pinned to the outside. Look at that rainbow back there. This is spectacular. And Beckham Yassir trying to do the outside run around Musella, couldn't do it, but here comes Gaston Arazu. He got a great run through the exit of 8 up into the battle, and he may be down to the inside. We may have a new race leader here, folks. Watching a good little scrap elsewhere here as well. I think that is the Felbers having a good battle, but here we go. Did the 27 of Arazu make that pass stick? I think he did. No, Benitez was able to fend him off, but this time Yassir all over the back of Musella. Will he try it this time? Musella has defended before. Yassir deep on the brakes, and then has to check up once again. And for Teddy Musella, all the defensive stuff he had to put on earlier on Gaston Arazu, that's paying off for him right now in fending off Yassir. And Weldon now is starting to put up some pretty good times. Problem for him is it's just not enough. How about this? Fastest guy on that last lap in 6th place was Mati Casieras. He's the only guy I've seen into the 138s. Problem for him is he's found that speed a little bit too late. And if this is the first time, or this is the first real experience he's had in wet conditions, for Casieras in a handful of laps, basically, to find better pace than the leaders. And again, we've got the attempt at the over-under coming out here. Arazu chasing Benitez. Yassir chasing Musella. Ooh, outside pass, maybe. It's really sketchy if you're going to try the outside. Still side by side, and now through 11. They're still side by side and giving each other room. So easy to run somebody off the track here. and finally the door closes. And up onto the front. What a show these guys are putting on in these conditions. And it is Gaston Arazu into the lead. And Teddy Masella now taking a run at Pablo Benitez, coming out of turn number, side by side into turn 2. And did he get it done? I think Masella did. I think he's through. I think Benitez maybe dropped his rights on the exit of 2. He may have just dropped because Yassir now is up into 3rd. And all of that interplay is costing them time, and Sebastian Weldon is going to be closing up. Plus, folks, we got some traffic out there as well. And I think it's the Felber clan out there. And Casieres continues to be the quickest car on the track. Yassir is up on the outside now, heading down and in. Is he going to make that move work? He was given just enough room. I saw a little poof of junk fly in the air, which tells me that right rear maybe just dropped off the edge of the track just a little bit, and he had to tuck back in again. But for him, he's now up at least in a podium position, and here we come. And these guys are going to catch these 2 cars, I think it's the Felbers, as they head down into turn 1. Here's another learning moment, isn't it? In the wet, dealing with traffic. One more lap, this is it. Final lap. Boy, it's been flying by. Absolutely flying by. Yassir Beckham, he went so far to the inside, he got onto the paint down at the apex of 1. The car stepped out. A big lurid slide, and somehow he not only saved it, but still almost got a run on Teddy Masella for 2nd. That was something else. And now Gaston Arazu is behind the Felbers. Is he going to have enough to be able to lay a pass on? No, because the Felbers racing each other. No place for Gaston Arazu to go. He's going to get parked on the outside. Well, he gets by on the first of the Felbers. That was a beautiful move, sneaks around Roman, that's going to help. And now the other 2, Beckham Yassir actually got a little bit better run than did Teddy Masella. And a nice pass as well. Great job working traffic by your leader, Gaston Arazu. And Beckham diving, he had it. He did the over-under, squared up underneath on Teddy Masella, and right where Beckham wanted to go, sat Mr. Felber. And he had to hit the brakes, and that let not only Masella go, but suddenly Pablo Benitez has the momentum maybe, and this fight for the podium isn't done. Here we go. Benitez closing. Beckham Yassir, it's not like he's out of the podium here. Any of these guys up front have any kind of an issue here. Here we go. Everybody driving beautifully, cleanly, coming to the line. It's Gaston Arazu to the win. Over Teddy Masella, over Beckham Yassir, and then in 4th spot, Pablo Benitez. And completing your top 5, Sebastian Weldon. And then that little bit of a gap back to Mate Casieres. And I believe Mate Casieres ends up fast lap in the race at a 38.007. That, again, after lapping seconds off the pace early, it just kind of tells me that this may have been his first time ever racing in wet conditions. And he figured it out. Yeah, F1 Academy driver. Just taking all of this in. I'm not sure if these guys understand the race is over. Here are the, so it wasn't the Felbers they were working through. Who would that have been? Maybe that was, that was Hoskins and Bobadilla. That's who it was. Okay. Still in all, they worked traffic beautifully. They are hustling on this victory lap, aren't they? Finally, yeah. You can see Beckham Yassir just backs out of it and goes, okay, we are done. That's good. What a show. We were You know, we were kind of speculating, all right, what kind of race are we going to have if they put these Formula FARA cars, these light Formula cars, out on track, and again with these young drivers in wet conditions, possibly for the first time, and all they did was be magnificent. Absolutely stunning racing. Welcome back to the FARA paddock, Formula FARA. Wow, what a show. This entire field should be incredibly proud of what they did here. That was superb. Yeah, think about it. 14-lap race that ended up being a time. Now they went 14. 14-lap race with ostensibly young, highly inexperienced drivers in this to learn and grow, go out in pretty quick cars in really wet conditions with lots of spray, especially what we were seeing down at turn 1, driving through those puddles and bumps down there. Not even a corner yellow that I could think of, let alone a full course. Absolutely great stuff. Absolutely superb. Well done all. Making their way over into their particular paddock area. We have now we have one more of our HPDE sessions going out here in just a couple of minutes. And then we will wrap the day up with a 2-hour enduro that enfolds into it a 30-minute sprint race as well. So give a shout out once again, folks, to your podium. The 27 from dead last to the win in these conditions, Gaston Irazu. Second, Teddy Musala, who started mid-pack and had a great fight. And Yasir Beckham, who would have started back in the 9th spot, coming up as well. Sebastian Weldon, who hasn't run these cars at all thus far this weekend, hops in these conditions and puts in a top 4 drive. Not too shabby. And Pablo Benitez, not sure what happened to Pablo there in the last lap that Weldon snuck through. But Pablo ends up in 5th. And again, fast lap to Mate Casieres. With that, we are going to pause here on our stream. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes.
take your win in the Enduro. It still
Yes.
matters that you have full pace for the first 30 minutes.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you, that Corvette, we are seeing some serious pace here. I think that Miguel Angel Marcano has just taken over the overall lead in front of the Prototype, and the Corvette now passing Milan Lewis. That's for third overall, and they've gone by Bruhat, the guy that won the previous race overall, by Milan Lewis. And again, Marcano has gone around the guy who has been faster than anybody else by far here over the weekend. And so I wonder if we're still not dealing with some conditions out on the track. You know, even though the track may be drying because of all the rain we had, that track could be a lot cooler and grip could be a little bit suspect out there.
I think it's going to dry out faster than even I anticipated. If we already look where that giant lake was, frankly, at turn 1, there's a couple wet patches if you go offline. But I think even at this point, if you've got a wet race tire, you could afford to put 1 or 2 onto the wet patch, or a dry race tire, you could afford to put 1 onto the wet patch.
Yes.
At this point.
I think so too.
I think the move would have been correct to go for the dry tire here.
There's your leader overall going by, and there's the Corvette also going by the leading Prototype, and he is trying to close down right now on Miguel Angel Benitez. Last lap, a 1:29.39, so call it a 1:29.4 for Miguel. Jose Cochran, a 1:29 flat, so he is flying.
David Twatty just shows the nose to the Praga up ahead of him, trying to also make those moves through for the overall positions. Thinks better of it there going into turn 2, but I think it's going to harass this Prototype field all the way around until he can eventually make the move on the banking.
Well, the thing is obviously if you're in this for the Enduro, you want to make sure that some of these early passes for position that you want for the sprint are not going to be high risk where you could damage your car and not be able to run for the Enduro, especially if you're thinking of running for the entire Enduro Championship. So got to keep that in mind as well. So he gently goes by a couple of those cars and gets by one of the BMWs that's down in the field a little bit. Tuati does. Ooh, he's got a lot of traffic over there, but negotiates through it. Still behind Bruhat in that Praga, but again, the Praga doesn't have a lot of motor. It's got a lot of aero and downforce, and Tuati now gets by. Oh, and he goes for the late move on Milan Lewis, and Milan just sticks with him around the outside. Finally, Tuati just knifes through and picks up at least those positions overall to clear those guys. But his concern right now is Miguel Marcano and Chuck Rom are just checking out.
Absolutely. It was a great move, too, to see somebody in a Porsche Cup car try to go on the brakes late against a Prototype. You don't see that happen very often, and he was able to make that move stick. So I think a testament to how good the driving skill is there. And yeah, as you've seen, Chacon in the Corvette, as well as, is it Marcano or Benitez in the Porsche right now?
We're not exactly sure.
Okay, that's fine. But both of them have completely checked out at the front of the field here.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Marcano and Angel Benitez. I know Benitez very experienced, so yeah, there's not a lot of trade-off there between those drivers. What's great to see here, GT3B, Mike Grenoble says, sort of had the handle in that category over Tommaso Balfon. Early on, at least here, Tommaso is sticking with Grenoble. He's only a quarter of a second back. I was watching them come by, and they are an absolute lockstep out there right now. Great scrap going on.
It's looking fantastic. I'm just trying to pick something up in the lower categories here, but the fields are so spread out. Everybody trying to run their own race here. I believe that these lower categories are going to come down to the strategy with the tires and how they can conserve fuel. With a 4-minute mandatory pit stop, I think that takes one lever away that you can use to control your own destiny there. So the pace is really going to matter. We'll have to see if driver changes are made and paces change a little bit. Sometimes you have the fast driver at the end, sometimes you have him at the beginning, but that sort of thing is going to have an interplay here as well. I don't even think we talked about that at the top of the show. When do you use your good driver? If you have a good driver, maybe you have a balanced lineup. You know, that stuff's out there too.
Absolutely. There goes the 132 of Sophia Basler, and one of the Prototypes caught her at just the wrong spot and had to just misjudged it a little bit and did a great job of swinging wide and going around and avoiding that contact here. Here comes the leader in the 08 coming by. That is in our, excuse me, in our GT4B category. And I've just noticed it was a late entry apparently. Stuart McAleer, who won the Pro Spec Miata race earlier, is out there running. And I'm sure using it as a fun test race and getting after it here. Great idea.
Track time is track time. If
Yeah,
you're already here, if you've already made the commitment of bringing the hauler out, having fuel, you've got some tire left because you've been doing, sprint races, you may as well run the tires out. You're already here. Let's get some more track time. Let's spend time getting better, I think, is what FARA is excellent for, is getting people the track time and the racing, most importantly, that they need to get better, get the muscle memory, learn how to do it as best you can.
And it's one thing to test on an empty track by yourself or go out and practice. There's no testing quite like competition. And, you have direct references to everything. And you can see, especially if he's out there for a long race, you can see how that car is going to change. You can learn so much.
And, you know who knows about that most now, having watched the 24 hours at Daytona? Multimatic.
Yeah.
Multimatic. There's nobody better in the business at getting a car tested before its debut. And as soon as you start incorporating the air from different vehicles, the trunk was coming off.
Yep.
They had no idea that was going to happen. So it's really top to bottom. You've got to make sure you're out there in real conditions to make sure you get your car dialed in, especially here for the first event of the FARA season.
Well, and you remember when the 4 GTs made their debut, they had tested, they were fast in practice, fast in quality, nothing but problems during the race at Daytona. Once they got it sorted, they were missiles. But that's part of the learning curve.
The other learning curve that they had there for that program specifically was Scott Dixon teaching the guys in the team, hey, we're going to learn how to save fuel with this car too. And so later on in the season, they were able to make some fuel mileage races work in their favor too. They ended up finishing 8th, 9th, 10th, pretty far back, but it was time well spent. So even if you're not 100% like Mr. McAleer, having done a bunch of Miata races here, I think a lot to learn and gain.
Absolutely, no question about that. And I think he sensed an opportunity here and said, why wouldn't I take advantage of this?
And that number 19 Corvette Tacron just comes through, sounds fantastic, especially on full song, going around the outside, tons of speed there.
Watching McAleer, he is right behind one of our Honda Wars guys, and they're having a good, obviously he's sort of running in his own class out there right now in that Pro Spec Miata, but he's sure having fun. And here comes the overall race leader coming up on his 6 as Marcano, Miguel Marcano, or Angel Benitez, not sure who it is, looks to get underneath McAleer and does. And the next thing McAleer is going to hear in his quiet, relatively quiet little Miata is that V8 Corvette come thundering through right there. He got it before they even got to the exit itself.
Probably for the better that way. A little bit quieter. A little bit quieter on half throttle.
An interesting little scenario here as Milan Lewis in that number 100, the FP2 Ligier, has Philippe Rezic in that GT2 KTM coming up behind him as well, again in different classes, but having a good little scrap at Rezic. And Lewis wisely just lets him go through, as every lap for Milan here is just massive education for him, stepping from one of the and I use this term advisedly, but slower GT categories up into the prototype ranks. Every lap he turns is going to be a massive education here. Curious about lap times here. The 129's last lap was a 128 flat, and Jose Chacron a 129.9, or excuse me, 129.2. Now I think Jose got caught up, as we were talking about, in some serious traffic going down into that turn. And it could be Jose, it could be his sons. Not exactly sure at this point who's in the car, but everybody's been doing a really solid job in that car. Highest of the prototype drivers remains Marco Cinchetti in that 155, that Revolution AR1. And again, just sort of looking here, interesting to me, Adon Ramos, who was so quick in that race 3 earlier today, just does not have the pace right now to stick with the Tuatis and the 129 car in that GT1A category. GT2A, Philippe Rezic leads it, but Adolfo Rossi is doing a really nice job in that Ginetta, and I love that car. The talk about a car that can just drive and drive and drive and drive, because it runs a bone stock bored V6, same engine you find in the V6 Mustang.
Yep.
Bone stock, because the car is so light, so agile, the way that it's designed, it just laps. And he'll be turning over to his partner, Aline Cipriani, at a certain point as well, but just doing a really nice job out there right now.
Really underrated having that car at the track too, especially for an enduro event. If something happens in the sprint race, you start getting a misfire. There's got to be an auto zone within 15 minutes here that has the right coil, the right plug, all that kind of stuff. You get away from the exotic stuff sometimes, and a Ginetta is still a serious piece of kit as far as speed is concerned.
Oh, absolutely.
And be able to get that runtime cost down is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's truly one of the, we talk about the Miatas being incredibly well balanced. Well, the Ginetta is a built from the ground up race car that is exactly incredibly well balanced. You look at where the driver sits in those, and it's way back with that front engine V6. But it's a marvelous momentum car, and you get that car in a scenario where momentum pays off. I remember watching little contact over there for Bruhat. He was trying an outside move on one of the, I think that was McAleer maybe in the Pro Spec Miata. He tried the outside move, and McAleer got a little crossed up. That was not McAleer. That was the number 1, I think, who's also had an extraordinary weekend so far. Isabella Abreu, who's been out front in every one of these races in this category. But she got pinched a little bit, and the car snapped sideways just a smidge and just tapped that beautiful Praga. But no harm, no foul, I don't think, for either at this stage.
Just looking for the closest class battle on track here, Greg, and it looks like it's in GT3B, so the number 5 just eked out to a 10-second gap over Gilbert Pinzon in the number 147.
Yeah, it's Tommaso Bolfon in that GT3B, and it's interesting to me because what then happened to Mike Grenobles in GT3B? He's won over Bolfon in both of the previous, or 2 of the previous 3 races. Oh, and he's had a problem, and he has dropped way back. That's that beautiful silver Honda S2000, and he has sort of gone backwards right now. Not sure what the problem is. There's the number 1 I was talking about, Isabella Abreu. It's that black Mazda Miata with the purple roof. And we have a full course caution. Full course caution on the Speedway at 19.5 minutes in to this 2-hour race, and 19.5 minutes into the final 30-minute sprint.
Well, that'll give us a little bit of time to reset here, kind of re-rack them and see what's going to happen with the gaps. You're going to have a lot of traffic now pushed together, but this might be, we were seeing a lot of gaps that were over 20 seconds for class positions. This might be that little bit of help that you need to get back on terms here. Track's dry for the most part, probably 99, 98% dry. As long as you stay out of the grass, we'll probably be okay.
And the number 71 of Patricio Fernulik, who won the first 2 30-minute sprints, but had Rick Tamarian in the 77 get him for that 3rd one. He got caught in traffic and had dropped some 10 seconds adrift when these 2 guys have been running an absolute lockstep. Well, he's going to make up all that ground. He'll have 1 car, the 47, in between him. That's Levine. That's a different class by the time they get back to green here. So we're going to see a lot of these battles resume.
Absolutely. Got the prototype field coming through here, the 155 followed by the 166. That's going to be for FP1.
There's the 08 of Luis Milares, who has been consistently winning in the GT4B category in that Mazda Miata.
That 147, a beautiful E30 BMW.
Isn't that a gorgeous car?
What a car.
Yeah.
You don't see, even 5 years ago, you'd see those in club races quite often. I think now they're almost too expensive to hack up, the ones that are still in good shape. And the other ones that were already hacked up, there's only so many out there. And, the law of averages says at some point you're going to have something happen that makes the car not usable. So we're seeing fewer and fewer of those. And that one went by in a stunning red paint job. Nice little wing over the back. It's a coupe. Beautiful car.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, you were talking about it. I agree with you. That Honda Wars category, one of my absolute favorites. Some of the margins have been surprisingly big here.
Yeah.
And the 89, it's actually the 089. If you look at the car of Canahute and Tomasello, had opened up a sizable little margin over the 718 of Ernesto Roca and Rafael Garcia. That's going to evaporate now, too. But the question for me is, we had seen the number 6, who had been right up in the mix, and I have lost that car now on scoring. There he is. Yeah, so they are all going to be, there's going to be McAleer and Isabella Abreu are going to be between them. Those are two Mazda Miatas that run similar pace. And then otherwise on either side of them are all the Honda Wars competitors. And oftentimes in these Enduros at the end in particular in Honda Wars, it's exactly that, because they are so close and put on such a great show.
I think we're going to go back to green here, Greg. The blue and white Porsche is going to lead us to the green flag. Going to get a huge jump on Chacon because of when the green flag comes out. He's going to get right back after the number 19 Corvette. We're going to have easily a 5 to 6 second gap. So we just talked about everything getting closed up, but at least for the first GT class, it didn't help. It really didn't help in GT1A that much.
Well, yeah, the interesting thing, keep in mind, GT1A, the Porsche, it tends to, with the engine right over the drive wheels, it heats those rears up and they come up to temperature. That Corvette, all the weight's on the front. And so you've got to be really careful until you get those rears heated up. And yeah, you could say, well, just gas it, right?
Right.
Yeah, but that's surface heat, and that can actually damage the tire. You want to get the heat to be very, what's the word I'm looking for? Not symmetrical, but the entire tire
all the way through,
heated nicely through the carcass before you step on it. And look at that has given Tuati an opportunity.
Oh, well, it's going to go way deep on the brake. I think there might be something wrong with the Corvette. He went way deeper on the brakes.
Either that or Tuati just came from Miami to make that pass. That was superb.
Yeah, the Corvette right back up to pace. He's going to come back at him on the straight here.
Yeah, and Tuati now, is he going to just let him go, or is he going to defend, move over a little bit? And you can see that Corvette right now in this opening lap being very ginger in the braking zones, and I think that's going to be just a matter of tire heat until he gets a feel for it. Meanwhile, our overall leader comes by, and you called it, man. Again, a huge lead here right from the off for the Marcano Benitez car.
All right, the number 19 of Chacron's going to try to take a look into turn 1 here. Not close enough, a good 2 car lengths as they go through turn 2. So not enough ponies on the straight there. That Porsche able to deliver all of the power coming up onto the banking. Can really get on not only in tire heat, but having that engine over the back, you can go right back to the throttle very early and get that first, second, third gear pulled up alongside.
It plants and goes.
Yeah.
It's really good. And that's why Porsches are generally so strong in wet conditions. Yes. It's like you've just got a big chunk of weight right over those drive wheels here. Doesn't mean that Chacron is going to make it easy for Tuati here. And Tuati sure isn't going to make it easy for Chacron. Yeah, but the more comfortable he gets, and I think now he's going to have enough leg. But look at that, Tuati's going to defend, force Chacron to the outside.
And he's able to go so much deeper again into turn 8.
And Chacron, from that outside line, he didn't want to get trapped out there.
Right.
So that was, but now he's going to be a lot closer this time, coming out of 9, and he should have enough snot right now in that engine. Oh, he checks up again.
Yeah. I think still a little bit ginger trying to go from the banking down onto the cutout for the rest of the road course there.
I think you're right.
I think if we were running the Miata setup here where you're using NASCAR 3 and 4, this isn't even a discussion anymore. The Corvette's gone.
Oh, without a question. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he would have absolutely checked out. And Tuati's still able to hang on. Here comes the Corvette once again. He gets so close, but then he has to check up in those braking zones a little bit.
Now we are starting to get some cloud cover over the turn 1 and 2 area. I don't think that's the type of cloud that's going to cause precipitation. So if you're seeing that on the feed, don't be too concerned. I think that's going to be all right. But now this track that was warming and drying is going to start to cool down again in that part of the area. So now that little wet spot starts to matter a little bit again. It's not going to go away as quickly. We don't have any direct sunlight on there. We're taking energy back out of the track.
Here comes the 87, and just continuing to impress that number 87 of Mark Julian in that category, running some really, really good laps here and continuing to run in front of Adon Ramos. Although Adon, maybe some more evidence the track is drawing, just set his fastest lap at a 33.2. So, but Julian, last lap of 32.9. So he's still a bit quicker and doing a really nice job.
And separate classes there, but still Porsche Cup cars.
Yeah.
Like we're going to be pretty close to on parity. If there's a generational difference, maybe a little bit different motor put in for I know the Porsche motors, they're very proud of their engines when you go to the parts counter at Porsche, especially for Porsche Motorsport. So maybe a little bit different there too, but dynamically going to be very similar cars.
Absolutely. Oh,
that Corvette's
big time. Wonder if he just missed a gear.
Oh, you can see that car wiggling, trying to get it going. Was in a big hurry once he got it recovered. So that 19 of Chacron loses even more time to David Tuati. And now, unless David Tuati checks up here, I don't think Chacron's going to be able to come back at least until the pit stop. And that's going to be important because we've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds-ish remaining here for the sprint portion. So if Chacron could have held on a little bit longer and just kept it, could have got those second place points for the sprint, but it's not looking good here.
Almost looks like he found a neutral trying to come out of that corner, didn't he? And then when he went to throttle, he was going so slow with all that power, it just started to light the rears up.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, Patricio Frenulik right now, here he is, the 71, that silver 318, just not able to match the pace. He won 2 of the first 3 races here in this 30-minute sprint category in his class. But in the last race, Rick Tamarian was able to ease away from him, got in front, was able to ease away. And the problem for Frenulik is he's been finding himself in constant traffic, and that little 318 does not have a lot of horsepower. And relative, I think, to Tamarian, it handles incredibly well, but in traffic, you lose that momentum. You want a little bit more grunt.
Speaking of little BMWs here, just coming through the turn 6, 7, 8 sort of area, we've got the number 84 of Manuel Gomez in GT2B, really trying to take it to another couple of these Porsche Cup cars ahead of him. Adolfo Rossi and Cipriani in the 60 ahead, and Aiden Ramos. That M2 CS car, similar to what you would find in a higher up, lower class in like an SRO race, for example, keeping pace with those Porsche Cup cars. That's really impressive because that's not a car that's designed to have that much power. When they came onto the straights, he kind of was losing it. But on the brakes, that BMW able to stay right with him. And it looks like they just got around him on the straights. That BMW is now going to go to battle with the Ginetta.
Yeah, it's fun to see a car that's maybe a little out of class, but being driven incredibly well.
Absolutely.
And you love to see that because it really shows you what you're capable of here and what these drivers can do. And yeah, that 47 is one gorgeous car, that burgundy BMW. Ooh, a little bit of lockup. That may have been spray coming off that curb. There's a little bit of water still down in those little curbings, sort of the alligator teeth down in the bottom. You catch it right, it's going to throw up a little bit of spray.
And it looks good.
Yeah, it does. It's a show, isn't it? And let's see. There it is. You can see the checker in green at the start-finish line. The checker in green indicating that the 30-minute sprint competitors have come to the conclusion of their race, and they will know what that means. And
Chacron's going to come on David Tuati. He might have a chance. He's caught up tremendously. He's going to try to get right behind him. He's on the inside, getting squirrely over the water. I don't think he's going to get there. No, he does. He finds another gear. Chacron, the 19, at the very last moment is able to take second place in GT1A from David Tuati.
Wow.
So what I was talking about earlier, I thought he had no shot.
Yeah.
But he got on the power. The car was so squirrely there coming up onto the banking. If we had a replay of that, that would be lovely. It might even be a little bit too far after the turn, but he was right there doing exactly what he needed to do to come back and get those second place points.
Well, and I think what it was he squared up so much that he was actually in the painted stuff where they're not racing, where there's still moisture. And he spun up the rears, but he had just enough to pip Tuati. That'll frustrate David no end here.
Absolutely.
And did you notice how he made sure that he used that lap car, one of our Honda War cars, a little bit of a pick, so that Tuati had to lift. And that played he played that to perfection, didn't he?
You can't do much better than that. They're going to come under attack from one of the prototypes here. He's going to go right around, but they were 3 wide momentarily. But Chacron and Tuati 2 wide here, coming down into turn 8. Tuati's going to be on the outside, but brake much later.
I think both those guys have opted.
Oh, he's gone way wide.
Well, I think that he's trying to get out of the way, because I think now the way both those cars have slowed, I don't think they're going to continue for the Enduro.
That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
It would be. It would be. But, you know, the rule is if you're in the Enduro or if you're in the sprint, you're supposed to keep racing.
Right.
Because you've got other competitors around you that still are. You're not supposed to slow down and do a cool down lap. You're supposed to hustle all the way to pit in like we see.
Yep, and they're going to do it. They're going to come in.
Yes. That might get the ire of our race director just a little bit.
Yep.
Because they were really pedaling. It was like side by side. I'm sure they're giving each other thumbs up and everything. Right. And they got people trying to race around.
The prototype class was trying to come through and get them. Now, fortunately, it looks like two of the prototypes have also pulled in, both the 100 as well as that's the black one, which is that Mahan Lewis? No,
well, Mahan Lewis is in Milan is in the 100.
Yeah,
that's Giuseppe Castellano.
Okay, so both of them have come through.
Yep. And often we don't see the Wolf Thunder cars run the Enduro. They're not built for that. And so, you know, they're built for quick sprints. And so they'll pit.
Once upon a time, Greg, I watched Wolf Thunder cars try to make a 25-hour endurance race, and they used about 3 engines apiece.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So, they're very, very fast when they're hooked up.
But we've got, I don't think that's our overall lead car. I think that might be the number 87 of Mark Julian is down into the pits, and that is doing the pit stop here. They have not gone behind the wall. A couple other cars look like they might. It's tough to tell.
Right.
Whether they're stopping and they just, stop in their pit stop to get a read on tire temps before they go behind the wall. So we'll have to see. But I did see the 089, which has been the leader in the Honda Wars category, the Kanahute and Tomasello entry, that you would have thought would have run the Enduro. They had multiple drivers entered. Just go behind the wall. Pulled in and went behind the wall.
Went and go. You know, I'm starting to think, because we've had this kind of shady track, it's probably not advantageous to change your tires at all here. You probably don't even want to touch it. Now, I don't know the slick compound they use here, maybe not. The racing I usually cover, you don't want to. The overall leader is going to come back out.
Yep, he has stopped.
No changes, it looked like. I don't think there was a driver change or anything. No, he's going to pull into the paddock here.
So he's done.
Interesting.
It surely is here. So we're going to find out who's going to be left here. There goes the number 6 Honda Wars car, Perez. But here comes the number 87. That has been looking so impressive here.
The 87 might be in the lead of GT, having done the pit, on pit cycle. I'm going to try to look here and see.
Well, I haven't seen a Don Ramos stop, and that 241 might be in the lead of GT1A.
It is. The 241, it just cycled the timing for me. The 241 is in the lead, but still owes a stop.
Yep.
Whereas the 87, Mark Julian in the GT1B machine, has now made the stop. We're waiting for Sophia Basler in the TLM car in the 132 to make her stop as well.
So what do you think? Yeah, can that number 87 Porsche, can it go an hour and a half?
Maybe. I feel like if that is the fuel window, it's the edge of the fuel window.
Yeah, I
don't think it's going to go much further than that.
And the number 77 of Rick Tamarian has been the pits, and Patricio Fernulik went by, and he will pick up the lead in that class. Now, that was an awfully quick stop. They didn't fuel or anything, so is Tamarian going behind the wall.
Not going into the fast lane of the pit lane here, which you would usually expect if you're going to go back out. So I think the 77, arcing out to make the turn into the paddock.
So that car has opted to call it a day. Well, things get curiouser and curiouser here. And it was entered, that car was entered just in the sprints.
Right.
So,
I mean, with the weather the way it was, you take your points where you can get them. If we look just straight from our commentary position, the rain does look like it's becoming a little bit thicker. Our direction looks okay, but I can understand race 1 of a multi-race season at a NASCAR track. You know, you're doing pretty high speeds. Maybe take what you can get and don't put a ton of miles on the car if you don't have to. That could be a situation here too. You know, we're still in a position where if you put a wheel on the grass, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a pretty instant issue for you. So discretion the better part of valor, perhaps.
Absolutely. The interesting thing to me right now is Marco Cincetti in that Revolution AR1 leading overall, but in second is the GT2 KTM in the hands of Philippe Rezic, the 47X. What a story that would be. Running in the GT2 category. There, coming by start-finish, goes Cincetti. There's the 111 down into the pit lane of Copper. Let's see. Well, looks like he has made his stop maybe and is heading back out. Good to see that that car is going to continue.
Just going to wait here.
Been running 5th overall right now. Second in GT2A is that number 60 Ginetta of Rossi and Cipriani. Here comes the number 5 of Balfont. He continues. He's up to 12th overall right now. Continuing to lead in the GT3B category. Gilbert Pinzon in his BMW is a ways back. So there goes Adán Ramos, who by my scoring.
There's going to be a pass for the lead. I'm sorry, Greg. If we look at turn 8 here, we're going to have the Praga going down the inside for the lead of FP1 and the lead overall. Most likely, they're going to battle it out up onto the main straightaway or the back straightaway rather. That Praga's got a lot of speed here.
I think that may have been
a KTM.
That's that KTM.
That's a KTM.
Because I just noticed that Cincetti is over in
way up
turn
here.
12. Yep.
Now that's a bigger gap than I would have thought here. Not quite. That is about 5 seconds still.
Yep.
That KTM, though, able to come back down the inside of the Praga.
Yeah.
We'll wait to pick that car up as far as number is concerned. I believe that is a GT4 KTM as well. The Praga's going to take the entire width of the line here from the number 47.
That is the GT4 KTM.
And that's Philippe Rezic.
Yep. Oh, and he goes right back underneath the Praga down into turn 2. Oh, these guys are having a fun little duel. Again, just not a class battle, but a fun overall position.
Absolutely for the overall. Trying to get back to Bruhat and Haab in the number 25. Ramos in GT1A, 241. We talked about them earlier. Going to remain in the lead, I think, of the GT class overall.
Exactly. And looking to see where Adolfo Rossi is right now, because we show them. Here comes the number 241 of Ramos.
Yep.
So here comes Adolfo Rossi in that Ginetta, the white Ginetta. We have a blue one out there as well.
And that's the 87 of Mark Julian having just come through. So that's, I think, still a battle that could be in play between the two GT1 classes. The 87 of Mark Julian a little ways behind the 241. But a set of good laps here could get you right back in contention, I think, to take that kind of position away.
Absolutely. There, Julian runs in GT1B and Ramos in GT1A, but still, and then GT2A, again, Philippe Rezic leading that over Adolfo Rossi. And then third is Ronnie Parent in that number 33 Porsche Cayman. And then Neil Dimitri in that baby blue Ginetta, the number 46, is in the GT2B category. So making sure where GT2B, I think he's leading right now. Yeah.
And might be the only GT2B competitor left running here, by my estimation.
So why would that Ginetta, which looks to me to be very similar to Adolfo Rossi's, why would it be running in a category lower?
So I am aware, and I'm not purporting to know this specific instance, but there is both a Ginetta G56 Cup spec as well as a GT4 spec.
That's a great point.
You're also able, I believe there's an option to have driver's aids or not.
Yep.
So you got some of that in there as well.
Sure. That makes total sense. Yep.
Yeah. Again, I would have to imagine that's what the situation is.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of, going back to that Ginetta, I remember announcing a World Challenge race at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, Mosport.
Right.
And they had a great driver lineup in those Ginettas. And they qualified so comfortably on pole. And then the race started. And even after they did the driver change, that car was so easy on tires that they just lapped for a while, didn't push, just stayed right there. And then everybody else started to fall off their tires, and that car just checked out and won by a huge margin. because that track is all momentum. Other than Moss Hairpin,
Right.
it's all momentum, and they drove it brilliantly. So that car is an incredibly capable little car, and from everybody I've talked to, immensely fun to drive.
You know, a race that we covered here on Driver's Eye Live a little while ago, an endurance race, a Ginetta G56, very similar to the one that we see here, full of amateur drivers on 200 treadwear tires, able to take that battle to GM's finest in a stock car with Austin Dillon and Kaz Gralla at the wheel.
Holy cow.
And over the course of an 8-hour race at Circuit of the Americas, they were able to take down the hot shoes from NASCAR with that G56. And you know, when they show up with a NASCAR hauler, they're not there to play. They're there to win. They had 15, 20 engineers roaming around. That can't have made them happy that somebody potentially could have showed up with a flatbed trailer and a Ginetta.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? That is amazing. Absolutely.
Excellent machines, and as far as the market for GT4 cars, very reasonably priced as well.
Well, that's a really good point.
Yeah. As we talk about that, the number 60 goes across the start-finish line. A little bit solo here. We're just looking at one of the KTMs, followed by an E36 compact, the hatchback E36. You don't see a ton of those anymore either, being driven around here. Jordan and I actually saw that coming to the track on Friday, getting some fuel at the Chevron down the street here. And I was like, look at that. That's an amazing car. Beautiful colors on it. Lots of Bolivian-inspired design on there with flags, etc. Great looking car. We're going 3 wide, coming down off the banking. That's the Miata going deep on a Ginetta and a Porsche Cup car.
Yeah,
down.
Mackler.
Yeah.
And we've seen how good he is behind the wheel.
Yeah, I have never seen that before. I think both of those cars, you would think, could get down off the banking in there, and McAleer doesn't seem bothered. He's, of course, going to lose both of those positions, or indeed the lap, to those cars coming back down the straight in the number 96 MX-5. But quite a sight to behold coming off the banking there.
Just rounded him up, didn't he? That was really pretty here. Here comes that 241 of Adan Ramos and the number 1 of Isabella Abreu, who continues to lead in the GT4A category, doing a really nice job at this stage. And Adan Ramos continues to run in the lead of the GT1A category, but Philippe Rezic in that GT2 categorized or homologated car and the GT2A class continues to lead GT overall right now, splitting the 2 prototypes of Sanchetti, the overall race leader, and the number 25 Praga is sitting in 3rd overall.
According to my laptop here, Cincenni is currently the fastest car on track, and it's not close, and it hasn't been close since lap 20. Has not given that lead up. But between the 47X of Philippe Rezic and the number 25 of Bruhat Haab, they continue to trade lap speeds as well as positions back and forth. It has settled here since about lap 25 between the 47X and the 25. That's lap chart. I'm looking for names. Lap time distribution. Here we go.
Yeah, Sanchetti, that last lap went a 31.6, Rezic a 31.7, and the Praga 31.8.
All right.
So they're all within a couple of tenths at least on that last lap. And the thing is, you never know. Some of it can be traffic aided in terms of a slower lap time. You get caught in traffic a little bit.
Just trying to see, just for fun, if my endurance racing projection software is going to give me any meaningful insights. I don't imagine it will. Indeed, we're currently projecting that the 47X will win. Somehow, don't think that's right. Don't think that's correct at all. There haven't been enough pit stops. I don't think that's going to be worth looking at, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, we don't know with that Revolution AR1 prototype, you know, how efficient is it at refueling? How efficient is it at tire changes if they do it? That's going to be something to see.
Right.
And looks like Rezic just in that last lap gave up that 2nd overall spot to the Praga coming back at him.
We've got both the 60 Ginetta as well as the E30 BMW taking their 4-minute mandatory pit stop. I think a little bit closer to the strategy call that I would have thought those cars were capable of. And that Ginetta, I know, can go really deep on fuel. So that little bit surprised there.
Well, and the other interesting thing is, too, there's nothing to say you can't do a second stop, right?
Well, I mean, 4
you know,
minutes is...
Well,
4
no.
minutes is 4 minutes.
Well, you do 4 minutes, but a second stop, you know, and if you're fueling, it's got to be 4 minutes, I believe.
Oh, so it's only if you're fueling it's got to be 4 minutes.
I'm going to confirm that.
Okay, all right.
So, you know, maybe you go back out, you know,
and so that's going to put the, I'm sorry, Greg, the blue Ginetta is going to, I
Yeah.
believe, take the position back to number 46. It is going to move ahead of the car of Cipriani and Rossi, which we've just talked about being in the pit lane here. Now, we have to see what the gap is going to look like, because the 60 is going to lose 4 minutes here. So we need to follow the blue car around, just in our thoughts and minds, to see if they're going to be able to get back out ahead. I think it's going to be close, and that'll be another nice on-track battle for us to follow. The Praga now moving off on its own. The number 25 white and yellow trim going down into turn 1. The number 60 Ginetta still sitting on the pit lane here. Just checking tire pressures, I hear, maybe making some minor adjustments as we have changeable track conditions here with regards to temperature at least. Certainly will be fueling the car here. And we're just seeing one of the GT4 Porsche Caymans come through the S's and up onto the banking here. We'll hopefully get to see them come through turn 1. That's going to be the 33 car. Of Ronnie Parent, 2 laps behind the 47X at this time of Philippe Rezic in GT2A. That 47X, of course, a car punching well above its weight right now, so not necessarily a negative for Parent, but just a huge advantage to Philippe Rezic right now. The number 47X of Rezic, the Ginetta, has just come back through again. The 60 still sitting on pit lane.
part of the problem for that 60, remember, they had to push start that car.
Yeah, and they're
get off the grid.
and they're lined up on the bumper, ready to do it. So we're hoping the 60 will come through here.
And getting to the what we were kind of speculating about, I checked with race control. You can do a splash without it being a 4-minute stop. You can come in and do a second refueling. And so those cars that stop right at 30 minutes, if they find that that pushed the envelope too much, they can come in and do a splash.
Okay.
And hearing that now, what I'm wondering is would maybe, because we saw a couple of those Porsches that stopped and, did their stop. Did they maybe light fuel a little bit to have the car lighter to just, and then drive the wheels off it, come in and do a splash late? I mean,
I have viscerally, my reaction to that is you have the potential to get too cute.
I would agree.
Maybe if there's a yellow situation, which we had one, but I think the yellow came at the wrong time for everybody to take advantage of that. It was too early.
Yep.
I really try to split this race in two and minimize the amount of time lost on pit lane. The number 60 is going to get going here. It's going to be close by the time they get to the pit lane. I'm pretty sure the 47 is going to get around.
And look at this. That Praga has closed down big time on Marco Cincetti. That gap is down to 1.3 seconds, and it had been well over that. The Praga gets blunted here suddenly, catching some traffic, and it's going to, nice job there, that Porsche letting him slide through. But that Praga, the last lap.
Oh, we got a spin right in front. Oh, no, that's Cincetti right there, has just spun.
It sure is. Well, he was feeling the heat. Last lap, Cincetti went a 31.4, and that Praga a 29.7.
So Cincetti fully abeam here in the middle of the track, trying to get the car going. That's one of the worst spots, I think, that you can try to get a car turned around. There's not a whole lot of space either side, and if he's having trouble finding gear, getting the car refired, people are having to just crawl around right now. He's gonna get it rolling.
Well, I'll tell
Fortunately,
you.
he's able to get it going. I think we're going to avoid. I hope we avoid a full course yellow here.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice
good.
job. How about a shout out to that corner worker over there? That yellow flag, man,
On
that
it.
was waved with urgency and immediately. Great job. You know, you can't have a race on a, on a road course without the corner marshals. They are the eyes and ears of race control, but right there, they provide huge information to drivers with those flags, and that was beautifully done.
A potentially hazardous doesn't begin to cover it.
Yeah,
that could have been really bad for everybody involved, but because the corner worker on top of it, especially that part of the track is real narrow. You've got good sight coming through there, though. You can see all the way to the other side of the S's.
Right.
And you've got the yellow flag, so as soon as you come out of 3, you already know something's going on. You're already well checked up.
And as I recall, Sanchetti stopped. He did a pit stop already, too.
Yeah.
So if they, I was going to say maybe that was worn tires, but I remember he did that stop. So did they change tires? I'm not sure.
I don't think they did. I don't think anybody has changed tires. I haven't seen anybody move tires even onto the pit lane.
Sanchetti pitting again, though.
Yep, and that's, you would think, going to hand the lead of FP1 to Martin Bruhat and Robert Howe, but
it does.
There's still other cars in play. Aiden Ramos in the 241 is going to want to make a game of it. I just don't know how successful that's going to be.
Yeah, he's leading in class, obviously, but how far is he behind Rezik right now? A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. He wanted that caution. He wanted that caution
so
badly. And well, I tell you, Ronnie Parent, second only to Philippe Rezik in that GT2A category.
I think Philippe Rezik has just checked out because Adolfo Rossi and Alain Cipriani 2 laps behind as well. Almost the margin of an entire extra pit stop. So the 47 could afford to make an additional 4-minute pit stop and still come out on par. They're not quite there yet, but they're really, really close. All they need is another 30 seconds or so to be safe.
And interestingly here, Sanchetti came into the pits, never stopped at a pit box, feinted toward the pits, and I wonder if you just radioed and said, hey, see if there's any damage, and the pit crew eyeballed him and said, no, you're good, keep going, because he just continued right through pit lane and took off again. So things get curiouser and curiouser here.
Absolutely. I think there's an opportunity, and it could be that everybody has the FARA sprint race plus enduro dialed in.
Yep.
I would be really, really interested to see somebody now do the opposite strategy and run an hour and 15 if possible, and then try to do the short fill to the end.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have a lighter car. You already have worn tires. Maybe you could change outside tires. Maybe you could change 2 rights.
Well,
in
it's
4
a
minutes.
mandatory 4 minutes. Yeah.
Exactly. So if you get a short fill and you change 2 right side tires, maybe you get a little bit of pace at the end, and it looks like nobody's going to have made that. I say that, but then there's a pit banner from TLM being waved about as if they're thinking about doing a pit stop here. So maybe I'll get to see somebody make that strategy call.
What are we at here? We're
right at about an hour.
Just past. Yeah. No, actually, it's 54 in. So yeah, closing in on it to be an interesting strategy here. And here comes Sanchetti again into the pits. I think he just missed his stop. He missed his pit box the last time, and now they're going to do a driver change.
Yep. And at this point, the win is out of hand. You're not really going to get back to it. Let's spread the love a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's get somebody else some seat time. We've got an hour left. We're bang on in the middle. Let's keep it nice and even, and just check over the car once or twice.
Yeah,
we just had this issue. Let's just make sure that there's nothing at stake here. We're good. The Praga is going to come in as well.
All right, Mark Russell is getting on board. I think that number 155, and the Praga indeed coming in. Driver change going to be happening there. The question is, I don't know who started and who's going to finish. It was Martin Bruhat and Robert Howe with the 2 drivers. And are they are doing fuel, it looks like. No tires. And here comes Adon Ramos into the pits as well from the lead in the GT1A category.
Sophia Basler, I think, so has not stopped yet. I think. 30, we're on lap 30. Yeah. I don't think Sophia Basler has stopped. Adon Ramos, have we seen him? No, we saw Adon Ramos stop.
Did he stop?
The leader, right?
Maybe that's Sophia then. That could be Sophia Basler then. I'm trying to pick that number up down in the pit lane. Tell you what, one of the FARA officials down there just did something superb for that Porsche. There had been, it looks just like a, from the rain or moisture or whatever, the pit box right before her pit stall, there's a bunch of water on the track, and that official went out there in the pit lane and pointed to all the water and got her to slow it down just a little bit more so she didn't overshoot or lose it in the pits. Those FARA officials are on their game as much as these drivers are right now. Great stuff.
So the 132 of Baszler is at the TLM pit. They are currently fueling that car, the beautiful 991 Cup car.
Yep. The ANSA, that's the ANSA pit. That was actually where that other activity was happening, and that is a Don Ramos, so we did call that right.
Okay, cool.
So they're both in right now. And I just saw Tommaso Balfon, who, there's the number 5 BMW. And Tommaso right now leading in the GT3B category, and he ducks into the pits, and looks like a driver change unfolding there. Not sure. They on my entry list for a second driver, there are question marks.
Seats for sale. So Jordan, go get yourself a ride.
There is, yeah, there you go. There you go. Do a flyby podium.
There we go. Beautiful. It's all set.
All right. So that puts now Philippe Rezik in that GT2A KTM into the overall race lead right now. Ronnie Parent is running in the 5th spot in that GT2A Cayman. Long ways down right now, but still having a really good run into 2nd at this stage. Here comes Ronnie down the front straight. Love the graphics on that 33.
Good little GT4 Cup car. I think one of my favorite things going on in motorsports right now, other than FARA, obviously, and it's quite far from here, is that GT4 Cup class they run up the mountain in Colorado for Pikes Peak.
Yeah.
I think that's just an incredible thing. And we've seen people that want to participate in that using this GT4 kind of track time like FARA would give, for example, to get experience to that. That GT4 Club Sport Cayman used all over the world, one of the best-selling GT4 cars. Lovely, lovely machine.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, here, Sophia Baszler has driven a really, really good race. She's leading right now in GT 1B, and keep in mind, that's the class that Mark Julian is in. I'm not exactly sure what happened with Mark. He's down. He's had some sort of an issue. He's down a number of laps at this point, unless he was one of the cars that decided not to run the full race.
I think all 3 Honda Wars cars have pulled off after the sprint.
I think so too, yeah.
You've got Isabella Abreu and Stuart McAleer. Haven't stopped yet. Neil Dimitri in the 46 hasn't stopped yet. Yeah, they're 4 minutes behind Ronnie Parent in the 33. The 33 is 4 minutes 55, so I think the 47X has played the cards correctly here and will come out about 30 seconds to a minute in hand and still have the lead in GT2A. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
I think that's a good plan. And Neil Dimitri in that blue Ginetta finds himself right now, as the time of his pit stop, is leading in GT2B. As Tommaso Balfon continues on, your leader in GT3B at this stage.
Got to do it the hard way.
And looking there, I can see Copper in that beautiful KTM. Interestingly enough, is coming up behind the GT4 version of that car at this point.
Stuart McAleer up into 8th position overall.
How about that?
I mean, still needs to make a stop in theory.
Right.
So that's not going to stay, but a cool feather to have in your cap to be in the top 10.
You know, I wonder what the penalty is for not making a stop.
I mean, it has to be disqualification, right? Otherwise you'd game that system
all
day.
Yeah, exactly. You know. That's what I've always, I always look at those angles because, you think, all right, I get a lap penalty for doing that, but I got a 2-lap lead.
Right. I mean, they've got the class laid out for that in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, for example, where it's like, are you in the driver change class or not?
Yeah.
And then they get that figured out as well. So at least I think maybe they had some issues with people just wanting to do it themselves. And okay, well, we'll give you your own situation here.
Exactly. Because if there was a way to game that, to quote Ron White, why not?
Why not? How fast do you think you could get from Houston to Beaumont in the number 25 Praga? Probably faster than an airplane, I reckon.
I would think that's entirely, when you consider taxi time,
yep, absolutely.
Gate time, you betcha.
That's the number 25 of Martin Bruhat and Robert Haug, still in the lead in FP1 and overall. Completely checked out here after Marco Cincetti ran into some issues in his car, the number 155.
Yeah, interestingly here, that white Praga just set their best lap of the race. Whoever's driving it just uncorked a 128.7. And now in the 155, I'm pretty sure it's Mark Russell behind the wheel, and he just won a 27.1. So that car is quick. Whatever it was, he's able to get out, get some certain performance out of it here. So those two are showing some great pace. And Sophia Basler, after that stop, she just turned to her number's 132, and she just turned to 132 flat. So
working pretty good.
For whatever that's worth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the 96, the only runner in Pro Spec Miata here in the Enduro, has pulled in. The number 1's going to pull out ahead of the 96. That's the magenta and black Mazda Miata.
Yeah, that's Isabella Abreu, who has been really, really stout in that GT 4B category.
It's going to be ahead of McAleer here.
GT4A, yeah, that's going to be it. Here comes Dimitri now, the blue Ginetta, and
46.
Ronnie Parent in the pits in that car that's second in its class, that Porsche Cayman. They are doing full tires and fuel. So Ronnie, he's serious about getting to the front here. And the thing is Rezik, I think Rezik, does he still need to stop, or has he? The 47X.
I think the 47X has stopped.
I'm not sure.
The system I had that I usually counts that sort of things is not counting them correctly. So it's making it difficult for me to keep up with that.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
And give a shout out here to Tommaso Balfon, who is just, he's been super consistent in his laps. Is doing a really nice job. He's driving for RSR, that's Ronnie Sport Racing. And if you think about Paul Ronnie, who runs that team, if you think back to the glory days of World Challenge when it was touring cars by itself, and you had real time, you had Tri-Point, and then you had those beautiful green and white Mazdas that were all part of it.
Yeah.
That was Paul Ronnie's program there.
Okay.
Absolute top tier.
All right. We've got a KTM has pulled into the ANSA pits here. They've opened the canopy is the only way to really describe it, I think, on a KTM.
I agree with you. It looks like an airplane. I think that's the 47X of
I think so too. Okay,
Yeah.
so they haven't stopped yet.
And
They're 5 laps ahead of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. So this is going to be a safe pit stop here, I think, as well.
yeah, and Ronnie Parent right now, he's back out. He's 40 seconds adrift of Rossi and Cipriani, but with very fresh tires. Let's see what he's going to be able to do in that beautiful Cayman. Going to be tracking those lap times once he gets some heat in those tires. Give him a couple of laps here, and we'll be watching.
All right, so back to the battle between the two Ginettas, the 46 and the 60. The 46 has a best time of 140.0, whereas the 60 has a best time of 137.1. So potentially a 3-second advantage to the number 60, but they currently have to overcome a 3-minute and 24-second gap. So 52 minutes remaining, 3.5-minute gap, pretty darn big. Even at 3 seconds a lap, you're not going to do that every single lap.
No.
That's completely optimal. That's probably a hill too high to climb. But we've seen stranger thing happen, of course.
We have.
You end up with a yellow here. That puts it right back in play.
Or, you know, a little mistake.
Yep, run wide, put a tire up on the grass.
That time can evaporate in a hurry. Do keep in mind they are in different classes.
Yep.
But still, fun to see them dueling here, if you will. And again, they're such a fun car, and to see them out there. We got a little. That's the Mark Russell in the Revolution A1R trying to come back. He's putting down some laps here. Problem for him is whoever is in the number 25 Praga, every time that Russell turns a really quick lap, the guys in the Praga beat it by about a second. So he's just not able to make any ground up here. And that lead, Rezik, as they sit in pit lane for that 4-minute stop, it was a 3-lap lead. Now it's a 1-lap lead. So they are just waiting for the clock to time for them.
Sophia Basler came out ahead of Stuart McAleer. Stuart McAleer in the Pro Spec Miata, having had good races this weekend, just finishes his pit stop and is going to go in hunt of Sophia Basler. We're going to wait for the timing to update here when they cross the start-finish line here in about 30 or 40 seconds, and we'll see what the gap is. I think they're on the same lap, is my supposition, and that the gap is about 10 seconds, which is workable in the amount of time remaining.
And let's see this time. Russell in the number 155 goes by at a 27.2. And that actually was about 7/10 quicker than the Praga this time. So they are swapping fast laps. And it's sure keeping it interesting here. And that just tracking this margin here for Rezik. And I don't see another co-driver in there, but I could have, maybe it was just the fueler that came out, looked like he had a helmet on. But it looks like I don't have another driver listed, so he may be doing this one solo at this point. And we are now 50 minutes left in our Enduro here. And there goes the 47X of Rezik. And here comes the leader, the Praga, out of the last turn.
The leader at FD1. The 47X is the leader overall.
Well, that's the car that's just
KTM.
leaving the pit lane. So
Yeah,
that's what I'm
right.
saying is this could be for position.
And
It is. It's 15 seconds now. The Praga is adrift of Rezik. So that's why those my Bruhat and Haub have been wheeling that Praga like mad, because they know they have a shot here at getting back into the overall lead. It's a different class, but there's always something special about overall. If you can do it, you want it.
Absolutely. Stuart McAleer is 10 seconds in arrears of Sophia Basler in what I assume are very similar cars, both being a 90s era Miata.
Well, Baszler in the Porsche, I think you're thinking Isabella Abreu.
Oh, Abreu, my apologies. I'm looking at the thing. Isabella Abreu, and she is 2 laps down. Okay.
So,
and the 1, that's right.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No, understood. There goes Ronnie Perrette. Now I want to see, he just set his fastest lap of the race at a 38.2. Well, and Rezik's fast lap is a 130 flat, so I'm not sure Perrette's going to be able to do much about that. We have to see where Rezik is. I didn't see any tire change in that stop, so we'll see what happens there. Dane Ramos comes by, comfortably leading in the GT1A category. But we got a race on our hands for that overall position. And already changed. It is the Praga turning a 131 and Rezik coming through at a 152. So it took him some time to get some speed built up. And now it is the Praga up into the overall lead by about 5 seconds.
You know, it's what we talked about at the top of the show with the Ginetta and more specifically the prototypes having to get their tires up to temperature. A KTM, probably the closest thing to a prototype you can drive that still says GT4 on the side. Takes a little while to get some heat back in the tires when you're sitting on pit lane for 4 minutes.
Absolutely it does. And keep in mind, as I recall, I think that's an inline 4 Audi 2-liter turbo engine in it. And so it's not like it's a big, heavy power plant that'll get the weight down. It's not like it's got massive power to drive heat into the tires.
Right.
You've just got to work those tires in the brake zones and through corners to get heat into it. And that takes time.
Absolutely.
It's that simple. Yep.
And if you try to rush it, like we had talked about earlier, you're not getting any heat into the carcass of the tire.
Exactly.
You're just going to shred the tire.
That's one thing that, you know, a lot of people watch and they see cars on a caution lap doing that swerving back and forth, and everybody thinks, well, they're trying to get heat in the tire. A little bit, but that just generates that surface heat we've talked about.
Right.
More of that is scrubbing the tire to make sure none of that clag is stuck to that tire.
Right.
The best way to heat your tires is you accelerate, brake really hard, because it gets all of that heat through the rotors that radiates up inside out.
Yep.
And that's a much more even way to warm the tires up.
Once you get the barrel of the wheel hot, it's going to transfer to the air a little bit better.
Yep, exactly. So looking at some of these times now, that time by Rezik has gone down into the 139s. But the 25 Praga, another 27.4. And Russell in the 155 has gone to 27.3. Sophia Baszler leading in GT1B, turning consistent mid 130, high 132s, low 33s. Ronnie Perrette sets another fast lap for that car to 138.5. And that is a little bit quicker than Philippe Rezik has turned thus far. Problem for him is Ronnie Perrette's down the order a bit. He's got an awful lot of time he needs to make up here. So it's 58 seconds.
Yeah. I'm very sorry, Greg. Isabella Abreu, now that I have my timing working, 16 seconds behind Stuart McAleer and ran a few thousandths faster.
Look at that lap.
So just close, very, very close, trying to keep it square here.
That last lap between those two is 3 1,000ths between those two. That's stunning.
Clicking off incredibly similar laps between each other. A 16-second battle with 44 minutes to go. I'll watch that.
You betcha. You betcha. And let's keep in mind here, looking at the GT3B second place car of Gilbert Pinzon, that 147, that is one of the BMWs, lapping at a 46.5 and Bullfond at a 55. So Gilbert Pignon is starting to close down there as well and running some really nice lap times. Leading in the GT3A category is Patricio Franulik and he's got a big lead right now, some 40 seconds over the 159 BMW of Matthew Paulino and Lucas Chanto, and they are running a 52.7 and to Franulik's 47. So yeah, he's still lapping comfortably quicker there.
Sophia Basler currently about 5 seconds a lap faster than the number 60 of Rossi and Cipriani. The ultimate pace closer to about 6 seconds and only a 30-second gap there. So that's for an overall top 5. Different classes there. But also faster than a Don Ramos in GT1A, which is, again, another quicker class, the 241. So the 132 of Sophia Basler really finding the pace here and doing what she needs to do to move herself higher and higher in the overall order. Unfortunately, Felipe Rezic in the number 47X, I think a bridge too far to climb here for Sophia Basler to get all the way up to the overall first and second position here in that KTM, just a rocket ship right now. But Basler doing what they need, or what she needs to do to overcome the 60 and maybe the 241. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and that'd be just a fabulous run. And remember, Sophia last year was the champion GT2A.
Yep.
And moves up this year to GT1B. And, you know, she ran a Cayman in GT2A last year.
Right.
And now steps into a 9911.
Yep.
So she's suddenly dealing with a little bit more grunt in the back, a little bit more aero, a little bit more performance potential. So every time she's driving this car, it is a massive learning curve for her, and she's doing a superb job.
And especially, you could have made changes to a Cup car by this time, but a GT4 car designed for an amateur driver with lots of friendly driver aids. Traditionally, a GT3 Cup car, none of that.
Exactly.
So a huge learning curve in that regard, especially in mixed conditions here. I think Sophia may be a little bit more comfortable now that the track is dry all the way through.
Yep.
And getting more and more comfort, being able to push the limit a little bit harder every time.
I would agree. And she's going about this the right way. She's not trying to bite off too much.
Right.
And throwing the car off the road.
Yep.
Because you go off the road, you ding something up. The biggest penalty for you ultimately is you lose track time.
Yes.
And seat time is what you need when you make a step like that. So she's doing it absolutely superbly. And that car is fielded by TLM, Tuati Lira Motorsports, top level program. And I've been working with her from the get-go. You know who her personal coach is?
Who?
Young lady named Pippa Mann.
Pippa Mann.
And
Do you think she knows anything about driving Porsche, maybe, you know?
And there have been a couple of times where she's teamed up for fun with Sophia in these Enduros, and it's been a treat to watch last year. So, yeah. Absolutely good, great stories here, great stuff, as we have 40 to go, 40 minutes to go here in our Enduro. I'll tell you, that Praga is continuing to throw down lap times, although that last lap went a 130, and Russell in the 155 went a 27.5. The problem is that car is down quite a bit in terms of time and distance here.
Just want to check on the Pro Spec Miata versus Isabella Abreu battle here. The 96 and the 1 for top 10 overall in a Miata. We're looking at, let's see, Isabella Abreu losing about a second and 2/10 that last lap to number 96 of Stuart McAleer.
And I think it's because she was dealing with some traffic.
Yep, I think so too. 20 seconds, that gap. All mirrors makes no difference, 21 seconds. 39 minutes remaining, so that's half a second a lap is the hill you have to climb here. Stuart McAleer, no slouch himself, isn't going to want to be giving away half a second a lap here, but Isabella Abreu just gave away 2 seconds on that last lap. So kind of starting back from the bottom. You take 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
And that, that's just part of the game, isn't it? When you're doing, racing with multiple classes, and sometimes you try and play I call it the high-speed game of chess.
Yep.
When you got multi-class racing, because each car moves differently on the track, turns in differently, all of these different things. So you're literally It's like playing a chess game. You got to think not just corners out, but sometimes laps out. How is this going to play? And so you try and read traffic and use it right. But sometimes it's just bad luck.
Right.
And you catch a car at the absolute wrong time and you're just parked.
Fortunately, you would hope that over the course of a 2-hour event, that you're going to have the luck run both ways.
Yeah,
maybe in a
exactly.
30-minute, 40-minute race, you could make the argument like, oh, it was bad all day. But I think over the course of 2 hours, you're going to get helped as much as you get hurt.
I would agree.
So it's just about maximizing the opportunity where you can, but minimizing the penalty when you get it.
Yeah.
It's all about keeping it nice and steady, I think.
We've got something I'm just looking at here. I'm watching that Praga heading down into turn 8, and guess what? Russell in that 155 Revolution AR1, he's been consistently running laps a couple of seconds quicker lately. If he gets through on that Praga, he unlaps himself. We have a caution.
You're right back in it.
He's right there. So he's going to be relentless in his pace here. No question about that. A nice lap by Gilbert Pinzon in that second place GT3 B car at a 145.6 to a 150 for Tommaso Balfon. So Pinzon is on the wheel here. I just don't think there's enough time for him to make up that kind of ground, but he is driving. This is some of the best I've seen him drive. Fantastic for Gilbert.
Sophia Basler now down to 11.9 to the next position for 5th overall. Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. So the 132 Porsche draws ever closer to the Ginetta. Still a little bit of a gap, I think, to get to the 241, but the Ginetta very much in play here for Sophia Basler to get a top 5.
Yep. Yeah, she's really driving some laps. I mean, right now in that GT1B car, she was a second quicker than Ramos in the GT1A car. That says a lot. We know how fast Ramos is.
Had a couple laps recently where Sophia Basler lost a couple seconds. Again, as we talked about with traffic, it's easy to do.
Yep.
But it's firmly been in the mid to low 32s and even high 31s most of this stint. So a pretty consistent run, I think, from Sophia Basler.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Just watching that Praga came from way back on Isabella, but did not want to get stuck behind her because of the fact that Russell in the 155 is coming, and Russell's
and the
one
155 gets walked there.
Yeah.
That's the play between the traffic there.
Yeah. And that's what we were just talking about.
Yep.
You know, the Praga caught her in the right spot where he could just blaze through turn 10. But now the Praga is going to get stuck because there's two cars. I think one of them is Balfon in that BMW, and the 147 of Pinzon as well. And there's nowhere for the Praga to go. He gets absolutely parked. Here comes Russell. Praga's still stuck. Finally slides through. Russell unabated, and he's going to go to the grass almost to slide by those two cars. And now it's down to just a few car lengths for that number 155 to unlap himself.
Going 3 wide through there, always heart racing. It's not super wide there as far as infield road courses go. And we've seen that a few times today where people go 3 wide there, and I'm always really nervous to see, and it's been fine every time.
Every time, but still, and you know, those two were racing, so the guy that is on the middle of the track, paying attention to where the car he's racing is, and if he drifts over as that guy goes blazing by on the outside, as you said, it can get ugly in a hurry. And yeah, it's a heart-to-throw moment, and I think he went by so fast the guy didn't have time to freak.
All right, so coming down to turn number 1 here, we're going to see the number 60 Ginetta. The 132 of Sophia
he got the cone! There was a cone down there, and the 155 unsighted, trying to make it move, and he's now got a cone jam in the nose of that car. Hopefully he'll hit the brakes really hard somewhere and it'll pop out.
And there's a Porsche off at turn 8 as well.
Oh yeah,
it's all come undone here at once. Sophia Basler now firmly has the number 60 in her sights. I think this is going to be quick work by the time we get to turn number 8. Absolutely just going to clean up here into 6 and 7. Right on the tail bumper of that Ginetta is the Porsche Cup car.
Well, you hope here for the 155. And there's a cone laying out there on the outside of the track now. I can see it. Or is that a braking marker? That might be just an orange braking marker. Because, you know, for the 155, the drive that Russell's put on, to have to throw that away to pit, and I'm hoping that, one, it didn't get into the airbox,
Right.
and two, that it could just grind that cone apart and it'll just eventually shred itself and go away, because that was just a stunning drive.
We'll wait for that car
see
to
what
come
happens.
by and see if the airbox is above or below. I would imagine the airbox a little bit higher up than the front bumper on one of those, but then again, I haven't seen one that often.
Well, he didn't pit. He's sticking right with the Praga here.
Yep. Cone is gone. No cone.
Nope.
All right, so the cone has cleared itself.
Well, it's either
Wherever it ended up.
it's either obliviated itself and just fallen into powder and gone, or it popped out somewhere.
Yep.
But the Praga now, both of them running 128 fours. So whoever's driving the Praga got the memo.
Gonna get around the 60 here, the Ginetta. Adolfo Rossi, Aline Cipriani.
Both of them should, well,
I don't know.
155, he's a long ways back. Is he going to try and round him up?
No, plays it safe there. Probably the right move, but gonna lose a ton of time behind the Ginetta. Now we'll see if he tries to send it late into turn number 8 here to try to make up some time. One would think that now you just revert back to whatever your qualifying line is as opposed to trying to chase, and indeed they do. Able to make up some of the time already.
Yeah, he did. He did. He is throwing some laps down here. That time, Baszler turned a 132.6 and Adan Ramos a 36. So she is trimming time away there in a big hurry.
Unfortunately, just a multiple lap gap here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Still, just a bummer because Sophia Baszler has that car hooked up right now.
She does. She's almost, I mean, she's running as fast as Rezik is.
Yeah.
And she's right behind him on track. And then here comes that battle for the overall lead. Or check that for the Praga still has it by a lap, but again, wanting to, you know, the Russell in that 155 would like to unlap himself, and he's there. He's right on the back right now as they come out of turn 5, and he's through.
It went slow.
I wonder if Praga, I don't know if he spun the wheels up, hit a neutral, something.
And now ahead, Cinchetti is going to fight Rezik. That is for second overall here between the KTM and the 155.
Do you think the Praga there said, look, he's relentless here. I've got a lap. Just let him go and then try and hang on to the end here. It's literally about just 31 minutes to go.
Yep.
So, I mean, the Praga is going to have to drive some really consistently quick laps, but both drivers have shown the ability to do that. So, if we get a caution, though, not saying we want a caution.
Right,
we like races to go green all the way.
We want to be able to push cars onto the trailers.
But if it does,
then you've got something there.
Yeah.
Both of those cars have checked out from the KTM here. Philippe Rezik, nothing for the prototypes at this stage of the race.
Nope. And Baszler, as the 155 goes steaming by, you know, those Porsches are so good on the brakes that that Praga, probably most other cars would have just gone squirting through underneath into 2. Couldn't do it. Baszler was so deep on the brakes going in. That was really pretty. Now that Praga should be able to sneak through.
Yep.
And does. And we are officially at 30 minutes to go. It's a beautiful look here at Homestead-Miami Speedway on our screen. Showing you some of the great corners around this track. There's the exit of 3 to the right, the bowl, turn 4. Very, very technical part of the track. There's the exit of 4 through that little flick through 5. And if you do 4 right, you're flat through 5. If you get 4 wrong and try and go flat through 5, you spin. It's that tricky. It's
Yep.
literally that tricky. Then here's the run out of 5 down into the braking zone at 6. Great overtaking area. Once you commit to the turn in at 6, if you do it right, you're just feeding throttle all the way through this little bend here on the right, turn 7, and accelerating all the way up to the best overtaking area on the track into turn 8. However, you have got to get out of turn 8 well, or you're absolutely lumbering slow all the way down the backstretch and into turn 10 and 11. Turn 8, most important turn on this track in many ways here, and certainly when you're running road course B, where you're speedway 3 and 4 and not the infield, turn 8 is hands down the most important corner. And there's your front straight. There's a beautiful blue Jetta of Neil Dimitri doing a really nice job. Dimitri leading in GT2B. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Isabella Abreu now out to about 26 seconds on Stuart McAleer.
Yeah, McAleer's putting some laps in now.
Yeah, I don't know if we're running out of tire on the number 1, if we're running out of track temperature, whatever it is, but McAleer now fully dialed in. I think Abreu gonna have a hard hill to climb here.
Yeah, I think so. And McAleer running his best lap of 50.6, his last lap of 50.8. I mean, that's consistent lapping right here. And Isabella Abreu, her best lap of 49.4, which is a really nice lap, but now lapping in the 52s. So it might be, as you said, tires. It could very well be tires. Got a nice little pack heading down into turn 1. That's Ronnie Parent, I think, in that number 33 Cayman. He's having a nice run here, second in GT2A. And then he's got the 155 all bottled up. Nowhere for that car to go. And, that's the other side of the coin. We really haven't talked about this too much. But, and that Praga getting a really good run, but not going to be quite enough. But that, you can see that 155, that car heavily aero dependent, right? Well, cars that are designed around lots of downforce in slow stuff where you're not in the aero, they can suck. That's the only way to put it.
There's no mechanical grip available.
Exactly.
You've had to optimize everything to get the aero to work over the car. And in most places, you're going to come out ahead on that. But every now and then, you hit a part of the track, or indeed an entire circuit, where that doesn't help you at all.
Exactly. And right there, Ronnie Parent actually had better corner speed over that 155, and there's nothing he could do about it until he could get back up and use the acceleration of that much lighter car to get by him. But sometimes that mechanical grip and the tight stuff pays big debt. Somebody just had a big lockup going into turn 8. I did not see who it was.
Was that the BMW, the 71?
It could have been. That's for no, that's for Nulik. It happened before him. Who else was up in front of him? Well, maybe it could have been. You'd think he'd be real careful right now, as I think he's got a nice lead in GT3A. Next up would be
Bernulik 4 seconds a lap in hand over second place on average pace. I think now might be the time that we just start to reel it in a little bit here.
Yep, you've got a nice margin as he comes through here. And we'll look for that 159. Yeah, he's back a ways. At a certain point, it's, you don't want to get, slow up so much that you lose focus and concentration. Because you start missing turn-ins and that kind of thing, because your rhythm's off a little bit. But you can't take it from 10/10s to 9.5, and just don't hit the curbs.
Right.
Little things like that. Just drive really smooth, consistent lines.
Yep.
And oftentimes you can even find yourself being faster and quicker when you do that. So
a little bit less hard on the car, a little bit less surface heat on the tires. Everything runs a little bit nicer. One
of my favorite stories, and I mean, it wasn't necessarily that he was slowing down, but back in the glory days of the original IMSA GTP, when Jeff Brabham was running that Electrodyne Nissan.
Yep.
Those amazing cars.
Right.
At Sebring, this was before they lit Sebring like they do now. So it's late at night, in the dark, and he broke the outright track record. And his crew radioed him and said, you just broke the outright track record. And he literally came back and said, what? And I asked him about it afterwards, and he said, I had no clue. He said, I was just focusing on my lot. He said, I wasn't hustling the car or anything. Right. And he said, but you know what I think it is? He said, I've been thinking about that. And I said, what? And he said, in the dark, and like I said back then, a lot darker. He said, all of those references that are flying by you that give you the sensation of speed and thus fear,
right,
in the dark, are gone. So all you're doing is braking point, turn in, apex, throttle out, every corner. And he said, I was driving it, but he said, I wasn't like, I'm going here.
Right.
And he said, and all of a sudden they called and said they broke the track record by like a second and a half. I mean, he obliterated it.
Wow. That's a heck of a lap. And then to not even know, like, okay, well, I know I got to get back to, relax to get there, but just not even have seen, oh, that's what it looks like when I'm breaking the track record. It's not even occurring to you how you got there.
Exactly. Yeah, it's, and again, I've said for many years that, top-level race car drivers are just wired differently. Yep. And nowadays, with everything going on in the cars and the speed it's happening, you're like a microprocessor inside that car with all of the computing going on. And it's, and you're making these decisions while you're going 150 miles an hour in some of these cars. It's just incredible. And I've begun to recognize lately that sometimes one of the things, you still have to have the gift, just that gift. But one of the things that separates a really good driver from a great driver is bandwidth.
And it's something you need right now at the top end of IMSA with those GTP cars. Your brake migration, diff setting, regen, power deploy, front and rear anti-roll bar, fuel mix, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you've just all of the buttons, all the levers to pull. They talk about in baseball and manager, you want to have more levers to pull. And I think right now in some parts of racing, you're giving the driver a lot of levers to pull.
Exactly.
And things to make changes with.
Exactly. And, I think I've always wondered about this, and I've never asked him, but, there are some drivers that when all of the hybrid stuff started coming along, retired. And I've often wondered if, not that they couldn't do it.
Right.
They just don't enjoy it.
You think Alan McNish isn't interested in adjusting his front anti-roll bar? Well, he'd rather just drive the car.
Well, that's exactly who I was thinking about, because right when that happened, and he'd been such a fixture.
Yep.
And then all of that stuff happened. So and he retired. And you think about what he would do in that Audi R10.
Yeah.
And everything, and the Audi, the other ones before those hybrid cars. When he broke the track record and out with a pole at Road America,
right,
slinging that thing around, it was a thing of beauty. And I think he was a pick the car up by the scruff and drive it kind of guy.
He's way on record as having said he loves that. Yeah.
And the irony is that now, of course, he manages Audi's a Formula E team,
right,
and does a brilliant job of it. But I think as a driver, he was one of those guys, I can do it.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to him, that's not fun.
Right.
That's not racing.
That's not what we're here for.
He's managing. Coast and lift.
Yep.
Tell me a real race driver is going to go, that's absurd. Well, no, because now you got to regen.
Right.
Or your fuel save. And the interesting thing is, I did a couple of years ago when the second generation of the Formula E cars came out. I announced that race in New York.
Okay.
I had a chat with Dario Franchitti, who does the TV for it.
Knows a thing or two about hustling a car that's got a lot of power and isn't super agile.
Yeah. And I asked, and I threw my philosophy at him about the bandwidth thing. And he goes, oh, absolutely. He said, it's a whole, he said, Greg, I used to think I was pretty adept at managing things, roll bars, brake settings, all that kind of stuff, thinking about fuel. He was great at fuel save. He was one of the greats, right? He said, I put a headset on for one of the teams for one of the 40-minute practices in Formula E. He said, by the time I took that off, my head hurt.
Right.
And he said, because not only are they driving in close quarter stuff, and these second gen FE cars,
pretty fast.
They're pretty quick, right? But you listen, there are code words that are being thrown around for when you save energy, when you dispense energy.
Right.
Some of them use beeps like Morse code. You're managing all this in the car. You've got your engineer then throwing out, okay, zebra 5, which means, all right, we have to, save now.
Right.
Regen as much as you can, but don't give up that spot.
Right, of course.
That kind of stuff. He said, I took that headset off and just went, oh, I need aspirin right now.
That's not happening.
It's insane. It's
crazy.
insane what these people are doing right now. So anyway, we just took a big tangent there.
Hey, not a
folks.
problem.
Sorry about that.
18 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the host of the Miami 500 this weekend, presented by FARA. A wonderful event, top to bottom.
It is, and it has been absolutely superb. And I'm just looking here. We've been talking about how fast Philippe Rezik has been in that number 47X, the KTM, that prototypical-looking GT car. Ronnie Parent just set another fast lap for him at a 36.7. Rezik lapping at 34.5. That is, I'm telling you, Ronnie Parent on these fresh tires has found it.
Yeah.
He is going so much quicker than we've seen him at any other point that I can recall this weekend. Absolutely stellar drive by Ronnie Parent in that beautiful 33 Cayman.
A lovely drive throughout the whole weekend, of course. We've had, 3 and then 4 today of the races.
Yep.
Right? And we've got a few sprints. We've got this long one. A lot of sprint racing having gone on the rest of the weekend. The Academy Winter Series here.
Oh, great stuff.
3 great races there. The return of Formula FARA. An excellent race that we just watched a few hours ago.
In the wet.
In the wet.
Spectacular.
Great driving all the way across the board. Big names. Loved it.
Yeah.
The Spec Miata race. Excellent as well. Using the whole banking.
That was insane.
People are hooked up. We're pushing the whole night. It's been a really, really delightful weekend.
And in every way, shape, and form, one of the things that I love about FARA is the diversity.
Yeah.
The diversity in cars. Even here, the diversity in tracks. You're running 2 different tracks. You've got Formula FARA cars. You've got Spec Miatas. You've got this field of, there's a sprinkling of almost everything in it. And then the Winter Series as well in modern, the latest gen Formula Junior cars, Formula 4. It's been, there's so much diversity in this paddock.
Oh, we got a replay here.
Spectacular. Yeah, let's take a look. What was it?
We're going to watch the blue Ginetta here. Oh, runs a little bit wide. Ooh, and into the grass. Oh, yep. So I think a pretty lucky escape there. I had mentioned earlier, if you're going to put a tire on the grass here, having rained, and the car still beached,
that's
right there.
So that's what one of those little bits of what I thought maybe was brake smoke. It was that car.
Yep.
And he's still sitting there. Oh boy. Heading into turn 10, the 155 is still in front of the number 25. So if this goes caution, that could change things up here. Now, I'll tell you what, we had talked about, did the 25 let that guy through, right?
Right.
I think he did. And I think the team said, let him go, then don't lose him.
Right. Stay with him. Yep.
And Robert Howell, I'm thinking, is probably in that 25. We don't know for sure. He's been absolutely brilliant at that. And how about catching that? Is that Ryan Bauer?
Yeah,
catching that replay. Catching that replay, seeing that. That's really, really stout here as we are at 15 to go. 15 to go. You're looking at run here.
Still
GT2A bent.
Double yellow flag not in the hands of the start-finish line flagger.
Yep.
So I think they may be content to do a hot pole or indeed leave it for 15 minutes. What's the SCCA rule that after 3 laps it's part of the track?
Yes, essentially.
Yeah. So.
Looking at Tommaso Belfont here, sitting second in, or leading in GT3B, and continues to hold that sizable lead over Gilbert Pinzon, or maybe Gilbert Pinzon. I'm not exactly sure. Pinzon has been consistently lapping a little bit quicker, but Belfont just has had enough of a lead here, not able to do much with it. And it's interesting. I'm not, you know, it shows on scoring at Stuart McLear is running a Pro Spec Miata, right?
Right.
But that's not a class
Right.
in this. So my guess, it's a Miata. Would that probably be in that GT4A category of Isabella Abro?
Probably. I have to imagine, right? Like,
yeah.
It's got to be that.
Who knows?
And here she comes, the number 1 over the start-finish line. Going to come down into turn 1 here shortly. Just coming through turns 1 and 2, keeping the car nice and smooth here. Going to have a Ginetta behind her. Currently the gap 32 seconds. Yep.
Yeah, McAleer did a nice job in turn 6 and 7, opening the wheel up as our 2 prototypes. The 155 running in front, but at the almost a lap behind the 25 Praga, that beautiful white machine.
Sophia Basler, I think, hoping for a full course yellow here with the chance to get the 241 of Don Ramos, a minute 19 back. But like I said, with a full course caution, that's going to put you right back on par. But I just don't see the urgency about, oh no, and just as I say it, we're going to go double yellow.
Oh, this is going to change
there it is.
up.
So double yellow, lights are on, double yellow flag is being shown in the pits hall. So this is going to come to help a lot of people who need some help right now. And we're going to have, I think, a mad dash.
Yes, we are.
In the final 10 minutes here of people just trying to get that one place they need, one more trip up the overall, a feather to put in your cap after a great weekend here for the first round of FARA this year.
And whoever's driving that Praga is absolutely beside themselves right now. Because now the wave around comes. They let everybody through, including the 155 right there.
Yep.
And now the Praga falls in line.
Now, the upside for the Praga is the 155 now has to pass every single car in the field.
True that. True that. And that's all going to come down to how much time is left.
Yep.
And does that Praga have a little more pace than they've been showing?
I think so. We're currently at 11 minutes and 46 seconds remaining here. If there's going to be a run to the checker here, it's going to be quick. So,
did you just see a couple of shots back? That was absolutely beautiful. The late day light.
Oh, look at that.
That's gorgeous. There was another shot that was even better from a different angle with the light bouncing off the grandstands. This place, late afternoon, considering the month we're in here.
Right.
Sun still sets a little early, so it gets low in the sky late afternoon. It's absolutely beautiful here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And how fortunate for us to be able to be here this weekend. And we've watched some absolutely superb racing.
Superb racing. The weather. I want to come back to it real quick. I spent most of last year living in Minneapolis, and then I've spent, most of this year living in Northern California. And I'm going to fly into Northern California tomorrow. It's going to be about 52 degrees. It's been 80 and sunny most of the time I've been here. There was one shower today, and that was it. It was beautiful.
Yeah, and it is.
Yeah. So we're going to remove the Ginetta.
Poor guy. He's driven such a great run. And just dropped those rights. And, of course, offline because of that rain earlier, if you drop those tires, it's still some schmutz that's out there with that all that moisture. And just right there, you can see the lines.
And you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance at all of catching it there.
You're given throttle.
Yep.
And it runs wide. It hooks that junk, and it just pitches you.
If it's dry and you're ready, you can catch it.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose a bunch of time, but you can catch it.
And
the wet,
10 minutes to go, just to make it official here.
Yep.
So how quick do we get this pull? What kind of time do we have left?
Lights still on the safety car, so we're definitely going to wait one more lap. It wouldn't surprise me if they get that car moved and we go green next time by. I don't know that for certain, but the Homestead-Miami safety crew has been outstanding, completely world-class since we have been going. It's been absolutely incredible.
We'll check on it. Not sure what time we have. So right now the field gathered up behind the pace car, and as we've been talking about, that number 155 has to work through a lot of cars here. Curiosity for me is Baszler. Is she going to be close enough to be able to get after Adon Ramos? It's not for class position. And has Adon Ramos during this race, has he just been, easing off, just driving conservatively? Does he have something in the tank? I mean, in the previous races, he's been able to race and keep a guy like David Tuati in check and stay with him here. So it'll be fascinating to see just what kind of pace Sophia can come up with here. And the other problem for Sophia is that Rezik is going to be able to close up all and be in the mix as well. It's all going to come down to how these things sort of settle out here. And I think, I was just looking at the battle in GT3A, 71, Franulik has that lead, and Lucas Chanto now behind the wheel of the 159, right behind him in the queue, but I'm not sure if he's actually a lap back, Chanto, at this stage. And then we got the 111 of Michael Copper, who's 21 laps adrift and still out there running, and then the rest of the field has all stopped. Some of them, most of them as a result of the 30 minutes sprint that they up. Here's that shot that I was looking at. How pretty is that? Look at that light. Absolutely beautiful here. And that car is cleared. So how quick do we go back to green is the question. Where is the safety car? Lights are still on. And the problem is we've still got vehicles over on the backstretch, on the track, one going counter course right now. Oh, we get a report there's another car down at the inside of 2 over there. All right. So that's where they're heading. Can't see it. I can just barely see a roof line, but I have no clue who it is. So they're going to head over there. So that's going to delay this a little bit. All right, field going through.
With this 6 minutes to go here, depending on what this recovery is, you start to look at the possibility of a green-white checker.
You sure do. You sure do. And unfortunately, Baszler is right behind Adon Ramos on our scoring page, but she's almost a full lap behind as they came by. She's there, and then right behind her is Adon Ramos. So that's going to be a little bit problematic for her. Looking back at the Franulik, now Franulik, as scoring has sort of cycled, Franulik has a pretty substantial advantage over Lucas Chanto. So that battle is pretty much settled at this stage. Neil Dimitri, even with that spin, I don't know if he was able to get going again. He may have been able to, once he got moved, he locked up and was able to go. Looking I don't see him in pit lane.
I don't see him either. I don't know if there's... Oh, right over there in the cutout. I think the safety crew are trying to get him through the wall here.
There he is, yep. So,
interesting, okay.
But he's got a big enough lead, and we've certainly surpassed the minimum amount of percentage of race that you have to be classified for a finish. So Dimitri, even with the problem, might still be able to bring home a win in that GT2B category. And then, of course, Tommaso Balfonen, that number 5. And if I'm reading this right, Gilbert Pinzon has gone by Tommaso Balfonen. Did he get him right before this caution came out?
I think
Wow.
so. That must have been the case.
I thought that
Be a
margin was a
huge-
lot bigger, but what if he did? That's superb.
That would be outstanding.
Yeah. It's a great drive by that 147. And the safety vehicles are now over at that other car. Cannot tell who that is over there. Nice to see Copper out there still in that GT2 KTM. Such a cool car. Looks great.
Yep.
Goes well. And he had some sort of a problem, lost a number of laps, went behind the wall, came back out, and has been giving it some good welly out there. And, you know, why not? You know,
Right.
if you signed up for the Enduro so you can run it anyway and you have a problem, oh, no, that's why it changed. That's Beaufort. Who's come to us. Oh, my goodness. What a shame. What a drive he put in here. But, yeah, getting back to Copper, you know, you've entered the Enduro. You have a problem. This is a fairly new car to him, I think. Fix it. Get back out.
Right.
Seat time. We keep talking about it. Seat time is gold.
You practice by playing the sport.
Yeah.
It's 100%. So my football coach always told me, I think it's the same here in racing. You can do all the drills you want, but you just got to do the thing. You got to get more time doing it. You got to put in your 10,000 hours, as it were, to get good at it. And that Ginetta is rolling through the paddock, the bright blue Ginetta.
Oh, that's nice.
Driving itself. So not entirely certain what's going on there.
We're going green this time.
Excellent. So we are going to get, yep, the flag is being curled up. I think
baby.
we're going to see, is
All
this
right.
going to be with 2 minutes 16, we are going to get a green. So I think this is going to be a green-white checker here to the end. This will be it. This is going to be exciting. We'll see, because this line of cars behind the safety car, not tremendously long, is going to give Giannetti a chance.
Yeah.
But is it going to be enough? Now those cars have lost heat in the tires. The number 46 Ginetta, after having been recovered, is now going to come right back out.
Which is great, because I think he had that spot locked up anyway, but it's nice to get that with an actual finish.
Absolutely. It's super, super fantastic here. Getting the car able to come back out is going to be outstanding, 100%.
I think so as well. There you can see the field working through turn 8, coming around here. This is going to be fascinating. And remember, at the back of that long queue, the number 46, Dimitri, hustling that Ginetta for everything he's worth right now, trying to get around, catch this field. But at the back of this long queue of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th car in that line is arguably the fastest car on the track. The car that qualified with a 2-second margin. Things have calmed down. Here we go. It is the number 25 Praga going to the hammer early, understanding here, and away we go. 1 lap. We get the green and white. This is 1 lap shootout to the end here. Game is on at this stage, and already Russell in that number 155 by 3 cars.
Absolutely.
Make
doing
it
what they
4
need to do.
cars.
Let's see. 1 lap, not a whole lot of time to get anything done here. That Praga's gone. I think that's done.
That's a done deal. Still going to be fun to watch the progress. But still in all, yep, there's Franulik. And Patricio Franulik right now all by himself. The 159 at Chantos back a little bit in the order. Looking for some clear track here at this stage. Not going to easily be found at this point. And where is our 155? It's up underneath Franulik now, right on the back. I think of that is Sophia Basler, breezing past Basler now, coming up on the back of Copper. He's just trying to work his way through, but that Praga, Bruhadenhau, all the way down into turn 10 right now as the 155 just exiting turn 9. down through the last time for the overall leader through turn 12, heading toward turn 13, and coming around. Here we go, onto the front straight. Here comes the Praga of Bruhat and Haub coming through, and the checker is out. Great drive for that duo in that Praga. Coming to the line next up, the 132, Sophia Basler. A great drive for her in the GT1B class, getting the win. Well, I tell you what, that was a great last lap. And looking at where, so there were 11 cars in front of the 155, and he got 9 of them. That's not too bad.
Unfortunately, you need that 11th.
Yes,
to make it happen.
That's the magic. He needed another lap.
Yep, one more, and the green white checker
more.
would have done it. But yeah,
exactly. Wow. Still in all, what a performance here. So that is your overall top 2, the 25 Praga, the 155 Revolution A1R. Excuse me, I'll get that right. Top 2 overall, top 2 in the FP1 class. Don Ramos hangs on for the win in GT1A in the 241. Sophia Basler gets the win in GT1B. Beautifully judged drive by Sophia as she steps up here, doing a nice job. Winning in GT2A is the number 60 of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. Second in GT2A, Ronnie Parent, doing a nice job. You know what? Once everything cycled and the laps he was putting in paid off for Ronnie, he was 3.9 seconds adrift. Let's look at that last lap just out of curiosity here. Almost identical lap, so a nice job there. And then third in GT2A was Philippe Rezic in the number 47X, that beautiful GT4 category KTM. And then GT3B, the win going to Gilbert Pinzon after the problem for Tommaso Buffon late in the race. So the 147 gets the win. Buffon will still get credited, I'm sure, with a second in that category. And then Stuart McAleer, right now, he's kind of listed in his own class. But after that caution, Isabella Abreu finishing 1.4 seconds off a Pro Spec Miata driver. She has been spectacular this weekend, Isabella has, in that GT4A category. So a superb job for her. And then GT3A going to the 71, Patricio Fanulik with the number 159 of Luca Chanto bringing it home in second in that class. Then Dimitri will get the win in GT2B. Spin and all, doing a nice job. They're spin and win.
Absolutely.
Why not? Let's give him that. Then Tommaso Buffon, as I said, hangs on for second in GT3B, even with the issue in GT1B. Down the order a ways, but getting some valuable laps in that 111, that GT2 homologated KTM of Michael Copper. Those were your 15 cars that completed the sprint, and that number 25 Praga makes its way down into the staging area. And look at that, both those drivers getting some pictures there. Martin Bruhat and Robert Haub, boy, did they put a race in.
They did. They didn't lead flag to flag, but they did what they had to do, and they ended up getting the win overall. Unfortunately, when a lot of the 30-minute competitors pulled off, I thought it was going to be a pretty competitive race at the front there because there was pace up and down. They're fighting with the KTM. They're fighting with each other in the prototype class. A stunning race, I think, and a well-deserved win for the drivers of the number 25 Praga.
Well, and I think that that strategy call, letting that 155 go. All right, now he's on the lead lap. You have a caution. You're running a little risk there, but then don't lose him. Just stay there.
Stay with him.
And we're able to do that. And the caution came out too late for them to be able to do anything about that. And so a really nice drive there, no question. And again, I'm really impressed with Sophia Basler stepping up into the GT1 ranks in that GT1B Porsche 9911 and doing a really good job in a car that obviously a step up in performance here. Yeah. And for Ronnie Parent, I'll tell you, with that putting on those fresh tires, if he'd had a couple more laps, who knows?
Learning. Everybody improved on their pace as
Absolutely.
we went. It's easy to show the learning when the track starts a little bit wet.
Yeah.
But I think everybody would much rather take their fastest 5 laps from after
Yes.
the first hour
Yep.
than before the first hour. I think
You
everybody put some mileage in and really got what they needed to have sorted out.
Yep. And as we're obviously watching the cars make their way in for the victory circle and podium, I want to take this moment before we throw it down there, because they'll wrap it from down there, to say a thank you to all of the amazing partners that make the FARA Championships here in 2024 possible. Fixie Wheels. They have been absolutely a great partner from the very off here with this new ownership package last year. Garage Living coming on board this year. Hankook in its second year as the official tire. And these tires have been put to the test this weekend and doing a nice job. Headquarter Mazda coming on board this year, as well as Mazda Motorsports. Of course, with that Pro Spec Miata category, they are getting significantly involved. And then we continue on. Mission Foods, one of the great friends of motorsports in general, whether it's 2 wheels or 4 wheels, they're just great. Pilsen Kalau, they've been with us now. This is the second year they have been part of this. And Sergio's Printing, absolutely wonderful as well. The U.S. Army, one of the partners that's on board here for this year. Chicago Atlantic, their second year being involved. And then, of course, Colosso. They've been part of this since the first race of last season as well. So absolutely phenomenal partners. We also have to say, of course, a big thank you to all of the volunteers that have taken part in this, most notably the flaggers out in the corners. You know, when that rain came down, they were in it, and they were crucial in those conditions to providing information, not just to the
here we go,
drivers
guys.
on track
We're here
with
with the
flag, but
winners
race
of the Miami
control
500
as well. And it's podium
2024
time.
edition.
Let's head down.
Robert is no stranger to victory lane at FARA. He has taken quite a bit of trophies around here. He's made a spectacle of it, and we're welcome to have you back. It's been a while, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about your race and where have you been?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I took a little bit of a break last year. You know, went a bit of a hiatus. But, you know, once you have done racing in your life, you're always going to be a race driver. So, you know, where to come back. Obviously, the best race series in the world, that's FARA. And that's why we're back here and really happy to win the first race. It was quite a race, also with my new teammate. He's becoming a really good driver. He just started racing now, and he's really doing well. So I'm really proud that he also did a really good stint. Gave me the car over in a really good spot. We had the 4 minutes, you know, to do the mandatory pit time, which went really well. And yeah, the car felt great. I didn't try to do anything risky, you know. I just tried to do my race, you know, and I always got the gaps from the P2 behind me and managed that gap all the way to the win.
That's fantastic. Now, Martin, this is your first FARA race. How's your experience?
Yeah, it's been incredible. Just the whole weekend has been amazing. Yeah, and in this race, started in the wet, had to be a bit more careful, and then had 7-8 laps of great fighting with the KTM in front of me. Finally got him, and then got a bit lucky with the spin from the Revolution, and then from there we were in P1. Then had a bit of a technical issue, but with Robert's driving, we made it back to P1, so exciting.
It's always a pleasure to watch those spaceships, Praga, KTM's, Revolution. Look at those things. They're fantastic. Glad to have you guys back here in FARA. Hopefully we'll see you the rest of the year. Those Pragas are a sight to see. Next March event, we're going to have the prototypes with their own class. Not the Enduro. The Enduro is still going to be multi-class because that is basically the bread and butter that FARA has always been. But we are going to have the Enduro, the sprint races with just the prototype. So we expect some big fights from you guys. Hopefully we'll see a whole bunch of Pragas. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
All right, we got more cars coming up. I don't know what the holdup is at the track. Let's see if we can catch. Oh, let's catch the Porsche. Paolo Lima. No. Paolo Lima and Sofia Basiler. Paolo.
Yes. Hey,
Your first time back with us since 2008, I believe.
it's a pleasure.
Paolo raced with Team TLM, which I happen to be familiar with,
Yep.
and won a whole bunch of championships in our early years. Sofia,
6 to be more precise.
tell us about your race.
Back to back.
How was your race?
The race was fantastic. It's always good to be back in the car, especially in a car prepped by TLM. I mean, there's nothing can go wrong with the car. You know, it was just a blast. I got in the car and it was just like I pick up where I left last time.
Well, Paolo hasn't been in a car in a few years, and he didn't miss a beat. I'm looking at his lap times, and I'm like, man, I have to go back to the gym. Somebody else is making me go back to the gym. Now, Sophia, our 2023 MP2A champion, has now started the Miami 500 with another race win. How was it, Sophia?
Awesome. It was hot, but it was awesome. Lots of fun.
A woman of few words. Thank you, guys. We'll keep continuing interviews once the cars get in here.
All right, David, thank you very much. And yeah, there's a lot more to hear from for sure. And while you're gathering them up, I want to continue to say thanks. We talked about the volunteers. How about a shout out for these crews, the unsung heroes of the sport? They're the ones that spend a lot of hours working on cars and giving them not just fast race cars, but safe race cars. That's crucial too. And all of the FARA officials doing an absolutely great job here as well. Huge thanks to them. In my mind, one of the best race directors in the business, Gerardo Bonilla, up here overseeing it all, and just does a phenomenal job as well. And again, big thanks to Homestead-Miami Speedway for once again hosting the Miami 500. We'll be back here once again, just to give you a little reminder of what's coming here. We will be back the end of March 29 through 31. The first day, the Friday, is a test day here at Homestead-Miami. Then near the end of May, May 25, 26, at Sebring for the Memorial 300. The Sunset 500 will be at Sebring July 27, 28. You can take a look at the schedule there. The Hankook 300 at Sebring, September 21, 22. And then the season finale, the Race of Champions, right back here at Homestead, November 22nd through the 24th. But make sure you're here for that next race here at Homestead and, of course, on Driver's Eye Live. And that brings me to saying a huge thank you to Ryan West, not just for commentating the Enduro with me here and making that absolutely fly, but also for all the hard work. He's been here for a couple of days working on camera setups with Jordan, getting everything ready and making the stream come off and doing an absolutely great job. You see at the bottom there, production, Ryan Bauer. He's the guy, when you see that little arrow come up pointing at where a replay is and rolling those replays, that's Ryan doing an absolutely stellar job as well. And Brandon Kazmir kind of overseeing the whole thing here as well. So just that's our thanks to everybody. And we're going to be getting it back down to David Tuati here, hopefully very soon, to continue with the interviews. And then, of course, we've got the podium that is going to be unfolding here. And looks like David is ready. Microphone in hand.
No pressure, right? No pressure. Let's see if we can find somebody over here to talk to. Go find somebody. I'll find somebody. I promise I'll find somebody. Oh, I know who. Mr. Franulik. Patricio Franulik has been racing with us for years. He has one of the most unusual cars. It's a BMW M3 with the butt chopped off.
Exactly.
How did you do today?
Excellent. We got first place in the Enduro, and we got 2 second places in the sprints. That I think puts us second overall in the sprints because we lost the quali. But
all right,
it was a good one. It was a good fight with Marco and Rick.
It's fantastic having you here again. Our first event, Miami 500. 6 more events coming, 3 at Homestead and 3 at Sebring. So we're looking forward to seeing you to more events and bring that Bolivian flag all over the place.
Absolutely. We're happy to be here and happy to continue racing with FARA for the rest of the year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go talk to the Chocrons over here. Now, Mr. Chocron brought his kids to beat me in the MP1A class. But it wasn't the kids that beat me. It was the old man, Jose Chocron, that beat me. So, Jose, you brought the kids.
All right. And again, a couple of looks here at this absolutely beautiful place. Host for the Miami 500. Homestead-Miami Speedway, and with that, I think we're going to wrap things up here in the booth. We want to thank everybody for coming, all of you that were here on site and gathering around the track. And we also, of course, want to say a big thank you to all of you who have joined us here on the stream. Again, Drivers Eye Live doing a superb job, and really appreciate everything they have done. And the next Drivers Eye Live broadcast, if you are enjoying what you've been seeing, is the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour. The second round of that at NOLA Motorsports Park, just outside of New Orleans, and that's Saturday, February 17th. So enjoy some club racing, courtesy of SCCA, club racing at its highest level with the Hoosier Super Tour, and we enjoy that. So once again, we're going to wrap things up from here in the booth. Hopefully we'll have a few more interviews from down in the pits. And again, a big thanks to David Tuati, who is a very fast race car driver, a very good team owner, and one of the three partners that owns FARA now, and also does a pretty good job of doing interviews in the Victory Circle area. Thanks for joining us, folks. We'll see you here, FARA Race 2, coming up in, again, just about a month's time here, the end of March. So looking forward to it. Until then, take good care. Look forward to having you back. Bye-bye. Look forward to having you back. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Greg. That's very nice words from you. We are now doing the trophy presentation for the Miami 500. Thank you very much, guys, for coming. Thank you for staying around, and so we can applaud all the winners. And without further ado, I would like to call the top three overall in the Miami 500. In third place, driving car number 241, Adan Ramos. The Ramos brothers. In second place, driving car number 155, that beautiful Revolution machine, Marco Sensetti, and the Irish guy. Sensetti and Mark Russell. And in first place overall in the Miami 500, Martin Bruja, his first race with us, and Robert Hopp. GT3B. In second place, Tommaso Buffon. Tommaso. In first place, Gilbert Pinzon, and I imagine Juan Paulino. Tommaso Junior. Primero. Second. Thank you guys. Moving right along. GT3A in third place, Marco Pisa. In second place, Lucas, I don't have my glasses on. Lucas Chanito? Chanto. I don't have my glasses. Getting old sucks. And in first place, Patricio Frandulik. Oh my God! Wow! That's fantastic. Look, there's letters on the page. How do I look? Good? All right. When you look. Oh, Lino Paulino. Yeah, Marco Pizza. Where's Marco? Come on.
Claro, Pizza, ¿cómo se? I like to see you. Yeah.
GT3A. Good job, guys. GT4A, the Miata Lacoud, in first place, Isabella Abreu. Is this Isabella's first time in the podium? Second? Did you dance at Sebring? Oh, see, there's a tradition. I don't know. Did she? No. Hold on. Right? Your crew is saying you did it. Okay. At FARA, there is a tradition going back 17 years. We're not breaking it today. The first time you get on the podium, you dance. Chicka-bong, 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 bong. Congratulations. Driving solo. Wait, did she drive solo? Yes. Wow. Driving solo also in the number 69 in GT4B, Mike Leo. Good job. And I believe this is Mike Leo's first time the other guys only did the sprint. So first place, Bill and Neil. Driving a beautiful Ginetta. Yes.
Oh, there you go. That's right, Neil. If you can't beat him, join him. Yeah. He went from a K to a Ginetta and he wins.
Moving right along, GT1B. In third place, Mark Julian. In second place, Michael Cooper. And in first place, Paolo Lima and Sofia Basiler. All right, moving right along. GT2A. I'm gonna make you wait one more now. GT2A. Wow, this was a close race. In third place, Felipe Resk and son. In second place, Ronnie Parente, or parent. And in first place, the duo of Adolfo Rossi, Alini Cipriani Rossi, and Enzo. Enzo.
Eleni, get the picture.
David, it's the first time. First race. Oh, first race for Camilo, okay? Well. You know what? That should dance with you. Yes. That doesn't care. That will dance. All right. You know, should we make him dance with everybody else on there? Yes? Who's gonna do the chicka bum bum? All right. It's time to dance. Chicka bum bum bum. Camilo, what's going on? Camilo, you gotta shake something. There you go. All right. Good job, guys. That is your GT2A. Now, GT1A Enduro. In first place, the Ramos brothers. Did they already come up? They already came up here, right? They went up to the overall. First place. In FP2, in first place, car number 166, Giuseppe Castellano. Driving a beautiful Wolf, prepared by Manny Sanchez Racing. Over there for the paparazzi.
87 years young.
Congratulations, fantastic job.
Yeah. I wish you get there.
In FP1, again, this race, after 2 hours, came down to 9 seconds. In second place, Marco Sensetti, Mark Russell. And in first place, Martin Bruja and Robert Hahn. Okay. All right, so Martins, I love it when your teammate throws you under the bus. That's fantastic. So it is Martin's first time on the podium. It's actually Mark's first time on the podium also. Oh, you know what? We're gonna have a quadruple dance-off right now. Chicka bomb, chicka bomb, chicka bomb, bomb, chicka bomb, chicka bomb, chicka bomb, chicka bomb. Come on. I need a DJ. Alright guys, I think we're done with the Enduros. Did I miss anybody? No? Moving on to the sprints. Let me see if I can find that page. Enduro, sprints. Here we go. Let's start the sprints with Honda Wars. I've been told to announce that Honda Wars has a new director. And if you want to have more information about driving your Honda in that very competitive class, please go to their website, HondaWars.com. Is that right? Yes. Get in touch with Susan and she will hook you up. In third place, Honda Wars, Luis Canawate and Mimo Tomasello. In second place, Ernesto Roca and Rafael Garcia Jr. And in first place, hey, driving a Honda, Wilbur and Richard Perez. Right, guys, in GT4B, in third place, Stuart McAleer. In second place, Mike Leo. And in first place, Luis Millanes. Anybody from GT4B here? No? Okay. GT4A, this is the sprint, guys. GT4A. In second place, Luigi Faro. And in first place, Isabella Abreu. Should we make her dance again? Come on, Luigi. Congratulations. GT3B in third place, Gilbert Pinzon. In second place, Tommaso Bulfon. And in first place, driving car number 338, Mike Granobles. Tommaso, Sebastian, and Giorgio. Luis Millanes, not here? Okay, we're moving on. Neil Dimitri coming to accept his P2 place. A little late than normal, but I guess it's better late than never. Good job, Neil. All right, GT3A in third place, Matthew Paulino. Matthew Paulino. In second place, Patricio Franulik. And in first place, Marco Pisa. Is Neil Dimitri still here? Neil, third place, coming up. Couple BMWs and a Ginetta. Good job, guys. GT1B in third place in the sprints. TLM's very own Sophia Basler. In second place, Michael Cooper. And in first place, Mark Julian. So Mark Julian is not only a racer, but obviously a philanthropist. Because he came on board this year with Garage Living. And if you, obviously not everybody here was at the driver's meeting, but he has put up a $15,000 prize to the driver that scores the most amount of points towards a remodel of your garage at home. Gotta go to garageliving.com and look at the beautiful stuff that he does. Thank you, guys. GT1A in third place, Jose Chocron. In second place, Alan Ramos, or the Ramos brothers, not really sure who was driving. And, holy shit, in first place, David Twine. Really? Jose and John Chocron, look at that. The first place guy is going to comment in. Okay, everybody, take one picture. Thank you, guys. Pleasure driving with you guys. These guys are tough. All of these. FP2 in third place, Manny Sanchez. In second place, Matt Lewis and I imagine Jesse. And in first place, Joe Castellano. FP1 sprints, Marco and Mark. And in first place, Martin Bruman and Robert. GT2 Good job,